should be live. Alright. Cool. We are, in fact, live. Good. Whether if it buffers or not, it's not really my problem. Yeah, can I go back so I can actually set up this stream? I need to grab a pop-up chat, that'd be great. I just gotta press the, yeah, that thing. Hello. That'd be fun. Yes. I just got one just where you're all built to sit. Basically, I'm going to screen. Where I can maximize and minimize it. Yep. You capture over it. Nice. There you go. Alright. No, this is not the right one to use. I think that's it right there. It's stretch to fit, right? Yes, sir. It'll look a little weird, but I at least have it where the chat can, you know, see what's in my chat here. Because I really don't care what the fuck that they gotta say. Well, that's something else. Alright. I need that one up. We'll close these down. We'll go to YouTube. Yeah. Yep. I'll pull one I captured, make sure I get that in there. That would be it. And all I gotta do is put this behind all these. Should be good to go. I don't know how it's gonna be, but let's see. Do the chat pulled up so that we can see everything. I do need to move that chat wall more this way, I believe, right? Yeah, right there. Oh, it's that fucked up. Being on their freaking website's that bad. Well, I actually do have to minimize this because I can't see most of the things. It's enemy controller, which we fucking knew what it was, but fucking weird. Okay. I think it's pretty interesting. You all probably can't hear me, correct? So I need to add property. Maybe that. We're good. If you have problems with the audio, please let me know. I like how I can see the chat, but I can't see how many people are in it. Oh, we got a bunch in it with us. Okay, y'all can hear me, but y'all can't hear the duels. Okay. Yeah, down to that's not here. I would like to try that, just like that. Practically, rather than just sitting here doing absolutely nothing. I'm going to find first duel, and we're going to go from there.
And we have Tyler Ingram, all the way from Dallas, Fort Worth. Fun fact, this is his first YCS. He's been only playing for a year. Let's see how this duel plays out. Casters?
All right, thank you, Jackie. We have two excellent duelists facing off in this first round. It's Mitchell Martin up against Tyler Ingram, as you mentioned. And you can see their decks there. We're going to have Fiendsmith Raziel taking on the new deck we're talking about, Tombkeeper Fiendsmith. That's right. It's going to be using those cards that are, you know, similar to cards you might see Odeon use from the original anime. You know, protecting what needs to be protected. A lot of cool cards like Anubis, the Last Judge, the Man with the Mark. We're going to have to see how it's going to play out here in round number one. You mentioned that was one of the biggest things. Another thing that came out was also the structure deck, Blue Eyes White Destiny. We're going to see some of that Blue Eyes action later on today. But we get to start the day off right off the bat with Maze of the Master.
I didn't expect this deck to be as popular as it's been getting going into this event. I know even going into YCS Vegas, the set was just released. And these cards were popular, and in my circle, we were even talking about the cards immediately as soon as they were announced, because we weren't expecting them, right? It was TCG exclusive archetype. And going into it, we saw the promise that these cards had, but we just couldn't figure out what it could do that was really benefiting it over some of the other strategies. So we kind of wrote it off for a little bit, and we were going to come back to it later. And it seems like a lot of players had the same thought, because it seems to be an up-and-comer for this event.
Definitely. It's a deck a lot of people have their eyes on. I know it did really well at a Philadelphia regional a few weeks ago, I think. And that might have put it on a lot of people's maps. Like, oh wait, this deck's actually viable in a competitive setting.
That's all it really takes, right? One person to do well, and all of a sudden it's on everyone's radar.
Yep, definitely. So we're gonna have to see if it's gonna have that similar success here this weekend. I'm really excited to see it in action here in round number 1. Now, Tyler's opponent, Mitchell Martin, you may recognize the name. He is a veteran of the circuit scene. I think most recently we saw him in Top Cut of YCS Anaheim with Malice, the one that you also made Top Cut in as well.
Yeah, but that was he made top 8. Yeah.
Top 8, he did. Yeah, he did the farthest out of all the Malices. Just one more round further than you, sorry.
Okay.
But that was kind of like the pioneers. Y'all were like the first people to really try the Malice deck, and there was a lot of different variations that people were trying out that weekend.
Yeah, and the Malice has definitely been somewhat more solved since then. I mean, there's still definitely some experimentation going on, but as we're approaching toward the later end of the format here, a lot of decks seem solved, and the Tombkeeper strategy is the one that's really coming out that has basically brand new strategies happening here.
Yeah, it's definitely. It's the one that everyone, there's a big question mark on. Like, we know people are trying it, but the question mark is will it succeed? I'm not going to, name the other duelists that are using this deck because I don't want to, give away their strategies. But there are some top-name duelists, multi-time YCS champions that are...
You're really thinning the field here.
I'm thinning the field a little. Sorry, yeah. Maybe I'm narrowing it down too much, but I'm casting a net. There are some really good players who... Yeah, I'm not going to... I was about to narrow it down even more, but they're using it. But that's neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1. YCS Houston. It starts now. Let's go. I'm so excited to be here. So it's awesome to see Tombkeeper up against, a veteran player right off the bat. So we're really going to see the test of strength of this deck here right off.
A veteran strategy at this point in the format as well. Ryzeal Fiendsmith, one of the tried and true decks. Yeah.
Definitely. And it looks like Tyler did win the die roll, so that's pretty huge there for the Tombkeeper cards. They do prefer going first, as are a lot of strategies.
Yeah, but I think by a large margin, right? That's why one of the reasons I wrote off the strategy is I thought it was extremely potent going first. If you were able to go first with the deck and able to resolve Man with the Mark, I think there is Anubis, the Last Judge, able to go ahead and search.
Yep, Anubis, the Last Judge, is able to discard to add probably the Man with the Mark.
Yep, there it is.
I mean, that's exactly what's the only card you can add. No secrets here. The Man with the Mark, that's definitely not Odeon, is going to be summoned to the field.
Just any man, really. All right.
Yeah, it just happens to be a Man with the Mark, like, all those tattoos on the back. Oh, infinite impermanence on Man with the Mark. This is huge against this strategy.
Yeah, this was what we found to be a very common situation. You'd think a deck so focused on trap cards would have a lot of resiliency to those points of interaction from the hand, but no, actually, if you target down the Man with the Mark, he has a mark on him for a reason. Definitely. If he gets stopped, then things get a little dicey. But it looks like we have some extension here.
Yeah, Tyler being able to use the terraforming to still access the treasure of the Kings, which is considered Temple of the Kings while it's on the field, gains the name, means that he's really showing that the Imperm didn't slow him down here by any means. So the treasure of the King is going to allow him to set an Apophis trap from his deck. And it looks like he's going to get the brand new Apophis the Serpent. So Apophis the Serpent is a cool card that when you activate it, you're able to set another trap that would summon itself as a monster. But you can activate it that turn. So there's really, it's really cool in combination with some of the older Apophis trap cards that you're able to negate face-up cards equal to the other monsters that are treated as trap cards. The other trap cards that are treated as monsters on the field.
Yes. Not going all the way back to the original Apophis, but there was one in between there among all the years of Apophis history that does quite a potent effect.
All right, so you see the 2 set cards on his side of the field. That accesses the other effect of Treasure of the Kings to allow him to add the Merciless Circuit to the hand, and now he's going to be able to special summon that new Circuit monster from his hand by banishing a level 10 monster from the deck, and that is Anubis, the Last Judge. And now he can use the Circuit effect to get Temple of the Kings. Temple of the Kings is an old card, but now it's seeing play pretty much for the first time, but allows you to activate a trap card the turn it sets.
Which, I mean, that is essentially already like a forbidden effect, right?
Essentially. All right, now it looks like we're going to be sending Man with the Mark and the Merciless Circuit to the graveyard for a link summon for Moon of the Closed Heaven. Now we're going to be accessing the Fiendsmith side of the deck.
Everyone's favorite link too.
Oh, it's a good one. Being a light fiend is a perfect material for Fiendsmith Requiem. So this link 1 is going to tribute itself off the field to special summon a Fiendsmith monster from the deck. It's going to be Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
Let's see what Lacrima is going to be using its effect for in this situation. Will it be a Fiendsmith from Paradise, or will it just be a copy of Engraver? It looks like it's going to be a copy of Engraver, getting access to it, because we haven't had access to it so far.
The actual fucking screen. begin if this turn gets.
Yeah, he's not done by any means. He still has the trap cards he can activate. He's going to summon back the Engraver by returning Moon to the extra.
Get some more responses out of Mitchell before he continues with his main engine. Going to be using the effect of Requiem to attach itself to, it looks like the Lacrima, and then we're going to be contact using with the Lacrima into that Necrocorp Princess.
Yep, Necrocorp Princess. Both the materials are all in one monster. So basically turning a level 4 into a level 6. So you're going to be able to go into the rank 6 DDD Highway King Caesar. This will be able to stop in a card effect that special summons a monster.
Because if there's no Necrocorp,
so now he has a little bit more protection from things like Nibiru, potentially be able to stop things on Mitchell's turn. But now, yeah, it's turn 1. How can you activate a trap? Thanks to Temple of the Kings, anything is possible.
Dude, Billy Break.
Well, I think exactly one thing is possible. You can activate one trap card to turn set. But
anything is possible if you put your mind to it. I told you this back in Houston 10 years ago. Seems like you've forgotten. You have to believe in yourself. But yeah, so the new Apothis will let him activate the trap he just set immediately. Apothis, the swamp deity.
He's the worst commentator.
Yeah.
That's the one that can negate face-up
in my
cards.
life.
But you're like, oh no, why is he activating on his turn? These are trap monsters. They're supposed to go on their turn.
He has not done any of that. Yeah.
Whoops, revealing a little bit of information there.
Yeah, usually when you see something come from a hand, you like think, oh, maybe Tactics is live, but specifically not Infinite Impermanence.
That's why Infinite Impermanence is so good.
Yeah.
One of the best cards in the game, but now we're going to see another contact user for Divine Serpent Apothis. You can summon it by just tributing 2 Apothis monsters, which he had turn 1. And it also has the effect you can target with 3 Apothis traps with different names and just set them.
May I just say, ridiculous, by the way. Why does it say that?
It's essentially free. Because, well, you need the traps for your opponent's turn, and you need them to summon him. So you get the traps right back to summon him, but you also has the bonus effect. Doesn't matter who activates it. It can target one card the opponent controls and destroy it.
I mean, that's how you make trap cards stronger. You make them proactive.
Yep, kind of like, it reminds me a lot of the field spell for Labyrinth. Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Giving the trap cards just basically an additional effect, and how strong that can be. But yeah, so he has a lot of interruptions here. He has the Highway of King Caesar. He has the destruction effect from the Apothis, and also the Swamp Deity, when it's activated, can negate at least one.
And he will have
face-up
access
card.
to 2 of them, right? Because when he activates the old, the new one, it'll set another Swamp Deity as well.
Yep, exactly. It's a cool deck. Awesome to see in action.
We're going to be starting with the extra seal, so that means Mitchell's going to be cut off from his Fiendsmith access.
Alright, he's going straight after the Highway of King Caesar. Highway of Caesar won't be able to negate that special summon because it's not summoned by an effect.
Couldn't really classify that kind of effect, could you?
Don't get me wrong. Typically, most of the things that they say is
and
right
now
fine.
we're going to be using the
it doesn't really
Black
bother
here
me.
to summon back the Requiem.
But it's
More interaction.
all the stupid shit that they're doing.
Mitchell adds Sword Raziel to the hand.
Nope.
Oh, and Droll and Lockbird on top of everything else. That card's pretty good against Raziel.
Did I mention how strong this deck is at going first? Because I don't know if I mentioned it enough.
It's looking pretty strong. He has the Requiem he can tribute off to summon out a Lacrima that he just shuffled back to put the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard as well. So there's more disruption. That Droll might just be the icing on the cake that Tyler needed to win this game number 1 with Tomb Keepers.
Now Mitchell is basically forced into going into Detonator. There's no other value here, but there is a tactics of his own to try and take here.
We're gonna add
I mean, he could negate that with the deity, right?
Yeah, this talent is legal to be activated, however.
Yes.
And yeah, it looks like he is going to. Well, he needed to. Oh yeah, so
it will resolve fine.
It works
Yeah.
out this way too.
Yeah.
If he didn't already have it set and he had to set it with the Apothis, he would have done it differently. But since he already had it set, it works out just fine.
So deity will be able to summon itself and will resolve negating the triple tactics talents, and the other deity or the other swamp. Which one is he exactly?
The Apothis, the Swamp Deity, is the
Apophis
older one.
Apophis is the Serpent.
The Serpent is the new one. Yep.
Okay. That one will be able to set another swap deity, and then Mitchell will be conceding game number 1. He's seen enough. I think
he's not getting into that tomb. He can't get in. It is sealed shut. No way Tyler's letting him in. He is the tomb keeper of round 1, game 1. He can't get in. That's cool. It's cool to see that deck in action. This is what I wanted. I wanted to see Tomb Keeper. The cards are really cool.
The cards are incredibly strong. I think, I mean, they do a really good job. But when they're able to resolve like this, it's not even close, right? It doesn't seem like your opponent can do much of anything.
But I mean, he wasn't playing against a good player using the best, arguably the best deck in the room, like the #1 deck people are looking out for.
And it's not like there were no interruptions either. There were some powerful cards there that are typical for the format Infinite Impermanence, Triple Tactics Talents, but they're just not nearly as strong against this matchup. Infinite Impermanence has that space, and like it was used correctly on the man with the mark, but if there's any way to extend past that point, then it just doesn't really accomplish anything.
Yeah, it can just be devastating. I mean, it's tough to, I assume that they're going to have some like terraforming or way to keep playing, but yeah, just one Infinite Impermanence there wasn't enough. I do wonder if like maybe some of the back row removal, like Harvey's Feather Dust and stuff, will start making their way more into main decks because of how much of a presence the Toonkeeper cards from Maze of the Master have in the meta right now. They're for sure in the side decks. The beautiful quarter-century secret rares out of the early day collection.
I mean, I think it's weird to say that those cards are even going to be reliable
against
a strategy like this.
Don't think
because when you look at it, the Swamp Deity is able to interrupt the Duster no matter what, right? So I don't think if you will let them get to that point, it's too late
already. It's tough. It's tough. How do you get into the tomb?
Okay, so he did take it.
Go first.
Oh, you got to go first. All right, well, we're going to see if going first
will
make all the difference there for Mitchell Martin. But yeah, it's tough. It's a good deck. It is definitely a contender. I think it's when you're constructing your side deck for any tournament, it has to be one of those top like 5 decks that you have on your radar.
Well, at least we have, after game 1 here, entire turn play out, he knows what his interruptions are, he knows what his deck's able to do. You have to do a recon mission before you try to invade any tomb here. So
sometimes it doesn't work the first time. You're going to fall into the traps and not be able to get out. But we'll have to see if we can navigate his way through this maze and find a way to victory here in game number 2. He already knows that he's going to have to win going second in game 3 if he does manage to win game 2. See the duelists shake each other's hands. They're shuffled up side deck, and I think we're just about ready to dive right into it.
Most of the shit that happens.
I love the banner behind them. It's so nice. I love that SP Little Knight. It looks so cool.
But like everybody
all of the arts look awesome. The Chaos Source on one side, SP Little Knight there. Lots of cool stuff made it onto that banner.
Yeah, like I mean, it's one of those things where there's so many cool things on it. You wonder about what didn't make it on, but you know, it's hard to get everything.
It's always about what's not there. But let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 2, YCS Houston. It's time to duel. We'll see if Mitchell Martin's going to be able to bounce back here against Tyler Ingram from Fort Worth, Texas.
This is the true test of the Tombkeeper strategy. Is it able to go second into these decks? This is what I couldn't really solve. But I mean, that's what Fiendsmith cards are for. They're incredible at being able to push through a field. But we're starting with that Ice Ryzel, the ideal start, but it's going to end like immediately.
Ice Ryzel.
Not saving it for duo drive, so this either means he has more interactions or he's just saying, I hope your hand has nothing else in it.
Knowing he's on the
It depends on, I think, how much you value the Fiendsmith line, right? Because if you're forcing your opponent to only do the Ryzeal part of their strategy, which is usually what happens when you negate an Ice Ryzeal, you're either banking on they don't have an extender, because there's sometimes just not, depending on how many Sword Ryzeals, or you're locked in to just Ryzeal effects.
Huge here with letting the Infinite Impermanence rip, and just 3 spell and trap cards here from Mitchell.
I mean, 3 spells, like, you can kind of narrow down what they are, right? They have to be other copies of Infinite Impermanence. They have to be potentially copies of
Strike or something.
Yeah, it could be a called by as well. But
Enter battle phase, activate evenly matched. Another card this deck can play. That's
there you go.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I was gonna say it couldn't possibly be cross out, right?
There's no way he'd cross out evenly, but he is calling Fiendsmith Engraver. He's future-proofing himself a little bit for this turn.
Why did he not cross out Imperm?
Maybe he doesn't have it in his deck.
He drew all of them.
Or it could be. He could have sided. Maybe that's what the one he's keeping. Maybe he sided one out, drew 2.
How could this happen, Billy?
How could this happen? I have seen the
You're fucking
list
kidding
using
me.
evenly matched in the main deck for Temple of the Kings. It could be a side deck card.
I mean, that's
here.
a really strong reason to use Infinite Impermanence on Ice
You're
Ryzel,
fucking
because if you're
kidding me.
narrowing them down into just the Ryzeal side, then Evenly Matched does do a lot at dealing with everything except for the detonator.
He had the
but
fucking
you know you're not
Imperm,
gonna do
or the
something
cross
along
out the
the
whole
desert.
fucking time for the
And
Imperm.
if I was Mitchell and I flipped that cross out, I would have waited a second before I said Infinite Impermanence just to make them like sweat like I'm calling evenly matched.
Yeah.
That would have been crazy.
Okay, we do see Ash on the Temple of the Treasures.
Treasures of the King.
Other one, you know, like
it still works. It is technically Temple of the Kings as well. Yeah. But nothing else after that Ash Blossom. So a pair of interactions slowing each other down, but Mitchell draws in and nothing and passes. They always seem to top deck Ice Ryze dealing against me, but not the case here for Mitchell in this turn. But plays back to Tyler. He's had the Engraver.
Oh, he might have been.
He might have been. Yeah. The cross out, the future proofing from the cross out was huge. Now we know that whatever spell and trap that Mitchell has, he picked to keep it, so it's some form of interaction.
It has to be someone useful. Okay, there's a Droll.
That's a good card to Droll. He's adding Fiendsmith's Track to his hand. He's not going to be able to activate it, a lot of the Temple of the Kings cards are all about adding.
Yeah, okay. You
Yeah.
can't activate the tracks because of the Droll and
That's
Lockbird.
right.
Now, perhaps you've had some of those Apophis monsters set to your spell and trap zone that you can now activate if you want to just put bodies on the field. Go into your fusion monster, and looks like that's
If
exactly
he
what's
had
going to be
a
happening.
somewhat decent hand, this guy was
Of the
starting
Serpent,
to cook.
which is going to go ahead and set the Snake Deity.
Yeah, so he genuinely had to wait to
If
be able
you're
to activate this because he
pro,
didn't have the Temple of the Kings.
Yeah.
You should have
But
crossed
now
out
that
the fucking
the
Emperor.
proper time has passed, as you normally have to
Because
wait
you
for
could have
craft
set up
cards.
the
Which
whole
means he had the
fucking
answer
board
for a nice
knowing
wrestle as
that
well. Like,
He didn't
the
have
things
another
that
answer, because
this
as soon as
deck
it came
can
down,
do
the
are
Emperor
fantastic.
slapped down
Will
immediately.
the Tombkeeper cards take down what is labeled as the best deck in the room?
If you don't
oh, so
have an
round
he's
answer.
one.
going to. He's just going to declare an attack here, not take any risks.
So he doesn't want to risk like going into the Swamp Deity, maybe getting hit with an infinite
We know
permanence
the
and
one
losing the
unknown's
negate.
track, we don't know the other.
Because the infinite permanence won't stop him from using the negate on the one card that Mitchell's drawing. There's a lot of nuances to this deck I think players will figure out as they're playing.
I think Tyler is just making the assumption that Mitchell sided down to one copy of Infinite Impermanence and he drew it, so he couldn't cross it out. And that's what that last set has to be.
Crazy. So yeah, he had to have sided them out, yeah. Now he draws, takes a sigh, pass. Oh, tough. Tough luck here for Mitchell in game number 2.
All right, Tyler in the driver's seat here. Will he be able to make that push on this turn?
He's not under draw anymore. The Treasure of the Kings is once per turn, so he's going to be able to continue to access the man with the mark. There it is.
Is there a second copy of Droll and Lockbird?
That he just ripped off the top. That would be unfortunate for him, but
Yeah, I mean, like,
you can only hold him off for so long.
and there is the Fiendsmith track from last turn. At this point,
This
you
is
have to
his fucking
assume
fault.
Tyler's just going to try to set up the Desiree as soon as he can,
Mitchell,
and
this
then
is your
everything
fault.
else will
You should
kind
have
of
crossed out the
figure itself
Emperor.
out.
You
Yeah, at
should
this
have
point,
read
if I'm
it.
Mitchell, I'm thinking
You
I
didn't
don't
read
need to
it
get tilted
properly.
after losing round
This
one.
is what I
got
talk
the
about all the
tokens.
time. You
It's
have
been
to know how to
historically
read these
possible
cards.
in Houston to
Don't
lose your
read
first
them.
round and be fine.
You're gonna lose.
The Sol's
because
origin story unlocked.
You don't know what else they have. I could have told you he
Fabled
didn't have
Glory is
anything
going
else.
to be linked away.
When are we going to rechange his name to Fiendsmith Lurie?
Probably. No.
Talking about this behind the scenes, there's a lot of decks that have never been seen on a YCS stream yet, right? Think about it.
Yeah, none before. Like, and so a lot of the newer decks too, like Blue Eyes, the Odeon cards, obviously that we got to showcase in round 1. Very exciting to see.
Definitely some A to Z masters out there as well too, so we're not going to skip out on anything. But as you can see, still a lot of duelists out here. 1,430 duelists entered in the main event, and obviously a lot of people here for public events too. But certainly a good time. We've got 661 undefeated duelists left in the tournament.
Oh, very exciting. Let's go ahead and get this round 2 started so we can introduce the duelists and get them playing.
The real stars of the show.
In the blue chair, Greg Hahn from Oklahoma. Greg loves hiking, and his favorite hike is in Vicksburg, Louisiana. Now
It
to
just
the
looks
red
nervous.
chair, we have Derek C., all the way from
Man,
San
ain't
Antonio,
no way he's beating
Texas.
Derek.
Fun fact, he
Oh,
said
man.
he's proposing to his girlfriend
Oh, man.
soon. And
Ain't
this is
no
the first
way.
YCS for both of our competitors. Very
They're
exciting.
fucking
Let's duel.
solid.
Back to our casters.
Thank you so much,
Derek
Jackie.
just won
Super excited to
3
hear the
events
news over there from
fucking
Derek. Hopefully his partner's not watching.
Dallas,
Otherwise, she just got
Fort
spoiled a
Worth,
little bit
and
that she's got a
San
proposal
Antonio.
on the way.
Hey, maybe
think
that was
you're
the
gonna beat
proposal. But
fucking Derek,
speaking
it
of
ain't
proposals, let me give a proposition to you.
And he's
So
one of the
Derek
best
is running
decks
Prime
in
Eye
the
Blue Eyes,
format.
but you notice his
Fuck
favorite
no.
card is Dragon Master Magia. I'm whispering that because he may actually be playing it. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
fucking
fanfare
happen.
about the card. Obviously, we saw all those cool videos that came out. It is getting reprinted in Quarter Century Stampede, which is exciting. But maybe we'll actually get to see it on the playing field here. But his opponent obviously is no slouch either.
Yeah, having Dragon Master Magia be like your ultimate boss monster in the Blue Eyes deck is something not many players do, but if Derek is choosing to do that, that would be super exciting to see.
Definitely, definitely. And Ryzel,
a
just a
minute.
great
Derek
pure
playing
Ryzel
Master
deck.
Magic? That
Having a lot of
surprised me.
experience off the Team YZS. I actually got to play rounds and rounds of pure Ryzel, and the deck still feels really good, and people are still figuring out some new tricks with some of the water cards and whatnot, so I think this is going to be a really good match.
I think you're selling yourself short there, Steven. Not only did you play that deck, you were a master. Between the three of us, Team Max Steve was definitely carried by you.
Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind. We'll see if Gregory can carry the Ryzel to victory here. I'm very excited to see what kind of cool cards he's playing.
Yep, so we have the duelists shuffling up. This matchup's actually really interesting. I think it will kind of come down to who's going first and second here, who has the most amount of advantage, but both of them are really good at sort of trading one for one the different kinds of advantage. Like, for example, Blue Eyes having a lot of ways to pop cards on the opponent's board. Non-targeting can really stymie the Ryzo player from going for big rank 4 plays, but Ryzo Detonator is an absolute house.
Oh, it really is, and it keeps your opponent from being able to build a house of cards, especially depending on how judicious you are with your Ryzo Detonator, right? Some people like to hold for the real threats, others like to prevent you from getting a single card on the board reacting, which is destruction after destruction. Is he using Dragon Master Magia sleeves?
Yes, I think people can see at home at this point that he is using Dragon Master Magia sleeves. He said they were his favorite card, and what better way to give you the best energy possible for a YCS than to channel your favorite monster card?
This is the real Seto Kaiba, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we are about to see the show begin here. Judges just making sure everything is ready as we get gearing up here for round 2.
I don't think they've done the roll yet. Like I said, I think this going first will be a super important thing. We're going to start off game 1 here proper. We've got Derek on the right, Gregory on the left. Those Magia sleeves are beautiful.
Yeah. Hey, and there's nothing wrong with orange either. It's just exciting to see a legendary card like that. So rolling a 5.
And a 5, evenly matched duelist right here. This is so important. The reason why we're so silent is because it's so serious. And there's the big Snake Eyes. Unfortunately, we're not playing that deck today. We're playing Blue Eyes.
Not this time.
So not going to get the good luck there. Gregory's probably going to start us off here, like I said, looking for the most advantage possible.
And this is an interesting matchup, too, because both decks have a lot of grind game, but once somebody breaks through, it gets pretty difficult from there.
So here we see Gregory starting out with the Bonfire. Sometimes, depending on the Ryzo variant you're playing, this could actually be a sign of weakness, you know? People always wonder, like, okay, do you interact with the main deck cards, or do you try to just stop the really powerful extra deck cards like Duo Drive? Leading Bonfire could either represent strength or really represent, like, a really weak hand. We got X there, though, which is definitely the best starter for this deck. Going to be using its effect here, sending Totally Awesome to the graveyard from the extra deck.
So we have been seeing a lot of Ryzo players play more and more water, because obviously the shark cards are meant for Xyz, right? It's in the name, but using things like Surfacing Big Jaws and everything gives you access to just great stuff like Bahamut Shark and Totally Awesome. And so, yeah, I think sending that Totally Awesome to the graveyard did reveal a little bit.
Yeah, and that was a really awesome interaction from Gregory here, putting the Totally Awesome back in his extra deck, because one of the bad things about X, I guess, going first is that you do kind of, like, not get any value out of that first turn send. Like, people send Eclipse Twins like you've been known to do as well going first, but sometimes that could be bad if you're not able to actually establish any more rank 4s afterwards.
Yeah, there's a temptation to get Myriologic Aggregator out because later you can put it under Detonator and then detach as you need it, but going first, it doesn't really give you a lot of value, and it kind of telegraphs to the opponent, I don't really have any other ideas. But let's see if we're going right to the Duo Drive.
That is definitely the main monster to go for here at the beginning of your combo. Going to be resolving its effect, attaching 2 materials on resolution and searching for 2 Ryziel cards.
Yeah, the problem with the Blue Eyes deck sometimes is other than effect failure, you know, you sometimes crowd out your other options, especially if it's a combo-centric deck. We don't know if we actually are going to see the Dragon Master Magia, but man, those sleeves just give me a good feeling.
So there's the Gregory searching a second sword as well as the Field Spell Ryziel Cross. I believe we already summoned sword this turn using its effective special.
I like the fuck up.
Node effect, send Duo Drive target sword.
Yep, so we're going to bring back the sword here using Node's effect.
Activate cross.
Now, this could get difficult if we end on something like Abyss Dweller. Obviously, there are some graveyard-activated effects in the Blue Eyes combo, such as Maiden of White. Looks like we're going to do Detonator first here.
Going to be attaching that extra Ryziel from the graveyard, giving him 3 materials total. This does also open us up to having the Cross Negate available in case any scary cards. I believe that's a normal summon there of Ice. Going to be using the effect on normal, special another Ryziel monster from the deck. This will let him unlock another rank 4 essentially if he wants to.
Completely uninhibited play.
Yeah, I wonder what the best rank 4 is afterwards. Is now, because he has Cross, he's locked into summoning only different Xyz monsters. So we probably go for a Dweller here. It's probably the best thing to make like blind like this. Because I don't believe he has access to any of the water rank 4s that are in his extra deck.
No, because you need 2 waters for the Bahamut Shark here. So let's see, as he accesses his extra deck, what he pulls out.
There we see the overlay into Abyss Dweller.
There it is.
Fuck yeah, buddy.
Activate Dweller.
Activating the Dweller just to get the material back in grave, I believe, so he can use the Cross effect to get the extra draw. Very heads-up play there.
So one's the bottom of the deck and one's the bottom of the extra deck. Now, coming into this weekend, the conversation was, you know, do I cut out some of the cards that interact from the hand for board-breaking cards, like anything, right? The Ultimate Slayer right off the top of the deck would be really helpful here. So we'll see what his opponent, Derek, is thinking when he builds his deck, if he includes those board-breaking cards.
And something to note too that Derek mentioned is almost all the cards in Gregory's hand are unknown cards. Meaning you could have all kinds of powerful non-engine sources of interactions on top of this 3-material Rizal detonator that can pop multiple cards and an Abyss Dweller in case Derek is playing any graveyard second decks. Reminder for everyone at home, Gregory does not necessarily know that Derek is playing Blue Eyes, meaning he's making this Abyss Dweller completely blind, which is a totally fine play to do most of the time.
Oh, absolutely. And it's true, you can show up with all the Kaiba merch you have and just be like, yeah, I'm just playing Malice. It's great. Oh, but there, the cat's out of the bag as Sage with Eyes of Blue, normal summon, maybe grabbing a light level 1/2 from the deck to the hand.
But Gregory is flashing a little bit of a card called Droll and Lockbird. So after this Sage does get to search and gets popped by this detonator effect, that might be the end of Derek's ability to search the rest of his cards.
Is that Gateway to Chaos at the top of the deck? That field spell searches out a Blackluster Soldier Ritual Monster. I really think this is a Dragon Master Magia combo deck.
I mean, why else would you need a Ritual Monster to be in your hand, right?
Yeah, but that's still wild. I mean, he may just like rituals, but...
And he's playing the Ultimate Fusion. We see it there in his hand.
Yeah, I think the cat's out of the bag. This is going to be a fun one if he can get through. So he does grab the Maiden of White. It's going to give him access to True Light, but it's going to be kind of difficult, obviously, because that card does activate, so Rizal Detonator could get it too.
It looks like Gregory is thinking on resolution of Sage here, or did he just let Derek continue? Oh, he did let Derek continue. Okay. Didn't choose to activate that Droll and Lockbird. Did it miss timing or something? I don't think so.
No, I don't think it would. Maybe he didn't want to lock out of it. He does have what appears to be a Moltrami Fualos in hand, so maybe he thinks if he loses everything, he can use that.
I guess. Or maybe he's just confident that the Dweller and the Detonator are enough to stop whatever's going on. Also, I guess this deck doesn't really search that much beyond Sage, besides maybe Spirit.
Yeah, that's fair. You might want to keep that at hand. Or you might want to use it in such a way that your opponent overcommits on the True Light for Wishes of Eyes of Blue. But let's see, because we get True Light now.
Yeah, True Light into the face of a Rizal Detonator is a little awkward because it kind of needs to activate, and because it is a continuous trap, that can be a little awkward. So on resolution of Maiden of White, we're going to negate using Rizal Cross, thus denying Derek the access, and he's just going to scoop it right there. He's like, I don't have access to True Light. I don't have access to any of my Link monsters or Synchro monsters. I can't do anything, and you'll just win the game on the next turn. May as well not waste the time.
So already into the side decks, I believe Derek would be likely to go first, trying to pull off that combo, and we do see him going into the side deck. I see a couple of Droll and Lockbirds and some other cards there, but yeah, Gregory is the winner of our first game there, so they have got their work cut out for them. It's going to be quite the grind this weekend with these particular grind decks. I think he did a great job just saying, hey, I've got my field established. I'm not going to let you get the Blue Eyes engine.
And something I really liked from Gregory's side of play was sort of the intention he had with all of his cards. Like, he was very much valuing having as many cards as possible and not really trying to go for the biggest combo you've ever seen. That's what these pure Rizal decks are not doing. They're very low to the ground. It's really hard to interact with them to the point where they cannot get to a Rizal Detonator, and they're like, I'm just going to back up everything I have with non-engine and really generic, powerful rank 4 monsters, and that should be enough to win me most of my games. But then we see Derek on the other side kind of maybe being punished by being a little bit, I don't want to say greedier than maybe other Blue Eyes players, but having like those really powerful options like Ultimate Fusion, like Gateway of Chaos, like potentially any Ritual Monsters to search out that card, to go for those Magia lines, because his hand was all those cards. His hand was +2 Sage, a Spell and Trap card that don't really do anything by themselves, and he kind of got punished for that playing into Gregory's board.
Certainly Shades of Jet Knight Garnet, you want to keep it in the deck for your Brilliant Fusion. You don't necessarily want to draw it. There's so many different ways to combo to get that card back into your hands. So it is the risk of playing a sort of high potential combo deck like this, is that you just draw the pieces sort of out of order, but that is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
Yeah, this matchup looks to me like the battle of the fancy versus the not fancy, you know? Like the pure Rizal, no bells and whistles, just those powerful cards that do powerful things, and then the Blue Eyes deck being like, there's so many powerful engine requirements that exist, whether it's the Primite cards, whether it's the Blue Eyes cards, that if you play all of them, your ceiling for power is just so huge, and Derek is really banking on that and hoping for it in Game 2.
Well, it's certainly kind of weird to say slow and steady wins the race when you think about Rizal, such a very dominant deck in this format, absolutely. But it is a little bit more cautious, right? It just kind of does what it does. It's not trying to get too fancy, like you said about the Blue Eyes deck. But this, again, is one of the first events that we have seen Blue Eyes at the YCS stage. There's been great, regionals. There's the French Open also. It's not like there's other stages that it hasn't been on. But of course, to finally see Blue Eyes on the YCS stage.
And there could be a lot of really fun options on the side deck for specifically the Blue Eyes deck. There's so many interesting dragons or different Blue Eyes monsters that could come in. I'm really excited to see if Derek does have anything fancy like that, because he's already shown that he might have some fancy stuff baked into his deck that other Blue Eyes players are not necessarily willing to play.
I know
Well, certainly a
just looking
showcase
at
for
him, but he's
sure,
really
but
fucking
he's going to get a
nervous.
chance to go first.
Derek,
So if
Derek
he does,
walked in.
depending
Derek's
on
winning
what
hot seat.
happens with the hand there,
Derek
Gregory
understands
may not be any
all
way to
this.
stop it, so we may
He
finally
does
execute
extremely
that
well.
hallowed card.
You
Yeah,
look
going
at
second
Greg
here,
now.
we saw that Gregory
He
was playing
looks
things like
really
Konami Fulos. Those
fucking
cards will
nervous.
come into play a lot more when you're going
Like, he
second
don't
because they
belong
can
in
be
the
activated
seat.
when you control no cards, and that could be a really fun way to not necessarily stop Derek from doing something, but definitely incentivize him to stop doing stuff
He's
because
got
otherwise
just
Gregory will just have so much advantage.
Well, but you get your advantage
So
if
I
there
can
really is a
share,
Magi in there,
relax.
because technically you can negate a spell, a trap, a monster effect, so it's almost like 3 cards in
The
one.
main
It certainly
thing you
costs a
gotta
lot to
do
get there, and with the Fualos, man, you'd be giving them so much.
Well,
It's like
basically,
a
he's
the
not
ultimate
gonna-
on top that is
he's
very
gonna learn
reliable
that when he goes
and
into the
surprisingly
matchup.
big. 5,000 attack, right?
5,000, yeah, and you still get access
If
to cards like
Derek's
Dominus
smart,
Purge because
he
it's
puts
all
up
light
more
for
on
some
my
reason.
board with
Yes.
seals. He doesn't go into
So
nib.
some really interesting stuff there. Not sure if we'll
Then
see the Dominus Purge
clap
come out
back,
when the entire deck
he
is scrolled through there.
overextends.
Yeah, not necessarily every Blue Eyes deck does play it, but they have the option to, which is really nice.
God, to get the win.
So just getting ready here. And
Ooh.
it looks like we are going into game 2 of round 2 of YCS Houston.
All right, let's see if Derek chose to go first here to give himself the best opportunity possible to set up.
That's it.
All right, we see an opening hand.
Can't tell.
Ooh, a draw
Is that
piece. Fulo's
dragon?
playing around potentially any talents
What's
that could
a
be in
trap?
Derek's deck.
Yeah,
that
it looks like
Joby?
kind of a stutter step hand here with 2 copies
No.
of Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. I did see an infinite permanent set down. There's a Droll
Oh my
Lockbird.
God.
And there's the set and pass from Derek.
Oh, and I think that's a Primite Drill Beam.
Getting rid of the Solemn Judgment. May as
Ooh.
well not lose the life points just to lose Judgment anyway. I like the way Derek thinks. And there's the Bonfire. Like I said, this does project a little bit of
Let
weakness
him
from
resolve,
Gregory's
you
side,
roll it.
but it does
And
resolve
you
again.
pray to
here.
God he don't have call back.
I think you have to shotgun the Droll and Lockbird right away, activating
Yes.
that as soon as possible.
This turns off X-Rise from being able to search and Duo Drive later in the turn as well. Really huge in this matchup.
Ice effect.
So this is curious. You could do the Ghost
I
Ogre. I feel like you
ogre it.
save the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit for
I
the
would
Rise Up
ogre
Duo
it.
Drive, because when it activates its effect, it doesn't detach materials yet.
You can't
so you go ahead and
search.
destroy it, and they don't get nearly as much advantage there.
I
But you're
would
just kind of
ogre
holding on. Now,
this.
Duo Drive obviously not an issue here because of the Droll and Lockbird.
You
So
can't go to Duo
yeah,
Drive.
it's kind of weird trying to figure out when you were going to try to use the Ghost Ogre.
Fuck are we
Yeah, there
doing?
maybe was an argument to maybe trying to keep Gregory off that first rank
fuck
4
are we
because
doing?
just destroying the Ice Ryzeal takes a body off board, but he's betting on Gregory not having
What the
any more
fuck are we
Ryzeal
doing
names like
here?
Sword or X in hand that he can special anyway, which I don't think Gregory did have. So maybe it was the right play to do, but it's always hard to say. Like those main deck names of Ryzeals are so hard to
What are you gonna do?
interact with.
Ogre the
It's so
fucking
powerful.
detonator now?
Just scrolling through. Can't
Like they're
quite
both
see-
starters and extenders, all of
If
them.
you ogre the
It's a great deck
fucking
for a reason.
eyes, he
Bring it back to
literally
Ultron and
cannot get the
Wallace.
2 bodies.
I will enter battle.
Enter
I'll
battle,
attack for 3K.
3K to the dome from Gregory's side over to Derek.
8,000 to 5,000.
Fuck, dude. What are we
I'm gonna
doing?
go.
Yeah, I got a little peek of Gregory's hand. I think it is just 2 imperm, and so that Ghost Ogre on ice would have stopped Gregory's entire turn.
It really would have.
But it's a tough call, right?
Oh yeah, because you don't know.
if they just have a Sword Riser in hand, they combo anyway, and it's better probably to save it for like a really powerful rank 4 that they try to use the effect of.
Hindsight's 2020. Oh, setting and passing again there. Unfortunately, just not in the cards for him.
Activate 7 Tachyon.
Oh, a newer card, 7 Tachyon.
Yep, from Maze of the Master, this will let him reveal a C101 to C109 number monster. That's going to be C104 Masquerade. Now we can search for a monster that's the same level, type,
Yeah, we can do
and
so
or
much
attribute.
better than we
Any
are.
combination of those two.
Which is so crazy. So we're going to grab our light here.
Yep, we're going to get Ice Ryzeal here.
What the fuck are
light
we
level
doing?
4. And now we put a card from our hand back on top of the deck.
Card from my hand on top of the deck.
Which is so huge. I'm sure there's some decks actually getting the rank up magic plays, but right here, just using it for Ice Ryzeal.
Yep, that's like the like most powerful part about the pure Ryzeal deck is that it's just so consistent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just affects ice.
Yeah, it does. So this gets destroyed. I will go ahead and summon from deck.
So the
Yeah.
Ghost Ogre still
I will
denying
summon
an
out.
Exceeds monster, but maybe too little too late here. But
Well, now that Gregory has the ability
Way
to
too
search, we
late.
can use
Think
Sword
you're
to
gonna
just
stop
like
Sword
get
now?
back other cards.
I will go ahead and add X.
So then we're gonna get the X Ryzeal here, and then
Well,
probably
thing
just
is,
summon
you're
it,
co-
search again, get another X Ryzeal because
There's
sorry,
nothing you can
another
do.
Ice Ryzeal because why not? We haven't used
You're-
the special this
you're-
turn yet. which
You're
would be
one
pretty
interaction
cool.
point in your turn, which
I'll go ahead and special.
you didn't know if he was gonna have another turn.
Eclipse Twins.
If it's me knowing what I know, I
not
ogre
too
the
much
fuck
here
out of
in
that
terms of
ice.
damage. With only one set card and 5,000 life points, 3,000's already on the board with Ryzeal Detonator. Gregory looking to be in a good spot as he
When
absolutely
Joe
is.
he goes ice,
I think Gregory at this point
that
is
means
like,
he
how can I
probably
protect
doesn't
my
have enough
going for
body.
gameplay this turn? Because I have more than enough damage with all these rank 4s.
Duo drive effect to attach.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Because ideally, you want to say
Ooh,
normal.
on the summon
Right.
and dual drive
Reducing his
judgment.
life points.
So yeah, but you pay half.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you go down to 25.
2,500
And here
life
we
points
go.
now,
I'll
but
then go ahead and attempt to leave main phase.
And you will get the
Now you're at
oh, and there it is.
2,500,
Rizal Detonator
and
2
you
pokes
lose.
all that was needed
You
next to
would
that
over
judgment.
the
Not a
detonator.
single Blue Eyes
or
engine
the-
card in
the
Derek's
eyes.
hand for that game.
This
I
wouldn't
know,
happen.
I
You
know.
still have
There's a
another
lot of
turn.
Blue Eyes White Dragon duelists out there in the
That's
field, so not to say
2
that
minutes
Blue Eyes
plus
is
percent
not
on
a great
stream.
deck, but it
That's
just wasn't
2-2
the
on
best
victories.
match,
It should not be
unfortunately,
2
for
on
Derek, but
victories.
he's still obviously still
Gregory
potential
wins.
X1 Konami.
Gregory was nervous
But
as hell.
Gregory is the match
he got it
leader
done.
here with just a nice conservative Rizal build.
This, that's
and it
what's
shows,
crazy.
I mean, I did pick Rizal when I was at YCS
Don't fucking do
Team
this.
YCS Las Vegas. It
Oh
is
my
just
God.
a nice, steady deck that gets it done, right? Especially if you're only running those Rizal
I
mains
understand.
and you're not
Oh,
running
we know
Fiends
the
Revenge. Obviously, it's
hands.
more
We
explosive
know
with
the
Fiends Revenge.
hands.
But it is just, again,
Dude,
slow and
it
steady
was
wins
literally
race, which is
the
a funny thing to
best
say about
point
Rizal.
of interaction.
I mean, like I said, this was the matchup of old
get
reliable
them on
versus
one
like
body,
maybe like
under
the shiny
roll.
new special thing of throwing in all these really powerful engine requirement cards. But there we saw
If I have the second body, you're losing. anyway.
someone saw engine, the person that played the most, and someone didn't see
Alright.
engine, the person that played the least, comparatively between the
Yeah,
two.
absolutely, absolutely. So
Not
obviously
us.
players are taking the time to
Yeah.
decide here, but soon we'll get a chance to hear from the winner themselves, and it is still a big moment again.
I wanna
Anytime
get it
you
to where
have
everyone wants
two
to
duelists
side
up here,
duels
of
too.
course, only one of them can leave the winner. Sometimes there's a draw, sometimes neither leaves the winner, but it
Should
is
be
still
where
just
we're at,
another
right?
chapter in their history as a duelist.
And this is still going to be a plenty long tournament. Derek has more.
Aaron Luviano from Katy, Texas. He loves rock climbing outdoors
Okay.
on cliffs. Now to the red chair. From Frisco, Texas, we have Ethan Gregan. His fun fact, he has 9 toes. 2 are conjoined
Hey,
on
she
each
know me, the
foot.
Balanced
He
Priestess.
says
Let's
it makes him
fucking
a
go.
great swimmer. There you go. And this is the first YCS for both of them. Who wins? Let the duel begin. Back to you, casters.
It's Merman. It's Merman. I'm just kidding.
That
That's
guy
awesome that
Fire
he's
King?
great at swimming. I love to swim too. Some interesting facts. Actor out of Katy. Katy's basically Houston. It's not too far from here. And then Ethan, Frisco, Texas. That's going to be up in the Dallas DFW Metroplex. But we see the 2 decks we're having. Maybe a surprise here. Fire King Snake Eye. It's been a while.
Did anyone tell him?
Oh, that original Sinful Spoils is forbidden? We're going to have to find out. That is what I'm the most interested in. We've seen Fire Kings win a YCS. Din Kaibui won in EU not too long ago. We caught everyone by surprise. But he didn't opt to use the Snake Eye cards. But Hector here is using them, so I'm really intrigued to see how he's going to incorporate
Yeah,
that in the
we'll see
strategy
how this
without,
works.
the original Sinful Spoil
I have
that is
no
now
idea.
on the Forbidden list. They used to kind of bridge these 2 themes together, being able to special on a level 1 fire and all. But Ethan on the other side, he brought the Tombkeeper deck too. We told you it is all over the place here this weekend. People are trying to capitalize on the freshness, the newness of the Maze of the Master and try and catch people off guard. And it's been quite a powerful strategy so far into the first 2 rounds. We're going to see if we're going to be able to continue on with that success with the man with the mark.
I mean, yeah, people get so hyped whenever there is a new release of a card, especially when they didn't expect there to be something coming out of the woodwork like this, where it is potentially so strong, and people are really trying to figure things out with it. And it seems like Fiendsmith has been the most popular way to play this strategy so far.
Yeah, definitely seems
Hopefully
like the
more.
Fiendsmith
I can
engine
be a little
lines
more
up
on
really
par
well into
with
what
my
the deck's
time.
trying to do. It gives you that extra amount of disruption along with the disruption that your strategy is naturally bringing to the table. But we're going to have to see, like, this is going to be brand new. This is a matchup we didn't expect to see because, yeah, Fire King, while it did win that YCS, it's still unexpected. Not a popular choice by any means, despite getting the victory. But it definitely started popping up more since it was able to win. But we're going to see how it plays out. I mean, Garunix is still, the Sacred Fire King's Garunix, still an incredible card.
Fire Kings have been
Kieran is
out
still an incredible
for
card with disruptions.
going
There's a
on-
lot it has going for it. Promethean Princess, also still an incredible card.
I think
A lot of
2
stuff
years
that is
now?
still positive for the deck. I think a lot of people, after the original Sinful Spoils was forbidden,
I think-
it had also
I
been
think
like a
we've been
year
out
that they'd
for a
probably been
year,
using the
too.
deck. So they were happy to try out new strategies.
Remember.
But sometimes you overlook ways that decks can still be powerful despite the limitations that happen.
Honestly, I would have expected it to be, again, like I mentioned before, a more pure Fire King strategy, because I think they can just capitalize on having a high count of just seeing those Fire King monsters, trying to get more access to their field spell. But it's going to be interesting to see where the Snake Eye cards come in now without access to original Sinful Spoils.
Oh,
It is going to be quite interesting.
There's also some key cards that I feel like Hector's missing in his deck that you would normally find in a Fire King strategy that wants to take advantage of playing such a pure engine. Notably, not playing Dominus Impulse here.
No Impulse. Yeah, Impulse being mainly a fire deck, that's something you can definitely include.
8
But he's
months
found other
will be
things
2
that he's
years
probably
since
trying to
release.
capitalize on. Maybe he decided Impulse isn't the kind of card he wants to play. Maybe he wants to focus on more cards to stop duo drive as things especially similar.
Came out
But we're gonna have to see
2023.
if that works.
Yep, we're heading right into
end
game number 1.
2023.
Let's see how these
It
duels get
was the
started.
best structure deck. In my opinion, it's still the best structure deck.
Looks like the players
Because
are ready to go. We're about
even
to roll
though
the
the
dice.
boy structure deck is pretty damn
Oh, so
good,
it's like a 10
it's not
here.
as good as Fire Kings.
Okay, we're gonna have to roll again because one was off. That is much lower.
Not bad.
Okay, well, looks like we're even 5s here.
Sounds good. Good luck, bud.
I want to see how he does this. If he's
Alright.
found something out
Looks
for
like
this
it's
deck,
about time to
that would be
duel.
amazing.
Players are shuffled up. Oh, looks like he accidentally may have drawn. Oh, is it the blue? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, one of those.
that is
that's
a
one too
lot.
many.
Yeah.
One too many. You're gonna have to make sure you put one of those cards back.
Yeah, current policy, I do believe they just put a card back. Very small penalty here, like just a warning.
Yeah, I don't think he even like looked at his hand yet or anything. Not too much of a big deal.
it's an honest mistake.
Okay.
Should be a warning.
Okay.
I didn't
So
see
what
any
you
intent.
Yep, just going to be randomly selecting
don't know
one of those
why
cards to
we're
go back to the top of the
recording.
deck, or well,
Should
shuffle
be
the deck
recording.
rather.
The nerves literally
We
got
should be
reversed.
streaming.
Yeah, like
Streaming
I
is
mentioned, you know,
automatically
going
saved
to the feature match table,
YouTube,
especially
so.
for both these players, it is their first YCS. They're doing well so far, having both wins locked up, but sitting on the feature match table can get your nerves out.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be nervous for every tournament. No matter how many YCSs I played in their big events, I had the same nerves before round one because like it's something you've been preparing for. This is the moment. Is your deck going to perform the way you want it to? Are all your decisions going to line up the way you expected them?
I think there's
So it's
happy.
okay to have nerves, especially when you're on such
I
a big
know.
stage too. The feature match
Ethan
stage, you
looks
got the bright lights.
pretty-
It's a pretty big spectacle.
You know,
But yeah,
chill.
there will be a minor warning issued for drawing extra cards here at the beginning. No biggie.
Okay,
It
I
happens
just put a card
sometimes.
back.
But I like to have one card at a time. Make sure.
Yeah, sometimes you can get a little too excited. I know I also have a
I mean, you
problem
can
because
shuffle
try
his
to draw
hand
5
back,
immediately. I just
redraw.
like know what 5 cards feels like now.
See, that's where you get caught up. Maybe that's exactly what's happening with Hector here. But he immediately notified them like, oh, I have one extra card here. This is one too many.
Clearly nothing meant by it.
Oh, so he's rolling. He's like, this is the card that's going to go back.
That is the card that's going to go back.
Revealing it is pretty.
Revealing it is insane.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
That is a crazy card to reveal, and it goes back to the top. Maybe if he saw his hand, then that would be he would reveal it there. That because if he knows, it'd be knowledge to everybody. But the deck's going to be shuffled anyway, so no harm, no foul. The cute baby bird Ponix is coming down. That's going to let him add Fire King Sanctuary from the deck to your hand.
Good.
Fire Kings was always like one of my favorite decks over the past year, and
let's see
there's
if-
very few
I'm
that
gonna
I
have
actually
to
got to
just correct
commentate
it.
the feature on. I just never really lined up, so I'm excited to see it here in this format and what it's going to do. But Sanctuary is going to let him place that Fire King
Right, this
Island
piece of
onto the
wood
field.
before.
So we're doing Fire King stuff right off the bat.
That's going to be using Island's effect
Good.
to destroy a copy of Kieran
I was
from
about
the
to say, do
hand.
not reveal any
And that's
more
going
knowledge
to
that
be
needs
adding,
that
looks like a
doesn't need
Sacred Fire
reveal.
King Grunix. And now in the new chain, Grunix is going to activate in the hand. We're not activating the Kieran, it seems. I mean, he could, I guess, chain the Grunix and the Kieran if he wants to try to avoid something there. But
Potentially. Just summon the Grunix anyway.
yeah, I don't think that's what happened. But
All right,
Yeah.
so he's getting
Gotta
Arvata in the
bring
rotation.
back.
Once Arvata in the
Now you
graveyard,
gotta rank
potentially be able
A.
to summon it back with something like Promethean Princess
It
later on
depends
the
on
turn.
what route he wants to.
Now
Yep.
it looks like we're going to
Nope,
Link. I
he's
didn't
gonna
know if it was going to be a
two.
zombie vampire or.
it could have been a number of things. But it looks like we're going to be going into a Ghost or Sunlight Wolf.
Sunlight
Cool,
Wolf,
that
okay.
is really sweet. I've always wanted a Ghost Rare one.
I appreciated that you were
Ordered
still
one,
very
it's
clear
like
what it
fucking
was.
$30.
It's not always a guarantee with Ghost Rares.
Yeah, you can see his arms there. Then he's going to link away the Link Creebo into
The Anima.
Relinquish Anima. Then
And
he's gonna be able to
Anima
add
and
back
back
Kieran
Kieran,
to the hand
yeah.
thanks to Sunlight
Good
Wolf.
block.
It's a
Nice,
monster.
You
with
can
special
go those
summons
two in the
zone of points
Promethean
to.
Princess.
Pretty ideal setup here. And now we're going to be able to link those two
Right.
away. This is where it's great that Link
Yeah,
Creebo's
I'm
gone,
planning to get
because that
back
could
on
have been
Fire
a few
Kings
cards
because
strong
I know
here.
these lines
Yeah,
extremely
Peak Soul is
fucking
definitely a
well.
lot easier to make with Link Creebo around.
Probably
We're
revive
going to
it.
see Promethean Princess
Oh, he's
bring
gonna revive
back
Arvata, that's
Arvata in
fine.
defense mode.
I feel like
I
he's
would've
going to
probably
leave it
done
here,
the
right? Yeah,
Phonics
we're just going
there.
to leave that up because he
not
doesn't really
bad.
care about the
It
fire lock.
just depends
He
on
would
what
rather have the
exactly
Arvata
he
alive,
wants.
and the
Yeah.
Princess going to the grave anyway is still going to be useful. Kieran is also in hand, so we can try
I
off
would've
the
went
Princess
Emblem
whenever he
well, though.
wants.
Yep, he has the Sanctuary to
I
let him
wouldn't
have the
stop
Exhaust
there.
summon for a rank 8. So, as tradition is with the Fire King field, doesn't look too scary, but there are so many layers to it once things start getting in motion.
If your deck doesn't like having its card destroyed, then this could be a hard
He
deck.
has Kieran. We know he has Kieran.
Okay, it looks like it's been enough time. Ethan's not as familiar with the Fire King cards as maybe a lot of people are from the past year. Maybe just.
I mean,
got
I mean,
back-
it is their first. It's their first YCS, right? So maybe they just haven't been competing while Fire King
If you
was
know what
such
that
a
is.
prevalent strategy.
True,
If you
true.
don't know,
And there is a
Fire
couple different
King
impermanents, likely
is
on the
theology
Arvada
quiz.
here,
they do a lot of
which
shit.
I mean is technically good, but I mean the Kieran could turn it right back on.
Definitely. But
Well, we're just gonna cross it out.
doesn't even need the Kieran has the crossout designator.
Okay.
Unlike Mitchell Martin in round number 1, he does have infinite permanence in his deck.
You have to wonder if the card shuffled back in this hand was Ponix. Would you think things would have gone so smoothly?
Don't know. Yeah, it would have been a lot more rough. But Anubis, the
I
last judge, is going to come down here from
definitely
Ethan.
are
He's
going
going
to
to
that.
discard
Okay,
from the
yeah,
hand.
And it's it's going to be immediately met with the effect of Arvada,
That's
destroying the
smooth.
Princess to negate it, and then we're normal summoning Lacrima. Didn't have the
Lacrima.
men with the mark to follow.
Please have
here.
the Emperor.
On summon Lacrima, the Crimson Tears is going to be able to send.
And
It don't matter, he's got
I
Kieran.
was
What the fuck
considering
am I
using
talking
this here,
about?
but I think opting not to because usually
As
interacting
soon as
with
he
the
summons the
Fiendsmith cards
Engraver,
that
that
don't
sucker's going to come out.
immediately provide a threat is just not advisable. Especially if you're just able to go into Requiem, you're going to get that body anyway.
Definitely.
There is that Requiem.
Requiem's going to tribute off the field, a special summon an Engraver from the deck to the field. Any Fiendsmith monster.
Probably
Okay.
Engraver now that Lacrima's already out of the deck. There it
There's
is.
an Engraver. Don't do it here. You're going
Okay,
to wait
now we're
on
opting
the
to see
Graveyard
if we
effect.
want to just
Well,
get
I
rid
would
of the... Yep, so Princess is going to activate now, targeting the Arvada as well as the Engraver.
And now things. This is
Okay.
where the
I like
wheels
that.
are in motion.
Don't
You
proc
can either
anything.
use Arvada to bring back something. He can trigger the Garunix.
Okay, yeah, you
I
can
think
proc
he's just
that.
going to Arvada, summon
Proc
back
that, bring back the
here,
Ponix.
and then
Ponix
save the Garunix because he has the Kieran. Yep, there it is. And then
Defense
no
mode,
other
please.
chains.
Thank you.
Makes sense.
Yep, he still has the Kieran to enable the Garunix later
Yep.
on in the turn.
Yeah, but he just doesn't want to turn on all of his effects at once.
Yep.
Yep, so the Engraver is now going to be able to hit the field here. He's
I'm
going to be able to
curious on how
turn one of the
this
monsters
is
on the
Snake
field
Eye,
with
or
the
if
effect
Snake
of
Eye is
Requiem
just
once
in
it's
it
able to equip itself
because
to
it's
the
so
Engraver, but I
damn
don't think
impressive.
Hector really cares about that.
I would still just take it out, just because he has the other layer afterwards, but also go into the Garunix, and
That's the case. I
Ethan sitting on
understand
so
it,
low
but-
cards. I would just take it out right away, but it would be nice to wait until the Requiem equips it potentially. Just one less effect that he can use, yeah.
I just don't think he needs to do anything at the moment. Because, okay, the normal summon is gone. Okay, we have Skyburn as well.
More layers. Fire King Skyburns let him destroy his Fire King monsters,
see that,
destroy
baby.
the same amount of cards on Ethan's side of the
Oh,
field.
this is the ideal situation. You have Kieran into some face downs here. So the Kieran is going to destroy the Promethean Princess. Now the Garunix is going to be able to activate in the
Yeah.
graveyard to special summon itself back and then destroy a fire monster from the deck, likely going to be another copy of Kieran.
Yeah.
Funny enough,
What I
if you
would
did
do.
it the other way and used
I'd destroy
the
Kieran,
Yeah.
first,
bring
the
back the
Skyburn would have
Arvada,
just wiped out
and
all
pop
of the
back
spells and
row.
traps at the end. But he'll still be able to take one down here, not
There
too
you
bad. And he gets to
go.
bring back the
Middle
Arvada
card.
on the field. Kieran will destroy at resolution.
Good.
Yep, and that's going to be the
Good.
Anguish. It's the
Oh, okay.
Statue of Anguish pattern.
That could, I mean, that could have been pretty useful, especially if he's able to trigger
When it
twice,
does
get rid
anything,
of
you
the
make
island.
big
Ethan
Garunix,
won't
you
be
blow up
activating
forward.
Anguish. He will be in Anguish
And you
this
do it.
game. It has been all Hector,
Ponix
all
back in
game
hand.
one.
The
There you
tomb is in
go.
flames.
Yeah, the Tomb
Now
Keeper
you're
did
playing.
not protect the treasure
Yeah,
this
I'd scoop it up
game,
too.
and
They
Hector
didn't
is
get
going
up
to
for
burn
that
it
shit.
straight to the ground
You
with
even
his
try to
Fire
interact
King
with it,
strategy.
it's just gonna pop.
You see, the Fire
they're
King's
gonna
still
keep
good. We didn't get to see
destroying
the
shit.
Snake Eye part of it, but I'm assuming it's just more ways to get to more fire monsters and find other ways to get the Fire King monsters out of your hand. You don't have
Oh,
original
snake.
simple spoils, but you can still find other ways to do it. But I'm like shocked because I would think if you were using like the Fire King stuff, you might also want to include like the Azaminia cards as well, because that also
Well,
still lets you get
when
your
you
engine
have
online and
Bonfire,
finds way to like
that makes
utilize
Snake
your
Eye
Snake Eye
almost
cards. I mean, there is no original
unplayable.
simple spoil, so it's a little harder.
Yeah, the
but
Asmina cards no longer get you into
Currently.
the Snake Eye cards anymore,
They
right?
bring back
I
original.
mean, you can still
which
go into Wanted.
They should announce
get
it on
Bellstar,
stream
but yeah,
tomorrow.
it's a little
The
tougher.
ban list.
Yeah, definitely.
They should.
There is no original simple spoil, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense that the engine might not be here. But he's finding, we're showing you just the birds themselves, just the Fire King birds can find a way.
I mean, yeah, this is what we've been talking about, though, with the Tomb Keeper strategy. a lot more powerful when it's able to take the first step. Having to play into the board there, especially when some of those disruptions are able to interact with your spells and traps as well, it makes it really difficult for the deck to play. And we found just that in this game number 1, but he will be able to start in game number 2, so we'll see if Fire King is able to power through the field that Tomb Keeper is able to establish.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it. Like, Tomb Keeper decks going first are a lot better than when they go second. They do main deck copies to like compensate for that, of like stuff like evenly matched. Because you need it, because it is difficult to break through a field. Everything. He had a couple of starters. He had the Anubis. He didn't have the Man with the Mark, so he was having to normal summon the Lacrima. Like, if that Lacrima is an Engraver instead, where he can access track, and he also has Man with the Mark in 2, maybe that game plays out a little differently. But just the few interactions that he had. But there was a Droll in Lockbird? No, there wasn't a Droll. No. That was the one. That was from round number 1. But yeah, the Crossout Designator, the Skyburn on top of everything else just made it
a very powerful going
difficult.
first hand for sure.
I'm a big Skyburn fan. Like, I always like to have Fire King Skyburn in my deck. This is a nice option. Like, you say someone drops like Mulcharmies on you, you get Perilliad, you get even Meows is pretty good against Fire Kings because you still have them in the graveyard. But any Mulcharmy, you can just stop, get Ponix, and make sure you get Skyburn.
I mean, I think specifically, like, this is one of those decks that's oddly where Fuelos is the worst one.
Really?
You really don't need to go in your extra deck more than once.
Yeah, Perilliad is terrifying for a Fire King player. Everything summons from the hand. You got your normal summon, you got the Garunix, the Kieran. If you use Volcanics to get Ponix, that's another one that comes from your hand.
You might have to do some like, tricks with it. You like just get rid of the Garunix from your hand, summon it back from the grave somehow later, so you just like skip that step.
Yeah, there's a lot of the Mulcharmies will be good against, but he will be going second. Hector's going to have to face down the powerful Tomb Keeper strategy here in game number 2.
I don't understand why
we're going to see if we can get access to the treasure of the kings. Or will Hector be able to burn it all down again? We are about to find out that answer as we jump into game number 2 of our third round of Swiss Year YCS Houston 2025.
Yeah, 2 people on stream
around
already
3
playing
this
this
just flying by.
I'm just excited to see duels being played.
I am. I've been waiting. There's been, the Blue Eye structure deck.
When it came out, I was like, oh, it's an engine you can throw in
and oh man, this is not going to be a long turn. He's setting every card in his hand face down, 5 back.
Ain't no fucking way you're going to do that. If he opens up Dust
phase, what do we got?
Different dimension ground. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
GG, okay.
Tomb will probably be safe this turn. Is there a Lightning Storm to follow up? Is there something to just immediately answer these spells and traps?
Come on,
Inner battle phase. What do we got? What are we looking at here? What from the side deck is going to come play for Hector? It's just going to be Volcanics.
It's interesting that he's opting to invest resources here into the different dimension ground. And we're going to be using a set purge, so bypassing the restrictions here.
Set purge, so it dies and gets banished.
Yeah, won't be locked in out of the types that you need for it.
Oh, it's not. Yes, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, but gets destroyed since there's a trap in the graveyard.
Yep.
Banished straight to the banishment. AKA the Shadow Realm.
Okay. He is really committing into this.
When you
play against like anti-stuff, like different dimension ground or things that are banishing, sometimes you can utilize Fire King Island just to special summon the big monsters from your hand, and then go for like a beatdown strategy potentially. But it looks like the Sanctuary being activated does prompt Ethan to activate Apophis, the new deity.
Yeah, he's good.
I mean, that works out, I think, pretty well for Hector here because he's able to at least get the island on the field. If the Swamp Deity had been set up a little bit prior, he could have been able to actually stop the Sanctuary.
Yeah, but now he'd be looking to stop the Fire King Island effect. You got to declare which effect you're using, too. A lot of times people say Fire King Island, but there's 2 different effects, and yeah, now here comes the
I don't
Swamp
think anyone
Deity.
really uses the effect.
I'm saying, man, there's a lot of times
just give me a reason. Just,
they open up
you can summon Grixis straight from your hand. But he's going to negate that with Apophis, the Swamp Deity.
Which is, I mean, fine. Like, you're just
setting
yourself up for next turn, but this is the position you want to be in.
Like,
you can go into your fusion monster in the next turn. Oh, it looks like we're going to go straight into game number 3.
Is it secret? Is it safe? The treasures are safe for game number 2 at least.
You know, I was worried a little bit there because, you know,
set 5 isn't great, but in Tomb Keeper, set 5 could actually, like, if you don't have a way to like activate your traps turn 1, you can if you can survive that turn. It's like a starter if you're able to use them during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, because like I mean, this shows at least Hector's familiar with the strategy because you know going into the next turn he's going to be able to immediately fuse those away and then reestablish them. And I think at that point,
that's like a big key of why this strategy, the Tomb Keeper strategy, is so popular because of the fusion that you just keep on setting back those traps over and over and over again.
Because obviously
the Divine Serpent
definitely moments that need to be savored.
It's always got to be snakes. All right, now they're side decking. Now this is where things are going to get a little scarier here from Hector. We saw what, or no, Hector won game one. I mean, yeah, things are going to get scary here for Ethan. Yeah, your biggest concern with two keepers is how they going second. They main deck cards to help that, like stuff like evenly matched. But now I'm sure if it is a deck we know going into a tournament, going second it can be tough. That's where your side deck is going to shine. You're going to include cards that are going to help you go second. So we're going to have to find out if he's going to have the right ones for this particular matchup. Because I know if I was building my deck for this tournament, Fire King Snake Eye wouldn't be at the top of my list of cards I need to consider in my side deck.
I mean, I saw three pretty good ones that he was eyeing a little earlier right there. But I think this is a very difficult deck to even side for in such a category. Because if you're trying to capitalize on really high impact cards, there's not that many that you can have for this matchup. There are like a few like that you mentioned earlier. But outside of that, having any type of board card is really difficult to actually get value from in a deck against a deck that has very layered interactions. Right? All those interactions come from the graveyard. There's nothing really on the field that matters too much. It's from the hand and from the grave. So there's no single removal option that's going to be able to actually answer all of that.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, especially with Apophis the Swamp Deity, just being able to stop the cards that you're classically known to destroy most of your spell traps is huge. Let alone if they somehow access like Fiendsmith's Desiree. I don't think I've ever seen them bring it out in the Tomb Keeper deck. And that might be a little more difficult, but if they can get Desiree plus the Apophis Deity out at the same time together, that's pretty intense.
I assume that they don't for a reason, right? They're trying not to do that, mainly because they do the same thing. So they want to at least
not
like
overlay on.
Yeah. They want to have
too much of the
types
same
of interactions.
thing. Yeah, different. That's perfect. Different types of interactions. Yeah, because I mean, having the Fiendsmith in Paradise is pretty useful too. I mean, it's funny that both of these strategies, I mean, Fiendsmith and Tomb Keeper, they just both do kind of like similar things that they don't do too much, but they keep the resource like going. You're going to constantly be able to do the same thing every turn.
Those in chat,
the Treasure of the King, the field spell, it's once per turn. It's not when this card's activated, it's like being able to add over, and it does do something when it's activated, but it also has the effect to add once per turn. That's huge.
You know what else is once per turn?
But I will move
There's a lot of cards. Oh yeah, so this is the battle of the field
I don't ever
spells.
see any YouTubers
Will the volcano erupt? Will the treasures be hidden? Will they be safe? Find out next time at YCS Houston.
I'm not sure which one of these decks has a better value game. I think the impact of Fire King is just stronger if you're able to resolve it.
See,
but I mean, I think it's really going to come down to.
Here's my thing. I'm gonna go ahead and just touch on this because
Ethan's
I don't
be
ever
able to
touch on this.
see his Perulias going into game number 3.
Yep, I think the side deck
The guy
will play a
that's
huge
talking
part here
beside
in
Bill
game
Gray.
3. Looks like
Really
he's
good
trying to
commentator.
like inspire his
He's
friends.
really good. He doesn't
I see
just
some-
point out
I see some
obvious
good cards
things. He
in
talks
Ethan's
about
handle, Steve.
Oh, there
funny
it is.
things.
Is that
And
Perulia?
also at
That
the
is,
same
that's
time,
Perulia.
serious
That's
things.
Perulia.
That's absolutely
and
Perulia.
stuff
The
like
best
that.
option you can have.
Billy
So
Break
any
just
time
rambles
Hector
the
summons
whole
for his hand this
fucking
turn,
time
Ethan will be drawing a
about
card. There's the
literally
first
anything
one.
and everything.
He has the
Ponics.
punish.
And talks like people are
that's-
like
that looks like a
Ethan's
pretty
hand
strong-
is
mental
Yeah.
retarded children.
I don't
that
know if you guys can't see
understand
it. Well, maybe you
nothing
see
about
parts
this
of it
card
on the
game.
screen. We have a little bit of a
Don't
wider view,
understand
but we won't
the,
spoil the fun just yet.
object
We're going to
of-
be purging
of
the
reading
effect
a
of Conics,
card.
not going to be able to grab
And
the
he
Highland.
drew that off the Perulia.
I know.
Absolutely
That's
killed
so
me.
cool.
I swear to God.
All right, one
Okay.
for
If
one. That's going to
anybody
come
else
from the
feels
deck.
like
Discard
that,
Discarding
Yeah,
Ash. I
definitely.
guess we're not summoning Snake Eye
So,
Ash.
unless you
One
princess,
for
that's the
one,
way you
he's
do
gonna
it.
go
Like, incorporate it. You just have to
for-
discard the Snake Eye engine and then summon it back later on. But one for Poplar. Now, what
Dude, what?
Snake Eye card is he going to grab?
Dude.
That's the question. I mean, I know the answer because I can look at the deck list. But
You
we'll
gotta be
we'll take a
joking,
look
right?
here. It is Snake Eye's Dramatic Chase. I'm a big fan of this card. I think it's awesome. I like using it in tandem with the Trap. No, it's still
What
the
the
Silvera
f-
Betrayal
what are we doing?
Because you can negate any face-up card, which is pretty sweet.
I don't understand the
So
line
how does
here.
he get the Princess from this point?
I don't know. We're gonna find out. Dramatic Chase places in your spell and trap
I
card
don't
zone.
want
You
Oak.
summon
Oak
during the end
provides-
phase, but he's gonna have to
Ash.
have another monster on the field.
You could go
This one's gonna
S and Oak for Flamberge,
Yep, so he gets to put
make
Diamond on the Black
IP,
Witch, or
trigger both,
if he's
and
playing
then you
the
could
other
get
one,
the
he
pop
could
bar
put
and
it,
do this whole line. I don't
Yeah,
understand why
Snake
they
Eyes
went this
Bellstar. He
route.
does have it in his deck list, so he could. Oh, that's the other body. Then, as long as he's a
Yeah.
fire in the graveyard,
Either way,
which
you
does
get stop
the Snake
the
Eye
impact.
Ash, he'll be able to summon the Snake Eyes Bellstar. So he's just using the Poplar to
I
get
know what he's
another
doing.
monster on the field. I like that. All right, now he's going to link away the Snake Eyes Poplar.
Yeah, probably better to put the Poplar in the grave than have to use the Ash. Oh, okay. Actually opting to
You
use the
might
Poplar.
be going for a Doom Dragon line.
Oh, we forgot about Doom Dragon.
Oh, can't forget about Doom
What's up?
Dragon. That's the Master Duel MVP right now.
Yep, so he gets to send the 2 face-up cards from Soul and Trap Card Zone to summon Snake Eyes Doom Dragon.
It makes sense having access to another level 8 body in a deck like this.
Now you're going to bounce back into it then.
And now you're going to be able to link away all 3.
You're just wasting bodies, dude. What the fuck are we doing?
That's probably.
Yep.
He's only had to give up 1 card so far. Somebody in hand.
We wasted so much
Not
bodies
too bad.
I don't
to
think he's
play
gonna have the option
around
of someone from hand
literally
again, honestly.
everything.
So now we're going to be
Bounce
able to
back
get
into
Snake
it.
Eyes. Probably
Do
gonna have
that.
a copy of
Grab the
Onyx, if I
oak.
had to assume.
Which, no, he's gonna grab Ponix, right?
Oh, he might have drawn from the Poplar too. I
That's
don't
what I
remember how
got,
the Poplar
Ponix.
got summoned, but I'm
Okay.
pretty sure it might have been from hand.
No, it's from 1-1.
Oh, it was from 1-1.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. I knew it was something
Made me
different.
nervous for a minute.
We'll go Ashen.
That's what he was
So, yeah,
saying.
normally you would summon
He
Snake
was
Eye
seeing
Ash
a
and
way to
add
get
Poplar
back
on
into
front of the
Ponix.
extra body, but he had the Ash in his hand. Makes a lot of sense. Now he's going to link those away, or send them away for Flamebird's Dragon. Okay.
Flamber's Fake target Snake ID Bellstar.
Now he's going to use the Flamebirds to place back the
Place
Snake Eyes
back
Bellstar.
Die
Great, 'cause now
Bellstar,
we can
Die
use Snake ID
Bellstar,
to just
place
summon itself back up
upon
and
the
you're able to make
Poplar.
something like IP.
All right, see, we're seeing why the Snake Eye cards still complement the Fire King cards. All right, Hector,
You can
I'm
never count
taking
out
notes.
Snake Eye.
The ink in my pen is running out as I'm taking down so many notes here from Hector right now.
Ponix,
Oh, he's
back
putting the
row.
Ponix in the back. Okay.
So, can I borrow your pen?
I've been out of
I
ink.
got those two into the IP.
And now he's
Should have
going
done that a long
Is
time
he
ago.
gonna-
He puts the Ponix. He's gonna be able to summon the Ponix during the end phase too.
If he
with
would
the
have done
Snake
this
Eye
properly,
dramatic
he'd
change
have
of
rank A
Ponix.
here.
That's
Sure,
kind of
sure.
cool.
I mean, the effect's been used, but
Yeah.
was that Doolittle Chimera?
I love Doolittle Chimera. I tried to make that card work for so long in
Oh.
Fire Kings.
Make IP,
Is
please.
that really
Love
better
of
than
God.
IP in this situation?
I mean,
But, like,
I think it's something he might be considering, but he
Please
might will
make
end up just
IP.
falling
What
back
are you
on
doing?
IP Masquerena.
I think he's also.
What
I
are you
Sunlight
doing?
Wolf, I
Make
don't think there's
IP.
anything worth grabbing back here because you didn't access your Fire King.
Better be
just
IP
yet.
or Sunlight.
Looks like we will be going into Doolittle Chimera.
And then we'll go Flamber's Fake. Yes, sir.
I mean, 2 very powerful effects here from Ethan, but not enough so far. We'll have to see if his hand's able to power through.
Anything here? We good, sir?
Does
All
he
right.
have a Kieran? No.
Yeah, no, the Nibiru check was done here, so now we're going to be linking away into the IP Masquerena still.
Anything here? We good, sir? Attempting to lead me.
All right.
Everything's good?
So he's going to the end phase.
Phase, we'll go Dramatic Chase. Target.
Yeah, but so the Ponix at least is another monster you can
This
use
is
for
end
IP
phase?
Masquerena.
Yeah, and the Doolittle will
Oh my God.
Good to go.
will float here.
Yeah, Doolittle Chimera can add back a fire from your graveyard.
Oh.
All right, we'll see if this is enough flames. But ooh, Ethan's starting off with a big one. This lightning storm that's gonna force out the IP right away.
Fuck yeah, well.
At least, I mean, if all it's doing is forcing out IP, that's pretty good here. Because IP does give the monster that it summons the effect that it can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. So, you know, not too bad. Obviously, if you're going for something along the lines of SP Little Knight, you'd want to have more relevant use for the on-summon banish effect. But this is still fine. And you're going to be able to activate the effect of Doolittle Chimera as well.
Yeah, it's just tough not that he wasn't able to access like Garunix or have any of the Fire King cards online. And now he loses his fire monster that he needed for Princess.
Well, they
Yeah,
took
that's a
such a
big
poor
one.
line that
It's tough, but
None
there's
of
still
the
cards
stuff
he
is
can
ever
have.
Well, he can add back the
too.
Poplar, which I
that
mean,
was not a good line from this guy, I'll tell you that.
yeah, well, because the fire monster was destroyed, he can
Oh,
summon Ponix from hand.
If he has another Ponix in his hand, let's keep this train going. Gonna get a fire monster back
That makes
onto
sense.
the field. Yeah.
We got the Ponix from the Snake Eye
Yeah,
Ash
we-
in that combo, so
Yes, we did. We got the fire. Thank you.
is able to resolve. And now Ponix is going to be able to
Probably.
resolve as well.
What's going
I'm placing it above.
on? There's Giant Tail, huh?
All right, SP Knight going to banish the trap out of the grave. Since those dominance cards do get a little bit of a bonus of a trap is already in there.
You might
Smart
as well,
stuff.
yeah.
Smart stuff.
Does Poplar work that way? If it's added from graveyard as well?
I mean, I know Baku the ninja does, so I guess
I'm thinking of the shark
exact
monster.
same-
Like,
if it's worded the exact same, I think it does work that way. Because that's the cool thing with ninjas. With Baku, you can banish it with the
nice.
Iron Digger, and then when you add it back to your hand, you just special summon it. It's pretty sick. But this isn't ninjas. This is Fire King.
That's
and
just
it looks
outside
like
too.
Ethan is going to discard Engraver. This
Yep.
probably reads the same
yeah,
as.
if this card's
Yeah,
added,
they all have
that'd
the
make
same
sure,
like
yeah.
line of text.
You
Baku.
posted
Shout
on
out to all my
fucking
ninja duelists
Twitch,
out
he
there.
said, fuck it, we're gonna be late.
And
You
there
guys
is
know
a
what's
Joel
up.
Lockbird.
That's huge. The best thing you can hit is Engraver when it adds track.
And I believe he had Anubis Last Judge in his hand too, so he's truly cut off from his engine right now.
Joel and
Upon making
Lockbird doing
Twitter
Joel and
posts.
Lock things here in round number
It's fucking
3.
bullshit.
That is rough.
Oh, I apologize. That's habit.
Well, it looks like there is going to be some form of play here for Ethan.
I will
Let's see how
never
he tries
call
to
Twitter
continue.
X.
Almost an alert.
I swear
Yep,
to
no
God.
similarity. It's like he had track the whole time.
The weirdest fucking name.
Obviously a little rough here.
And nothing
Have to
against
give
the
up the
alarm.
normal,
It's
not
a
something
weird
you want to
fucking
do
name,
in
and
the
I would never
Tombkeeper
call
strategy,
it.
but
Yep. He's going to be able to use the Requiem here. Requiem is going to summon a monster, and I think that's going to force the Princess here once that Engraver is summoned.
Needless to say, I played too much of Fire King Snake Eye, so when
Not
I
really
see
forced, but it just
the
seems like a
four
good time to use
lines
it. Set yourself
and
up for next
wasted
turn. And then if Engraver is
bodies,
activated in the
it's
grave,
really
it doesn't really
obvious.
threaten anything. Yes, okay, so it's going to be Lacrima in this instance.
So
that makes a lot more
Lacrima-
sense. So that'll just...
What chain SP target?
Oh, we're going to actually just go ahead and banish the
Yeah.
Lacrima here with the effect of SP. And
I
then
think
if
that's
Engraver
kinda
comes out
smart.
from
You're
the
gonna do
river,
it
then you're
anyway.
able to
Princess.
use it there. This also cuts off Lacrima's effect to summon back Requiem from the graveyard as well, so this is pretty good.
Yeah, that's the prime thing for SP Little Knight here. What you're trying to go for.
I
Not
don't hate your
too
decision.
Shabby. That Droll and Lockbird is probably doing a number on Ethan right now. He's having to think what he can do while under it.
Yeah, this is again another complaint I had with the Tombkeeper strategy when we were testing it for Vegas, is that we thought, okay, it might be a little bit more versatile and
Like
better
Lori.
into the interruptions that people were playing, but it was still not
Even
great
if he goes
into
for
Droll and
Necro Quip,
Lockbird,
he
not
still
great
doesn't
into
fucking
Infinite
do
Permanence on
anything.
Man of the Mark. We didn't have waste extend past that. So it just played into all the
That's
same
the
cards that
main
the other
thing
decks were
people
losing
need
to
to like
anyway.
factor
And they
in.
forgot to fireproof the tomb. We told them we need the fire extinguishers at every exit. We need the fireproof lining. Unfortunately, Ethan forgot his fire extinguisher at home.
It turns out you don't really need to invade the tomb if you can just light it all on fire from the outside.
Just set it ablaze with your Fire Kings, yeah.
You're gonna do attack
But
into the
no.
fucking Ponix?
Now Engraver is going to
Be
be
summoned and then
destroyed.
trigger the Princess. Princess destroying the Ponix as well, so it will be going back to the hand.
Yep.
Good.
Onyx does return back to your hand if it's destroyed in
Good,
the
good,
standby
good.
phase, so that's something that Hector can look forward to next turn. Also, just starting your turn with the Princess on the field is incredible.
Fire
this
King
game
guy
is
went.
It's not,
Yeah.
it's
Four
not
lining.
looking good here for
But
Ethan.
he got it
The
done.
temperature is rising.
This
He's got to
shows you
open a
that
window
even
and
with
getting too
four
smoky.
lining and in this deck,
Yeah.
But Hector's going to
You can
keep
still
the
win.
blaze burning bright as he draws for turn. Oh,
I
first
said
we
I
got to
don't
resolve our
agree with
in-phase
everything
effects.
that
Bring
he
back
done.
SP Little Knight. Bring back the
but it's
Lacrima,
gonna be
the
easy
Crimson
getting through that
Tears.
card because you already have Sanctuary.
Yep, mandatory Ponix going back to the
Right,
hand here.
Ponix, add back to hand. Or he
Now,
does
how is he
does
going
have,
to navigate? Don't want to
I think he-
fumble at the
Either way, he's got
finish
fucking
line.
Skybird, so it won't matter.
Oh,
Oh.
that's very old Kieran.
Sorry, that's not the new Kieran. That's just Fire
playing the
King
bad one?
Kieran, right?
Yeah, not
Captain
Avatar.
Avatar Kieran. Yep, not High Avatar.
Just a regular Avatar.
Just the regular one.
I
That
believe
one,
when it's destroyed, it just has to send a fire from deck to grave.
Yep.
That's a. I see. We're just
Oh,
trying to get these cards out of the way here.
I see.
I do like that now that the original Sinful Spoils is gone, you have to, or you're more likely to use more of the Fire King cards.
One, Chainlink 2, Kieran.
And then he had Garunix as well. Chainlink 2 Kieran to just send any fire from deck to the grave. Let's see what he opts to send.
Kieran,
Pretty
Hector's
good.
saying your tomb may be sacred, but so is my
I mean,
Garunix.
realistically, he should play 3 Kieran, 3 Garunix,
Is that
and
two
then
copies of
just
Fire
like
King Island
normal
on top of
ratios
it?
of all the other monsters.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? You're playing
Gotta play the backup.
I mean, it's not really,
Because
yeah,
Kieran
this is your
like,
main
if
strategy, right? You
if
need these Fire King
open
cards.
that
If you lose your
card,
one island, it
Garunix,
could
if
be
you
really
haven't
rough
opened
for
that
you.
card, it's like fucking godsend.
And I think Fire King Island has more of a target on it than Men with the Mark, so...
It probably does. Yeah, lots of things that can prompt that.
Kieran.
I mean, Rise Seal Detonator is a field spell, just destruction monster.
And there is the High Avatar Kieran to be able to summon back the Arvada and destroy the Lacrima. Now the Lacrima is able to
Battle
use the
game.
grave, but Arvada is on the field now. And that's a lot of damage already
That's
represented.
game.
That is enough if you just go into the
That's
battlefield, I'm
game.
pretty sure. Yeah, okay, popular attack mode for good measure.
Do as much as you can with as few summons as possible.
know how to do
try and
math?
play around every avenue.
Fucking Garunix is at 39.
Yeah, so
39 plus 27.
Garunix is much
That's
bigger because it destroyed the Kieran from the deck. It gains
66?
half the stats.
Lacrima targeting the Requiem in grave.
And then SP is definitely fucking game.
Dylan, that's in main phase, correct?
What's it gonna do?
Yep, so
Summon
now,
a monster you can't fucking do anything with?
yep, and then his board got bigger.
It just got a
it's
little
fucking
bit
game. What are you
stronger. We're
doing?
going to exchange the Poplar for a bigger one. And Ethan has seen enough. The treasures have been excavated, and
I was
Hector
like-
is going
I was
to
like,
win
dude.
Round
There's
number
nothing
3
you can
here
do.
with Snake Eye Fire King.
You
We're
can try to
back.
do that, but you're
We're
in battle.
back.
I mean,
I've
you
been
could
waiting.
I know you've been waiting.
I wanted to fly high with my Fire King brethren.
Interesting.
I think you've been getting everything you wanted out of the feature matches
Yeah.
so far.
This is my YCS.
They have another feature.
No, it's been really great to see. The format's awesome. There's
I
so
don't
many
want
different
the
ways
side
you can go
feature
about
matches.
it.
I
The big
want
thing
the
is just
feature.
knowing what you're using, knowing your cards well, and knowing what you're going to be facing, and putting the time into it. Like, a lot of strategies can win. It's not just going to be the dominating decks of the weekend. There is going to be a lot of Ryzeal, a lot of Malice, but there's other strategies you can capitalize on, like Blue Eyes, Tombkeeper, Fire King.
And
There's
then
so
we'll
much
watch
out there to
the
try.
sub-match
It's just
after
about
this
what
because
you
my
can
boy Justin
Of course.
Singh.
But this
It's
format
on, so.
continues to show that these tournament competitors can really go far in with some decks that you wouldn't expect.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a really exciting round. I
Thank you,
can't wait
thank
to
you.
show off some of the intriguing ways that these players are approaching this format.
Well, speaking of format, why don't we go ahead and send it down to the stage with this Jackie Jing so we can see the duelists themselves. Oh, looks like they're not ready, my bad. Getting a little too ahead of ourselves. Still, as you've been going through like the tournament scene, what's the vibe like when you just come out there for the energy?
One of experimentation, I feel like, you know, because this is kind of the end of the quote-unquote Maze of the Master format before we get some new sets around the corner for YCS Providence. I feel like people are going to try to end with a big bang, so that way they can really celebrate all the new cards that we've got here in the TCG.
That really shows you that Maze the Master made a very, very sizable impact. The Tombkeeper deck is just insane. The stuff we've seen it pull off of the Pioneer feature stage and the bonus feature matches. Just trap cards are a thing, friends. Trap cards are a thing.
Oh yeah, hopefully you and I get a chance to commentate it over at one point too, because I just love seeing all those powerful apophis and references to the anime, one of my favorite duels of all time.
Oh goodness, goodness! I know that Joey should have won. I
We
know
just
that
keep
Odeon
these
should have won
commentators
his
up
duel,
here?
but
Jesus
Battle
Christ,
City, as we
buddy.
were talking about all the finals, it's like nothing but upsets.
I'd be
Maybe this
happy.
YCS is going to be exactly that.
Ooh, maybe, and maybe Odeon will get the retribution he deserves here now in 2025.
Don't tell the Winged Dragon around that, right?
He'll be coming from his throat for sure.
Ah, goodness. Well, I guess enough Gavin at this point. Think it's time.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage. Now it's time to duel. Let's go ahead and hear from Jackie and our great duelists.
Starting with the blue chair, we have Aaron Boudreaux from Plano, Texas. Dark World was his first deck and one of his favorites still. Now to the red chair, and we have Abasai Alejandro from
Aaron.
All right, that's better.
Are we going to get another draw on camera? I feel like you and I always get draws whenever we commentate over things. Is it 4?
All right, let's see if you're right about that.
I was close. It's a 6.
Oh, okay.
That was a 6, I believe. So, yeah.
Line it up. So looks like Abasai probably going to go first here, and we're going to see Memento at its finest.
There we see him opening the Creation King in his opening hand, kind of flashing it to the camera. Not the best way to kind of start off your hand.
Well, you can always put it back, but it looks like we're going to start with the Dark
Dude,
Blade
you
here.
Fucked.
So not going to do anything in Resolvation. Going to try to destroy itself to special summon a level 3 Memento monster from the deck or lower.
I will activate this Chain Link 2, effective Veiler targeting Dark Blade.
Ooh, that is a harsh start there. Memento can't get locked up, so Effect Veiler negating that.
Yes, it does not destroy for cost, notably.
He's got.
Looks like we got that triple Tactics Talent at the ready. You
or
wonder
12
if he draws
extended.
2 cards or fleeces
There's no
his
way he
opponent's
don't have
hand
it.
in that Forceful Sentry-like effect.
Maybe you could be hoping to draw some kind of extender, like maybe a Bone Party or something, but we are going to see that talent come down. What's he going to call?
Look at him.
It depends on what he already
Look
has in
at
hand.
him.
He chooses to
look at
reveal.
hand. Oh, that's tough because the 2 copies there of the Sage with Eyes of Blue means you can only really put back the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. And even though you put it back, well, it could come right back out if the effect resolves and he's able to get Maiden of White and True Light.
Yes, Abasai's going to go ahead and shuffle that back like you said, and now it's all a matter of how he goes from here. I'm not sure what spell card he has in his hand, but let's see. He's going to set one and pass here.
It's pretty rough if you don't have any follow-up there on the Memento Dark Blade. You would have to have the Seahorse, right? Tatsuno Toshigo.
Normal summon Sage with Eyes of Blue. Effects on normal summon to add a level 1 light tuner.
All right, so gonna go ahead and normal summon, but oh, the Forbidden Droplet there. Gonna go ahead and get rid of the Dark Blade to negate it. Now, this could be a little bit jumping the gun because Spirit with Eyes of Blue is probably not far behind. Oh, and Fuwalos too.
Yes,
wow.
I was going to say, I feel like Abasai's making a really heads-up play here, going for that turn 1 pass into Droplet, getting rid of his board, because now he has Fua to kind of incentivize Aaron to not really do anything. But if Aaron just ended his turn there, would Abasai have anything besides Combined Creation in hand?
Yeah, that wouldn't go very far, but Aaron doesn't know that. As long as I keep my voice down, right?
Yes,
Jokes
of course,
aside.
of course, yeah.
But the Spirit with Eyes of Blue here is going to really turn the tables here because, of course, grabbing the Mausoleum of White and then doing everything that Blue Eyes does well from here.
Yeah, notably, Mausoleum Light would give you an extra normal summon from the hand, which would not turn on Fuelos, but it'd still give you the extra bodies you need to maybe keep playing.
And just nice to see Blue Eyes White Dragon again, you know, on the top tables again. Both of these duelists with undefeated records so far. And we haven't seen Blue Eyes do this well since the Blue Eyes World Championship, right, in 2016.
And here we see the Mausoleum coming down.
We'll
Going to
let
be
you
sending a
all
Blue Eyes
watch
monster
this.
from the deck to the graveyard. Going to be bumping up
We're about to
this
take
Spirit of
this
White.
trash out.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
And I'll be back.
Now this is always telling too. You get to find out which
Go
art
sit
is
here
the
and
Blue Eyes
enjoy
duelist
this.
favorite,
I'm
rocking
gonna
out the
be
classic
right
one, but
back.
that is the quarter century
I'm not
reprint
pausing
from
it,
Tins
so I
last
want you to
year.
watch
I'm
it.
going to put my money on Aaron playing different arts because
Oh,
I
really?
personally love doing
Yeah,
different
show
arts
me
whenever I
when
can.
get back.
Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and
No, it's not. It's
going to use the additional normal summon, yeah.
And the effect to add is not.
So Abasai just really surprised there again. The additional normal summon effect, Sage with Eyes of Blue's effect, does activate because it is not just once per turn. It's just once per that copy of it being normal summoned. And that makes sense too, right? So a normal summon card, who knew that it was going to ever be able to get out this easy? But there's True Light off the Maiden of White.
Yeah, that's going to be the main enabler for this archetype is True Light.
It's such a good card. Sorry, the Dark Magician fan in me is jealous that Eternal Soul is just not quite as powerful as True Light is rocketing this deck up.
Yep, and here we see Aaron grabbing that Wishes, kind of making Abasai's turn one play of Talancing away that Wishes a bit not worth it now. But like you said, there was no way he could stop him from doing this.
Yeah, I mean, even if you only had one or two monsters, even the Droll and Lockbird could have made Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Ooh, he's going to be sending his Droll and Lockbird here. So what's that unknown card in Aaron's hand he's valuing over the potential interaction?
Well, we'll have to see soon. I guess he feels like he's got his opponent on the ropes, but you do add a lot of cards in Memento, so this may backfire. But right now, for Wishes of Eyes of Blue, looks like he's grabbing an Effect Veiler and, Majesty of the White Dragons.
Majesty of the White Dragons in the main deck. Not always the thing you see in Blue Eyes, but a really powerful way to make your turn one boards even more powerful.
Eyes of Blue to special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from hand or graveyard.
All right, so we're going to use the effect of Spirit of Blue. Yeah, it's good. So tributing it to bring out our Blue Eyes. You're locked into dragons there, but now that that's gone.
I don't think that'll be a problem for this deck.
Well, it's convenient since the Dragon Spirit of White is gone. Now you can bring out Maiden of White, who is a spellcaster.
Very true, very true.
Attack directly with the Blue Eyes. For 3,000
Oh, not going to bring it out, though.
Gonna go for a nice Neutron Blast, bring Abasai down to 5,000, and then probably end his turn with something like Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. Only give away 2 draws for Abasai, but have access to all the interaction he has in his hand, plus a potential Spirit Dragon to go into Ultimate Spirit Dragon.
Blue Eyes with a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
So banishing the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. This is so cool to be able to equip it. He is going to use the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon there. Is going to give 1 Fualo Straw, probably for a Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, I would say. But you also get the targeting protection of that Neo Blue Eyes in the grave now.
100%. Plus you can turn off effects from the graveyard too, which could be pretty nice against Memento.
So good to see Blue Eyes in high spirits. But not to be sold short. Abasai draws for turn. Let's see what Memento's got in the tank.
Yeah, we do know that Aaron drew another trap card for turn because he set an additional card and has the Veiler in hand that he searched off Sage. Obviously, Abasai is thinking about this and how to play through everything.
You can negate an effect that activates.
Now, the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon seems powerful here, but it may not actually come into play as often because most of your Memento effects are happening on the field. It's a weird deck. It wants to destroy itself. However, it doesn't actually get effects usually for destroying cards in the graveyard. Oh, no!
Speaking of getting rid of effects on the field, there we see the Effect Veiler coming down, starting Darkblade once again, but we're going to be chaining Bone Party, going to be destroying our Darkblade probably with that.
Definitely a heads-up play there. Let's see if we have any interaction from Aaron. Oh, just double negation there, really trying to lock things down.
A Chainlink 4 Infinite Imperm to still make sure that Darkblade's effect does not go off. And so now Abasai is going to be able to still destroy the Darkblade using his Bone Party, but the monster he summons off Bone Party will not be destroyed, and thus might not be able to activate its effects. And there we see Anguish coming down.
So Anguish for the search there, still not doing too bad. Seems like we burned a lot of resources there on Aaron's side, so this might be the one opening that Abasai has, grabbing the Meventotlan Tatsuno Toshigo. Good old seahorse.
Now, I believe it's an ignition effect for Tatsuno Toshigo, correct? So like, it needs to be on the field already.
Correct. And most of the Memento cards are ignition effects, except for the trigger effect of Darkblade when it's normal summoned. Few exceptions here and there, like Gaddock. Oh, but they're sleepy.
Going to be activating its effect to either to summon itself, I believe.
And then it might just go right into the fusion here. And depending on if there are any other Memento cards in the hand, we might see a Twin Dragon. We might see the Creation King.
Chain Link 2, I will activate Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, contributing its special a Light Dragon Synchro monster from my
So
extra
using the
deck.
Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon there to swap out. It could be a great opening to bring out Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon.
Yep, there it is. The ultimate boss monster from the Blue Eyes by Destiny Structure deck. 3,500 attack, 4,000 defense, and essentially a negate for any card in the field once per turn.
It's crazy. And it gets an 1,000 attack boost for that too. So it gets that legendary 4,500 attack that Ultimate Blue Eyes monsters are known for.
I will activate Ultimate Spirit Dragon's effect to negate the effect of Twin Dragon.
Yep, so Twin Dragon has been negated due to Ultimate Spirit, and that just leaves the Tatsuno Toshigo in Abasai's hand.
Yes.
He's going to special and then...
On resolution.
Ooh, we've got something on resolution.
Will activate Majesty of the White Dragons.
Oh,
revealing
wow.
Blue Eyes White Dragon in my graveyard.
Yeah, this is why I was asking about that ignition effect. Because Aaron has that Majesty face down, he can destroy the Tatsuno before it activates its effect, and therefore doesn't get the free dump of all the Memento monsters that Abasai was hoping for.
Now, you and Aaron are both looking far into the future, and it paid off because Abasai, again, is locked out of his Memento plays. So, taking a look at the graveyard. Lots of Memento names there.
Is it enough to summon the Mind Creation, or does he only have 4 unique ones since he has 2 Dark Blades?
That's correct. Let's see. So there's... You would have to somehow get rid of the Twin Dragon, but there's not really a good way to do that right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any Link 1s that require a level 7 light.
Very specific. Give it time. There's plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading cards to come out, but right now Abasai does seem to be kind of locked up here.
When he's destroyed by battle or card effect, he can activate the graveyard to special a Light Dragon in my graveyard.
Yeah, so Aaron's just explaining here that at the end of the turn, when this Blue Eyes Ultimate goes away due to the original Spirit Dragon's effect, it can float back into Spirit Dragon. Or like really any light, I should say.
Well, the duelists are still going.
Yeah, I think Abasai was, like you said, just one name away from just getting Combined Creation out, which would have been an amazing house to just attack over the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon. It's
if
strong
only,
enough.
I mean, 5,000.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Yeah, okay, so we got...
He has the names, or does he not?
He's counting, so we got Sleepy, Anguish, Tatsuno Toshigo,
Yeah.
Darkblade.
And another
he
Darkblade.
doesn't have
Yeah.
it. Yeah, the Darkblade double.
Unfortunately, he's one name short. If it was Gaddock, if it was Goblin, if it was Akihiron, all those would have been enough.
Plenty of names out there probably still in the deck. Unfortunately, we weren't able to keep the combos going because really the deck starts. There's so many starters. Darkblade, great starter. Anguish, great starter. But if they're getting negated like this, nothing much is happening.
Yeah, I think our duelists have entered the grind game, and as Blue Eyes loves being in the grind game with a True Light face up, I feel like this might be all she wrote. But Abasai's just going through all of his options here before he has to pass turn here. Always worth taking your time and making sure, is there anything I could do from this board texture?
Well, you don't want to burn too much time. It is a competition, so you do have to keep a reasonable pace of play.
Ooh.
Oh, but wow. That's a way to get another Memento name to the graveyard.
That is 1,000%.
A lot of people argue about whether or not Typhon is worth using, right? Because it's a card that's usually your backup game plan. But in this, it's exactly the card he needs, able to remove that material and get that 5th name to the graveyard.
So we went to battle phase there and unfortunately attacked with the Typhon into the 4,000 defense Ultimate Spirit Dragon and took some damage there. I think Abasai was thinking that the Spirit Dragon has less defense than it does.
No, it is a big monster, that is for sure.
It's a chunky boy. It is worth noting that we have the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in the graveyard, but we're going to bounce the trap card back to hand. Unfortunately, that does not destroy our monsters because it needs to be sent to the graveyard.
It's a mistake many duelists make because of that. Oh, and it looks like he can only target, yeah.
Yeah, Typhon doesn't target. It can still affect that card.
Yeah.
So we're going to put that back. Great. Wonderful.
Okay. Could I shuffle the deck?
They're just getting everything straightened out there, but it is true. It's a gigantic monster, but now it's back in the extra deck, but it only means it can be reused again.
That's true. And we have plenty of Blue-Eyed Spirit Dragons probably in our extra deck to summon it back out.
So the interesting thing is here, we did get the 5th name to the graveyard, but the only thing that could be special summoned with Combined Creation's effect then would be an extra copy of Darkblade, and that's not necessarily going to help unless he uses the on-summon effect in order to destroy a spell or trap. So he might be able to use it to get rid of True Light, but that's a lot of setup, and he doesn't seem to have any hand.
And obviously, Aaron, like I said earlier, he still has that True Light, which still gets some Blue Eyes, still gets some Maiden of White, but he's not going to be activating the effect, it looks like, and just going to go straight into his standby phase.
Well, taking a look at the graveyard here.
Main phase. Main phase, I'll activate True Light to special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from hand or graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
You're right that it's interesting he didn't do that on the last thing. He might want to just wanted to wait, maybe not hurry up too much, but with no cards in the hand, there wasn't too much risk there. We do have a small update, though. There was a procedural error minor to Abasai, of course, for using the Typhon to try to bounce the trap card. So you know that is not one of the options you can do with Typhon.
Only monsters.
And chain 2, Maiden of White to special summon a level 1 Light Tuner or a Blue Eyes.
Ooh, very heads up play from Aaron here. He's using his own Mausoleum of White to trigger his Maiden of White's targeting effect to summon another monster to the field.
Gonna be summon Sage with Eyes in Blue.
And it's crazy that that doesn't even target, too. You just get to bring it out, whatever it is you end up needing.
100%. And now we're going to use that again to search for...
You were right, by the way. Multiple arts.
Yes, that's a true Blue Eyes fan right there. Showcasing all the really cool ways this card comes out. That's the original Legends of Blue Eyes artwork right there.
So I guess Aaron's answered the question, what's your favorite artwork for Blue Eyes White Dragon?
All of them.
Blue Eyes, all of them. No Blue Eyes is bad.
At least 3. There's at least 3 of them, as we know.
Could be a 4th one, but Grandpa might need some tape for that.
I mean, I've never seen more than 3 Blue Eyes ever exist. Have you?
I've never. Not once. If you've got a Blue Eyes White Dragon, you must be one of the greats. Watch out, Seto Kaiba is coming your way. But jokes aside, looks like Aaron is trying to figure out what he wants to do next.
It is worth noting that normally Typhon's really good against 3,000 attack monsters as he turns up all their effects. But jokes on Abasai, Blue Eyes doesn't have any effects anyway.
Oh, goodness. I mean, a powerful monster, you're right, but power that high can't have an effect. That'd be crazy to have a 3,000 attack monster with an effect.
How about having 2 with no effects?
Oh, here we go.
Attempts to go to battle phase.
This is definitely enough damage for Aaron to win this turn.
Blue Eyes for 3,000.
That's 100 damage.
I think he might have 3,900, so he may be holding on.
Oh, I see, I see.
So he's got just enough for a premature burial to pay 8 and feel great.
Yes. Going to be going into another level 9 synchro, it looks like.
And this could kind of clinch it down here. Looks like we're going to another Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. No cards at all for Abasai, so it's all about whatever he draws next.
All right, we're going back to Abasai's turn, and as we know, his graveyard is now full of memento names, and I think he just drew, what was that, another Anguish for turn?
I think it was a Sleepy. If it was an Anguish, that would have been crazy, but that little splash of purple and green tells me this duel is over. So Aaron takes it.
Yep,
that's the winner of game 1.
Yeah, I'd say the big turning point for that matchup was Aaron being able to summon out that ultimate Spirit Dragon and just really turn off all of Abasai's options. His hand was kind of stacked of memento names after resolving that Fuelos, but it was not enough to fight through the Blue Eyes board.
Well, the silver lining for Abasai is actually the life points didn't make that much of a difference. He ended up having to concede because he just had no more resources.
Right.
So whether or not he had 800 life points or more, even more from not attacking into the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, all's well that ends well. But now he's going to get a chance to go first, and this could be crazy because he got to go first the last time, and it didn't make that much of a difference overall.
It was worth noting, by the way, too, that if that Maiden was in attack point, in attack mode, it had 800 attack points, so it could have gone for game because of the Mausoleum of White.
Oh, that's
what
right.
I was thinking of. I thought it was in attack mode.
Oh, you're right. If it was in attack mode, wow, that would have been so heads up. But I guess he just wanted to play it nice and safe, keeping it in defense mode.
Yeah, you always summon it in defense mode usually, and normally your opponent's not at exactly 3,800 life when you're trying to go for game.
That's fair. That's fair. The other thing too, he may not have been able to activate Mausoleum in order to power it up. Oh no, he did do it.
No, he did.
Yeah,
do it
so you're right. Yeah.
How fun would that have been if he realized? He probably didn't even think about it. But
that's fair. That's fair.
Because like, when do you ever attack with Maiden?
Well, I mean, when the fate of the world depends on it, but it didn't for Aaron. He was able to get through the duel just fine.
So it's looking like what Abasai is probably going to hope to do this game is draw more memento names in his opening hand versus his secondary hand that he got a Fuelos.
True, but you have to be very careful with that because imagine this series of memento names. You could have Akihiron, and then you could have Sleepy, and then you could have Gaddock, and then you have Combined Creation. And that doesn't do anything. That is not a hand of cards. And that's the thing that is so difficult to play about Memento. It has limitless potential, but it does have weird hands in the deck. And so anybody who plays this deck is a very skilled duelist. So Abasai obviously getting 3-0 so far with Memento and a huge sea of players. He definitely can work this one back from the bottom.
But it was really awesome seeing some of those cards that he had in his deck, like Forbidden Droplet, ways that he can not only interact with his opponent's board, but also clear his own and enable his effects.
I think the Droplet is really heads up too because there's an interesting situation that could come up. You could technically use it to clear off other memento names to allow something like your Combined Creation to attack multiple times.
100%.
You never know. Weird things come up in the Memento deck. It's such a cool combo deck with a very high ceiling of its potential, but you also have to be a good duelist to pilot it.
And from what I could see, Abysai is piloting a pure version of Memento, but there are all kinds of versions out there, like Fiendsmith or even Goblin Biker Memento.
Oh, that's right, because Memento Goblin, so it's just a Goblin name, so you can use things like Goblin Biker Grand Breakout to go ahead and chase that one down.
Let's see if we see any fun text like that in Game 2. Going to be going over to Abysai and Aaron here. My assumption, again, is that Abysai is going to choose to go first. Let's see how he opens up.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of green. I think I do see a little jailbreak there, as well as Memento Fusion. I think a Triple Tactics Talent, which will help him out quite a bit.
But just a Gaddock, that's probably not the normal summon you want to start with in this deck.
No, it is not.
But we do have a Bone Party there, which could enable Gaddock to do some stuff later, but also just get us into other cards.
Well, it depends on what Aaron has. Takes a look at his hand, but goes ahead and just gives the nod. So we are going into the deck. And I wonder if he goes straight into the Anguish out of precaution, or if he's brave enough to do the Dark Blade. Looks like he's going to Anguish. No slight there, but he's just playing cautious, so that if its effect gets negated, at least he's got something.
Plus, I think he does have that Grand Breakout in hand, so worst comes to worst, he can always get a normal summon of Goblin later, since he's conserved his normal summon up to this point.
That is true.
So there we see the Sleepy, like you said, going to be coming to his hand right now. Going to go straight into a Twin Dragon, maybe?
Think so. Yep, it's fusion time.
There we see Sleepy, and hopefully we'll see the Memento Twin Dragon that we saw in Game 1, but actually resolve this time.
Twin Dragon approaches the field. Abysai asking Aaron the age-old question, and apparently we are going to resolve. All right.
Going to be adding 2 more names to our hand, and at this point, I feel like the Memento engine is up and running.
Feels like it's on full cylinders. The only thing that could scare you now would be a Nibiru, the Primal Being.
So there we see the Sleepy coming back, and I believe we added Combined Creation and Tatsuno Toshigo to our hand. That can just let us keep going, but having the Gaddock already gone kind of makes Tatsuno a little bit worse, because you don't get the free summon back off of it. The best you could probably send is like Goblin, or maybe just send Achihiron itself by itself, because it is level 5, I believe.
Yes.
It looks like we'll find out soon, but you're right that the options are limited, especially when you get this far into the combo and then the Seahorse shows up, right? Because oh, but it looks like instead.
Oh, we're going to go straight into a Link summon here? Question mark?
Maybe.
Well, imagine using Tatsuno Toshigo just as a free summon. We're going to go into the...
Oh, wow. Moon of the Closed Heaven.
So we are playing maybe a little bit of a Fiendsmith engine in this deck. Oh, very cool. Going to be going into Requiem here. We've seen this before. Going to use the effect to go into Engraver, go into Lacrima. What are we going into?
This was completely hidden last duel, so I wonder if this is a big surprise to Aaron.
I wonder how big of a package it is that he's playing, because we didn't see it at all in Game 1.
Yeah. But the full combo is going. I mean, are we just going to make Necro Equip Princess in order to activate card effects from the hand and then draw extra cards?
That is true. A lot of the Mementos do activate in hand, so you can get like a free +1 off this while unlocking a rank 6 play like Caesar.
Ah, it looks like we are going to go ahead and do that.
You said the only thing he was afraid of was Nib, and this is an amazing engine to play around Nib. You're just going to Caesar, but Aaron knows that too, and he's like, and then summoning down, giving a token over the opponent. That token will be a nice, I think, 3,800 attack. No, sorry, 3,800 defense, 4,400 attack.
Comet cometh. There's only two ways to play, right? They have Nibiru, they don't play Nibiru. Ooh, now this is a very difficult question. Do you get rid of the Maiden of White or the Primite Dragon Ether Barrel? There's so much advantage from Primite Dragon Ether Barrel, but at the same time, save for Maiden of White, so it looks like that's the one going away.
Yeah, because Maiden of Light gets you True Light, and True Light gets you every blue-eyes card.
Everything. Oh my goodness. So, looks like Abysai off to a stronger start, even though his field is, well, just a token right now.
Yeah, but now Abysai has the complete confidence that he has full unfettered continuation. We saw Fusion in his hand. I think he still has not used his normal summon yet if he gets access to any more Memento names in his hand. And I believe he has that Combined Creation technically online right now if he wanted to.
Certainly could, but I think he might want to stack the graveyard just a little bit more with the Creation King. Let's find out as he activates the Fusion spell here.
He's going to be Fusion summoning from cards in his graveyard, it looks like. Going to be using Gaddock. Talk about a retrain. Goes from the attic, now turning into Memento Tolan Gaddock. Then we're going to go Tatsuno Toshigo, and we're going to be fusing with the Combined Creation from hand.
Very cool. Getting that almost feels like a free fusion material, right? Because now that the Tekutlika is in the graveyard, it's so easy to just go ahead and shuffle those monsters back. And now that we have the Creation King, it's easy to load up the graveyard. And it's so well that it sets from the extra deck, including itself. Oh. What a card.
So good. Reminds me of some of the old Lunalite cards that got to send from the extra deck too, and just how much advantage those created.
Yes.
Yep, so there we're going to be using the Gaddock that we just put back into our deck to summon back out.
Yes.
And there's the Akihiron we were thinking about too.
It's always just nice having that in the grave as another thing you could summon during your opponent's turn potentially, which is nice.
I feel like the only memento we haven't seen yet might be the memento Trihorn Dragon. Not every duelist runs it, so
or
that's
Mace.
fine. Or Mace.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right, Mace. Or Goblin, actually. Okay, so there are still a few memento names.
There are so many memento cards, and they're all really fun and can just make the deck so much more powerful the more of them you play.
Definitely some. Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I was going to say, but like we said earlier, the more you play, sometimes the less consistent you'll be because they don't all achieve the same kind of goals.
It's a weird deck. Like, it's really nebulous to try to figure out, like, what is he doing? He's just destroying his own cards. And then you just see the advantage that this puts out. As long as you don't interrupt it, it keeps on stacking cards onto the field.
Yep, and there we see the field spell Memento Mictlan, which is going to be like sort of the main topper for this archetype here. I think he's debating using the fusion again from the graveyard effect of it, I should say.
Yeah, I think he's going to banish a destroy, so goodbye, Creation King. And let's see what we say hello to.
We're just going to be adding back a fusion, so that way we have one for potentially next turn or during our opponent's turn.
No, we've seen some crazy stuff cooked up with Memento decks in terms of fusions because Memento Fusion is such a strong card. I've seen even people pull out like El Shaddai Window with it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, because they're all different types as well, right? Like, they all have all these different kinds of ways to summon anything you want. I think the coolest one's probably going to be Guardian Chimera. That's always the biggest culprit of, like, a quick play fusion spell.
Oh, definitely. Being able to destroy maybe 1 or 2 cards from the field, draw 1 or 2 cards. And speaking of which...
There's that Grand Breakout we were talking about. Going to be unlocking the last Memento name we haven't seen yet. Goblin, or maybe getting a regular Goblin biker card. Who knows if he has that in his deck? We don't know.
I was thinking about tributing that token, but the token's still got a lot of stats on it, so you may not want to get rid of that. So goodbye, Gaddock, and hello, Goblins.
I can't believe you were able to read that Aaron was like, Nibiru is all he needs here. But then Abbasside's like, you know what? I think he might have Nibiru. Let me force him to use it.
It just really, like, it shows you what that Fiendsmith Engraver did. It sort of forced the opponent into a situation where they had to do it. You forced your opponent to play their best card, and that's exactly what you wanted, so you could play your even better cards.
100%.
Awesome.
And it's looking like we're going to be sending the Achihiron here and the Mace. There's the other name we were talking about. The whole stacked grave of Memento is here.
And if we get the combined creation on the field, being able to add, you know, I guess the best way to do it would be with the Anguish from the graveyard, special summon, and then you can add either Goblin in order to prevent targeting, or you can add Mace from the hand. Being able to do change apart as a quick play is insane.
Yeah, being able to steal your opponent's monsters during their own turn is wild. And like, and we know Aaron's hand is just Aether Barrel at this point, and Abbasside's like, I can handle that. We see a Mega Link summon, it looks like, into Fiendsmith Sequence. Going to be turning on, I believe, some more cards from that part of our deck.
Interesting that they're able to go back and forth. Certainly, fusions are in this deck. So
don't try and come back. That does not fly.
The Moon of the Closed Heaven there.
To make Big Wing, no, is that Big Wing Baphomet?
I believe so.
No, that's
oh, it's Baphomet, the mythical king of Phantom Beasts.
Yes, thank you. And that's a dump from Grave for Beasts or for Fiends, which is again very helpful.
I'm not afraid of no female.
So many different combinations of cards in this deck. We were just talking about how El Shaddai Window was a weird thing you bring out. That's just as interesting. Very creative.
Yeah, Fiendsmith Sequence can summon all kinds of Fiend fusion monsters, which Baphomet, the King of Mythical Beasts, is.
All right, so I did see that Guardian Chimera at the top of the extra deck there, so we may get to see that too, but it looks like we've got an SP Little Knight here.
Very exciting. These are some really fun cards coming out of Abbasside here. Just unlocking its board even more and more.
Interesting. I think the SP Little Knight banished the Creation King there, possibly to set up against Called by the Grave.
Yeah, maybe stop it from doing other things, because we know that's in Aaron's hand. And there we see the Creation King coming down.
Shuffle 5 back.
So Blue-Eyed Guy to game 1.
The resource loop is just absolutely incredible. It's one of these decks where it's a joy to play it because you're never done.
100%.
Well, actually, yeah, I knew that.
Like all those cards he dumped into his deck, he put them back into his deck so he can dump them again on his next turn.
The loop continues, but now it's Aaron's turn to play. He does have that Primate Dragon Ether Barrel, but looks like gonna take a look at the graveyard real fast.
I'd say the most important thing in there is that he has an engraver for the next turn. To put back his own Requiem. He has the Mace that we know about in hand, I believe, still. I don't think we know either of these set cards if we're Aaron. No, Fusion. We know Fusion.
Either barrel effect to set a Primite Spell or Trap from deck.
So is there a Cranium Burst hiding?
Could be. That'd be really sweet to see.
Not like I'm underwater.
Surprise, Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess.
Just hit the trap card now, even harder to interact with.
See if that fixes it.
Oh, he's going to use it to special summon Sleepy.
Target? Yes. Which one are you targeting? Targeting Sleepy.
All right, yep. Like you said, targeting Sleepy to summon back.
So again, for those at home who don't have Memento, oh wow! So whenever you activate a monster effect, I believe the combined creation can go ahead and special summon a Memento from your graveyard, but Called by the Grave will still get it done. We're going to go ahead and banish. And oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I was going to say, like, Riverman can actually summon another beast from the graveyard, so you can just chain the Call by the Grave to now bring out the Sleepy and dodge the Call by the Grave.
That's so smart.
Why
I've
didn't
been
you
playing a little bit of Chimera back in the day on Master Duel, and that was always a really fun play to do.
That's definitely a very good, strong deck there.
Oh, it's
I'm
his
sorry,
turn.
he summons
That's
from
why.
Banish. Regular Chimera summons from Grave.
Oh, I see. Very perfect then.
I
So we
couldn't
did
tell
lose
his
the
turn was.
Sleepy, but we ended up getting the Creation King back onto the field.
Is Creation King a fiend?
I think so.
Wow. He might be able to summon anything, but I could be wrong. There we see Primite Lordly Load coming down from the barrel, going to be immediately activating it to search for, hopefully, Primite Drill
That's
Beam.
nuts.
But here we're going to activate Creation King's
Well,
effect.
why
to
didn't he
destroy the
use
Primite
it?
Lordly Load and not be able to activate its effect.
We go ahead and target Mementos on either side of the field.
Oh, monsters,
Now I'm
sorry, monsters
confused.
specifically.
Monsters I control or cards I control? Cards you control.
It's cards he controls. Uh-oh.
Right, he destroys his own monster, destroys opponent's cards.
That's right.
Okay, cool.
Pop in, pop that.
But it shows you how versatile Creation King is. Now, obviously, you want to destroy your own Memento cards, and Memento Mictlan has that effect that you can target one of those destroyed cards and then special summon one with a lower level. That can be huge. And when you've got the Creation King, almost everything in the deck is a lower level.
Not that
Yeah,
long.
we got Akihiron coming back too because Creation King was destroyed. And now that because Lord is a continuous spell and it gets destroyed, it won't be able to resolve its effect.
Well, Aaron's still not throwing in the towel yet. He's one game up, so he doesn't have too much to fear. Going to go ahead and swap out into a Link summon here of Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Yeah, we still don't know the card that Aaron drew for turn. It could be a way for him to keep extending into his Blue Eyes plays, but here we just see him going for Spirit, activating the effect on summon to search for Mausoleum.
By popping a card on the
Interesting. So we're going to go ahead and use Memento the Bone Party.
Yep, that was the other card that Upside had in hand. He's going to be destroying his Akihiron and summoning out Anguish from the deck.
So you got to wonder if he's going to go search for Mace from the deck in order to steal the Spirit with Eyes of Blue before anything happens here.
He could also, because I think we already has Mace in hand, he could just search for follow-up for the next turn, too.
Oh, that is true, true. Or you could do anti-targeting with the Goblin.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could actually protect your Anguish.
This deck just has so many things to do in it. Like, at any moment, you could just do a million different things. So.
100%. So here we have Akihiron adding back the Sleepy from the Banish pile, and here we have the Mace searching the deck. I think Goblin could be a really good one here, like you said. We already have follow-up in the form of Sleepy, but there we see Tatsuno Toshigo coming back out to the hand.
Yeah, so full follow-up, you were absolutely right. He is valuing the next turn, thinks he's going to survive this. And it's true that Aaron only really has Nibiru, the Primal Being, and Spirit with Eyes of Blue for now.
We do potentially have an additional normal summon here from Aaron if we
Really
choose
don't
something
know why
like
my stream's
Sage.
doing
That
that.
could be super huge right here.
My stream's actually doing fine.
Anything on resolution? Or is chain 2?
All right, so I think we are going to go ahead and flip over. You think this is the Guardian Chimera? He's taking a look at his hands.
He has
He's
definitely
about
enough
to flip
material
the
to do
fusion,
it.
yeah.
And this
You all
field spell
may have
represents
to
a
keep
lot of
doing
advantage
that,
for Aaron,
but
and at the very least
I'm
represents a
telling
Blue
you
Eyes
this
White
right
Dragon, and
now.
he can get back with Spirit.
The full
He did
version
discard
will
the base,
have
so he is going to take
the
the Spirit
whole
with
entire
Eyes of
stream
Blue.
on.
Yeah.
If
I
you wanna
think
go
it cheats the
track,
same thing,
rewatch
but
it,
it
whatever
gets
you
rid
wanna
of
do.
less resources from Opposite's end.
I really don't know why it's
Fusion
doing
time.
that.
Going to be
Because
using the Sleepy, his own
mine
opponent's
says
Spirit
I've been
Dragon,
streaming
and his
for
own
an
Anguish.
hour
This
58
is probably going to
straight.
go into the Guardian Chimera. There we see it. First we saw Berferment, now we see Chimera.
Destroy one, draw two. This is Yugi versus Kaiba, just in a very unusual way to get there.
To increase Nibiru's attack points by 800.
Last time I checked, I don't think Yugi played fucking Memento, but okay.
Pop 2 and draw. Yes.
Yep, and now there's no Mausoleum of White additional normal, and there's no Nibiru in play. I don't know how Aaron can extend from here.
Jet Dragon activates in hand. Since I
Oh,
have,
that's
Blue
one
Eyes
way
White
to do
Dragon
it. Blue Eyes
That
Jet
is
Dragon.
true.
So a lot of duelists have been cutting this from their deck because sometimes it doesn't get stuff done, but with a lot of destruction decks still in the format, not just Memento, you can do Fire King. This is a really heads-up way to basically
The
get
only-
more bouts
okay,
to the
listen.
ounce.
I understand that he doesn't know meta very well. The only reason this card's seeing play is because of
I think
Detonator.
just a clarification here on how Jet Dragon
That
is summoned.
it's just a really good card.
It would be from the hand.
Yep, and now
You-
we're in
you
battle
can
phase here.
destroy
Gonna be declaring
plenty of
attack on
cards
SP
in
Little
order
Knight,
to
and then
get
in the
that
damage
to
step we
work.
can choose to bounce a card back to the opponent's hand if we so wish. But I think they're just getting clarification on how Jet Dragon hit the board. To my knowledge, it was properly summoned, right?
Yeah, it's a weird card, but it just, whenever cards are destroyed,
which I believe Chimera
Cards are destroyed, blood is engraved.
And when you
blood
have
is
Blue Eyes White
engraved.
Dragon, oh, but
You
you
can
know, it
still
could
summon
be
that card.
missed the timing issue. Maybe
Oh,
that's
is it
what
a
we're
win?
checking. It might be. Let me take a quick look on Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron.
Let's see, because well, Chimera resolves on a new chain as it's summoned. Nibiru was already given the attack points from Mausoleum, but because he draws a card as well, is that maybe what it is?
Well, but Jet Dragon
No.
is if
Jet
a
Dragon
card
doesn't
on the
miss
field is
timing.
destroyed, so
Okay.
it should be okay.
Yeah, I would
And
say.
it looks like it is. It's just making
Yeah,
sure
Jet
everything
Dragon
is
cannot
above
miss
board.
timing. What
yeah,
the
and
fuck
so
are we
here I think
talking
we see the
about?
attack resolving because he's trying to put the Guardian Chimera back, or
What
was
the
Guardian
fuck?
Chimera able to activate its ability?
Well, it's what's the last thing to happen? It doesn't have to
spell
be.
cards,
All
of
it has
course,
to be is a
right?
card has to be destroyed.
Yeah, it should be.
I know sometimes
Dude,
if you
you all
summon it off like a
don't
monster
know your
effect, for
fucking
example,
cards.
back in the
Like,
Predator Land
holy
days, it wouldn't
shit.
activate. But we're not doing that. We're doing that with fusion spells, so I think we're fine.
I would assume so, but we'll get an update here from our judges shortly if it ends up going into anything weird. But if not, play will just continue. Still plenty of time on the clock, and of course our players will get a time extension if there is a ruling issue.
Yeah, and this is a super heads-up play from Aaron. Like you said, this Jet Dragon is not only a really good way to answer destruction effects, but it's a really good way for outing problematic boards. It's one of the few cards that by itself can just answer a Rise-Ult Detonator because it activates in the damage step and it bounces, it does not destroy.
Mm-hmm. But we're taking just a quick moment here.
Just making sure. I don't know what our judges are reviewing at the moment, but I imagine they're just trying to get a clarification on where the game should go. I don't personally notice any mistakes here yet, but obviously I'm not over there.
Well,
I don't see everything they see. Looking through the extra deck, maybe a question as to what legal targets he had available to himself for fusion summoning.
Possibly, but I mean, everything seemed right so far, so
Not
it's interesting to see like
we're gonna be in
where
some trouble.
this may be going. But imagine if things do continue from here. I mean, the Blue Eyes Jet Dragon attacking the SP Little Knight, certainly a chunk of damage, and you're right, you can go ahead and bounce that. Of the two cards, which would you bounce back? Would you try to risk putting back?
Oh, it looks like we are going to be rewinding the game state, actually. Going to be going back to before the Guardian Chimera was summoned. So my assumption is...
The Chimera was illegal because Spirit with Eyes of Blue is on the field.
You can't summon
dragons. He took the wrong monster because it's locked into Dragon, so it's a full legal activation.
100%.
Chat, if you were yelling at me, I know I missed it too.
It's because it wasn't on the field during now, but our judges are so smart. They
Hold
remembered
on,
that
what?
Spirit with Eyes of Blue does say, as long as it's on the field, you are locked into Dragon monsters only. It doesn't matter if you summoned it yourself. If it's on your field, you're locked into Dragons. We've actually seen Blue Eyes players play things like Fallen of Albaz to be able to use it for themselves so they can go into Sanctifier Dragon and then give their opponents a Spirit and then lock them into Dragons only. Turns out Aaron didn't know about that either.
Yeah, and that is really unfortunate because it does mean that if Abasai ended up picking the Nibiru the Primal Being instead, he would have been able to pull off the exact same play and then use the effect of the Chimera in order to clear that. But it's just one of those things. I mean, this is, again, a very wide open format. You can't study every single card. You try your best, but here we are.
Oh, and talking about situations that, like,
what
never
a weird
happen,
one.
you know?
Yeah.
How often
go?
does a Mace be used against Spirit of Azure Blue, right?
Well, that definitely gives you something to cheer for if you're a Blue Eyes fan. Aaron may be getting a second wind here.
But weirdly, it might be worse for Aaron here because now he has no way to summon
You've
Jet
done the
Dragon,
science
and
on
thus
that.
there's no way for him to
True.
out this board anymore. And so Aaron probably would have preferred that he got to summon that Chimera funny enough.
Now, I mean, the Nibiru the Primal Being
Make
technically
sure.
could just attack the SP Little Knight just the same, but it's not going to
It
feel the
doesn't matter to
same
me.
as
It's an air
bouncing.
conditioner.
Yeah.
The combined creation with a low graveyard
Yes,
count.
sir.
Yeah, and when you're staring down a 5,000 attack point monster, that could be pretty scary.
Yeah, it can. All right, so it looks like we're going in. So we are going to use Mausoleum of White in order to send a Blue Eyes White Dragon to power that Nibiru the Primal Being up to a whopping 3,800.
Okay.
Anything on resolution?
And what's interesting is we still could see Jet Dragon because a card may be destroyed shortly on the field.
That is true.
Yeah, I would go in the beer. I'd swing over this.
So we are still going to battle phase, and like you said, we're going to have 38 attack 16. That'll deal 2,200 damage over to Abasai, bringing him down to 58.
So you'll be at 68 or 58?
Like I mentioned, weirdly, this might be a better outcome for Abasai because he even knew that Aaron had access to that Jet Dragon that he saw earlier.
But he gets the Jet Dragon now because a card was destroyed on the field.
And we get to stay in the battle phase here. And you know what? We could actually, no, I lied completely. This is so much better for Aaron now because you can have Jet Dragon attack the Anguish and then bounce the combined creation.
While I have a Blue Eyes White Dragon and Field or Graveyard.
And it definitely gets rid of it without any worry from the Memento Fusion because, again, unless there's a Dragon in that extra deck, we are not fusing at all.
I mean, there is Twin Dragon,
There is Twin Dragon.
But that's probably not good enough because I don't know because you can't summon that with Sage. Sorry, with Spirit. So
true, true.
It wouldn't solve his immediate problem.
Bounce combined.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and bounce some cards here.
Yeah, but I believe our attack target is Anguish, and we're going to be bouncing back the Combined Creation to Abysai's hand.
Okay.
And here we go. Aaron has done a successful job of outing Abysai's board, albeit maybe with some assistance from
So I took a look at Neuron, and a surprise to me, it is a dragon in name only. The Memento Twin Dragon's a thunder monster.
Wait, really? Oh,
yeah.
it's based on the original Thunder Twin Dragon?
Yeah.
They're not dragons, they're thunders. You're totally right.
Yeah, sorry, Mokuba. But wow, just what an interesting turn of events. It shows you that it is a wide open dueling field with some very interesting interactions here. And speaking of which, we're going to bring out SP
really
Little Knight, and
noisy,
he's going to get his Spirit with Eyes of Blue back.
Yeah, because Mace is only until end of turn, right?
Mm-hmm. A very change of hearty card there.
I always forget. I've never actually resolved Spirit with Eyes of Blue, but is it a quick effect?
No, it's you only are going to be able to tribute that as an ignition effect, I believe. So
we can't get a Blue Eyes from Dragon during his opponent's turn.
Yeah, could you imagine just being able to bring out a Blue Eyes on call? Now, there are a lot of cards that do that, but they aren't in the extra deck.
Is Fusion main phase or is it? It is in the end phase. Okay.
So still the end phase, going to go infused now.
Right, because after the Blue Eyes passes over, there is still priority to be had with any effects, and Abysai's just choosing to activate this.
But we are not going to be able to bring out the Guardian Chimera because there's no monsters on the field.
Need to answer that.
Yeah, and I believe Memento is main phase only. They just clarified that.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry,
Okay,
main
so
only,
just a little bit of a duel that kind of, we had to work out the kinks,
Your
but I think we're back
cards.
to legal now.
Yeah, Abysai's maybe feeling that time pressure, maybe because of how long that one turn
Yeah,
went.
it is 10 minutes left
But
on the
just of
clock
course I'm
here,
done that.
and only 5,800 life points left to his name, at least for this duel. So it's not necessarily like a losing match right here. He could still bring it back, but he has to consider that next game as well.
He still has all of his resources available to him, but now he needs to fight through an SP and a potential of another Spirit Jet Dragon coming back out, because it'll activate whenever stuff is destroyed.
Absolutely there.
Now he's grasping
with
straws.
so many pieces of engine in there, we talked about it earlier how Memento doesn't have a lot of room for non-engine cards. You know, I haven't seen a lot of
He's
Memento
really grasping
Bestial
straws right
builds, and you just don't have the room for it, but they sure would feel real good right now.
Yep, but we got that Engraver coming back here on activation of Requiem to equip. We're going to use SP Little Knight, banishing our own Spirit and
If he does
targeting
this
the
like
Fiendsmith
Kuros,
Engraver.
Might win this.
So we are going to be issuing a procedural error minor to Abysai, of course, for
Yeah, of
activating
course,
the
it's
fusion in the
definitely
wrong
procedural
phase.
error.
If you're not familiar with the tournament policy guidelines, it only is a warning, so there's not going to be any game loss penalties here, as long as it's not a repetitive mistake. And that's always up to the head judge's discretion anyway.
Really shaky.
Abysai's debating if he wants to chain, I believe, this fusion to kind of dodge this SP banish.
Seems like we're doing it. So maybe a Guardian Chimera, but a different order here. So 2 from the hand, 1 from the field.
And because SP's already used its effect, it's not going to be able to dodge this destruction.
The SP is all.
He's gonna lose the Memento. He's done that properly.
Okay.
Yeah, SP needs to banish both cards.
Chain Link 1 was
Those targets.
targeting Engraver. So Chimera effect to pop 1 and draw 2? Yes.
Gonna be popping 1 and drawing 2 cards. That's really awesome.
That feels pretty good.
Abysai's turn.
You don't really need to deal with the
Impermanence
SP.
and didn't quite catch
I think
the
it was a
last
goblin.
one.
I think it was goblin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Might
Like,
be Dark
you don't
Blade,
really need to deal
but
with the
still
SP.
feels good for
As
sure.
long as you can
There we
get
see the destruction
to
of Monster
5
and White. We're
names,
going to be
you will.
activating Blue Eyes Jet Dragon in the grave to summon back
Jet
because the
Dragon
card
come
was
back,
destroyed,
that's
but we have Blue Eyes
not hard to
in
out.
the grave. This is what Blue Eyes in
That's
the grave
like
is
we
doing.
can't destroy the card.
Grind game. All
Just
this
fine.
stuff repeats every single time.
Jet Dragon definitely is a long haul
'Cause you're
card.
going
I
for
certainly
mind
understand why
creation,
duelists
you'll-
have been cutting it
you'll-
from their deck
you'll
because
literally
it's
just
hard to
jet right
get it
out
out.
like nothing.
But once it's out, it gets a lot of mileage.
It's hard to go away. Also, there's a lot of bestials in the format too, and so a card like
Feel
Dragon,
all
once it
the
goes to the
ones
grave
I'm talking
once, it's never
about.
coming back.
That's
Just
true.
said lie, you'll
But
figure
against
it
this
out.
deck, like you said, ain't no bestials around, it looks like.
We will see if Aaron is able to squeak out of this duel, how far he continues to go in the tournament, because again, there are a lot of Bestials in this
Do I
format.
have multiple?
And like we saw, I think Abysai's choice to go for a lot of follow-up during Aaron's turn is going to be really paying off dividends here.
I will activate Droll and Lockbird.
Oh, and the card that Aaron
Um,
drew for turn that we did not know about was Droll
really
and
good.
Lockbird, which now will shut off all of Aaron's ways to keep adding cards to his hand. So even though he put back the Twin Dragon, it won't do anything. He's probably just going to go ahead and try to go
See
for
if
that
that
Divine
helps.
Creation here and get some damage through.
You're going to have to at some
That might be
point,
the
but it is
problem.
difficult because that Jet Dragon could get recycled and recycled and recycled.
Does Jet Dragon need to attack to bounce? I think it does.
It does. It
Yeah.
does. It actually does it in damage calculation, so it not only has to attack, it has to connect.
100%. Okay. I was like, is it if it battles? No, it's only if it attacks. So there we see the effect of Mace coming down, going to be replacing the Anguish, and then we have the field spell effect. And we're going to be chaining Akihiro onto that to summon as well. The field spell is going to get Goblin. There, look at all those names.
I mean, if you want to make a classic Appaloosa bow, the goddess certainly could, but Forbidden Limitless probably says otherwise. Haha.
I mean, Abasai making a big meal out of saying that his level
So
9 or
let's see if
higher
this is
Mementos can
any
attack
better.
directly. He might be trying to go for game this turn. If he can get a Combined Creation in play plus a
I'm going
Creation King, that's more than
to-
enough damage.
No, there's certainly plenty of time left on the clock. If he's able to end
At
his
least it's-
battle phase with
potentially.
victory this turn, then they'll still have about 3 minutes to side deck and split 3 or 4 minutes to duel, so it's actually a good gambit to keep on pushing through this game.
Plus, if they have any time extensions that we don't know about, who knows?
That's fair. We did have some procedural reminders and stuff, so there actually may be some time extensions too.
So there we see the Gaddock. We're going to be adding back from Graveyard specifically the Anguish, which we can do. Droll does not stop that.
I love those cards that have like an either-or effect, almost with Droll and Lockbird in mind.
So
How are we going to fusion summon Creation King
that
in this
one's
position?
off.
Well, we're going to go for Cross Sheep, so I
we're
think we have a
definitely
win.
fusing.
It's
Next
actually worth noting that he
problem
doesn't need to fusion
is-
summon right now because he's already pointing to a fusion monster.
Oh, that's true.
So all
you're
he has to do
right.
is summon, and then Cross Sheep will summon another monster. So he's going to combine Creation, I imagine, summon to a zone that Cross Sheep points to, and then get another summon of a monster.
Great resource management. That's exactly what he's doing here. Is he puts those 5 Memento monsters back into the deck.
And that could get us our Sleepy if we have it still in the
Another-
graveyard, or not.
Well, plug in.
Cross Sheep does not need to summon to a zone it points to, right? It just needs to have a monster summoned to a zone it points to?
I think so.
Okay, so I guess you just chose not to do that.
Well, you have Cross Sheep on field? No, it's okay.
Yes, Tatsuno Toshigo, I believe, can only have Memento monsters in play.
That is correct. And Cross Sheep, he's a friend of Memento, but he is not Memento itself.
Yeah, that worked.
Oh, we had another fusion in hand. Okay, that's how we're going to fusion summon.
Oh,
and we
also
had Sleepy.
Just fuse,
We
fuse,
had it
fuse.
all.
As you know, this deck, you can get almost lost in it because it is such a different, like, choose your own adventure. Speaking of adventures, here's Abao Aku. We haven't seen it in a while.
Yep, one of the main cards from Supreme Darkness, Abu Aku, the Lightless Shadow.
And there's the Fiend, the Memento Goblin.
Yep. And then he used the link to Cross Sheep to summon it. Very impressive. Yep, so we're using Fusion, summoning that, shuffling those two, gives
Really
our
don't
Creation
fucking
King.
know why.
And I believe that should be enough damage to go for
Really
game here.
don't.
We don't have Creation
That
King in the
doesn't
grave
make
because we
any
banished one of
sense to me.
ours.
Oh, wow.
So we
do,
have.
but I have to use 2, not 3.
Yes, so Memento Twin Dragon only requires 2 Memento monitors, where Creation King requires 3. He sent too many materials.
So we might see sort of a different path than we were expecting here.
Okay, so we just revealed that. We're just reversing before he fusion summons, that way he could do it all in one go, versus just try to fix it in the moment.
Now, you're right that Abasai might be feeling a little nerves here. It's difficult to be up on the featured match stage. Not everybody gels with it the same way. He's doing a great job holding out in the duel, but maybe he just needs to take a little breather here to get back in the game.
I mean, like we said time and time again,
I'm
Memento is
not
one of the
worried
most
about it.
complicated decks in
I'm
this format
trying
because there
to order
are
another
so many
mic.
diversing lines of play, diversing cards.
While
Like
you're
your
all
resources
watching
go to the
stream,
banish, to the extra deck, to the graveyard, back to the
I
deck,
am
all over
going
the
to
place.
mute the
You can keep track of it all.
microphone.
It is a
Because
very
I cannot
non-linear
listen.
deck for sure. There's some decks
my
where they have like
microphone
one
is
great combo and that just
basically-
rockets them to the top tables. But Memento is more about understanding the entirety of the deck and then employing all those different paths whenever the moment is
Why
right.
did he go
Yeah,
black
and you
hero?
can totally tell that Abasai was trying to go
Hold
for
up.
a going for game line here.
There you go. All right.
All right, so it looks like it might be just a little bit as they go ahead and reconstruct that game state. Our judges are at the ready, but we're just going to have to vibe here for a while. But it shows you how cool Memento is, again, because it is a nauseating level of card effects. There's so much stuff you could do.
order it.
You guys doing a great job of holding it out, just like with these nice little one-for-one trades.
Oh, 100%. Basically, we're seeing a battle of the ultimate combo deck versus the ultimate grind deck. And as long as you can keep having that extra turn, Blue Eyes might come out on top, and Memento may run out of steam, or at the very most, kind of misuse the amount of resources it has.
Certainly difficult to play. We haven't seen like the Primite Barrel Dragon loop, so if we go
I
into the
need-
next duel, it'll be really interesting to see like
This
if we can get that
stupid stuff to
traditional
be able to
classic
drop
Blue Eyes
at
grind.
your
With
store.
only a few minutes left on the clock, there's not really a lot of time to actually grind the game out.
100%. I definitely think besides his only focus right now is how can I go for a game, how can I do that as quickly as possible, and maybe he got a little bit ahead of himself and not doing everything properly.
And we do have slow play penalties in Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. There's no penalty for playing too fast.
Personal risk rather than like a tournament risk.
Well, the other thing too is, I mean, this has been a heck of a day, as you know, after round 1 and between round 2. Some of the duelists did have to congregate outside the venue. Don't worry, we were all safe. But it reminds you that this is a real experience. As you watching at home, it's like, just play the cards, right? But it is a very real human experience to be here and have to duel all day under the bright lights of the Battle City stage. Looks like we do have a little update for you, though. There's going to be a procedural error minor for the illegal activation of the fusion card, and the head judge is getting consulted for a possible upgrade. We did talk about that before, how when you activate the same card illegally, then that's when the head judge can come in. But it's their discretion. Again, it's not one of those things where like, oh, he made the mistake, let's go ahead and point. No, it's just everybody enforcing the rules to make sure this is a fun and fair tournament.
100%. It's not about, you know, just calling out specific behaviors and going, that's wrong, but that one's okay. It's more about like, let's just take a whole look at everything that's happened and holistically decide what this should mean.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I mean, having judged quite a bit in my day, it's an experience where you really have to understand where the duelists are coming from. Because again, you might be at home, you might be like, oh man, why are you doing that? But it's a much different thing to travel here, wake up, go ahead and sleeve up your deck, make sure everything is right. Everyone's cheering for you, you're doing great, and then there you are on the stage, and it's your moment. And well, you know, everybody reacts to that moment differently, so we'll hear back from our head judge pretty soon.
100%. And if we're talking about, like, you know, taking time, whether that's when you're dueling or when you're not, having the right kind of judge call is something you want to take your time with. And that's why we can have little breaks like this in the middle of the round to make sure that everything that's being done is happening for the right reasons and is the right response to whatever the actual behavior is.
Absolutely. Well, you know, since we don't get to talk about this game for a second, we can always talk about all the other cool games that we saw from behind the scenes. I gotta say, man, the evenly matches. I know that, like, in the Temple of the King's deck and the Tomb Keeper's deck, it is so cool to see evenly matched because it's almost like an art-type trap card. But evenly matched gets so much done this format. Just be like, all of that gone.
Especially like right now, given the current context of the format we're playing right now, going first is so important. Most people are just trying to figure out, like, how can I protect my turn 1 combos? And evenly matched is like, I don't care what you do turn 1. I'm just going to get rid of all of it.
Well, and the other thing, too, is that you've got, you know, things like Metal Tronus in the format that are being used to have a different way to deal with cards that can't be destroyed, but, like, don't really care if destruction is in the thing. Yeah,
like, interact in a different way, while also being, like that card is both infinite impermanence and emergency teleport for some decks, which can be really funny for like, climbing up yourself. Like, I used it in Malice during our Team YCS event, and it turned so many free bodies for me that I could go straight into Link 3s and just win the game. It was so awesome.
Well, speaking of bodies, just as an update, we're not going to cut to the stage, but the head judge is on the stage, so we should have a resolution pretty soon. So you don't just have to hang out with us the entire time. We'll be right back in the duel once we get an update. But just some really cool stuff. And speaking of YCS Vegas, you know, I did enter some of the public events there, and it was really satisfying. If you are aware of the public events prize wall, there's actually just a bunch of different prizes that you could trade in for. And I got myself a little premiere mat that I earned in Vegas, but I claimed here. So even if you're here and you're like, oh, I really want something else, that's cool. Store your prize wall tickets and you can actually redeem something. You did some public events, right?
I did plenty of public events. I did mostly Time Wizard events for April 2010, as well as Rivalry of the Warlords. Personally, my favorite one of the bunch.
Oh, it's such a cool thing. If you haven't seen Rivalry of the Warlords, it's everybody just gets a loaned out deck, and it's random. You got Lyrilusk, right?
Yeah, I got Lyrilusk, and that's one of my favorite ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, which is to just show up with nothing and ask to borrow a deck that someone has, and then just play like in a local tournament. It's so much fun. You get to experience different kinds of Yu-Gi-Oh! That you yourself maybe have never thought about playing before. And in Rivalry, it's even better because everything's balanced for each other. I'm not playing like a Fiend's deck for the first time against, like, you know, a Memento or a U-Bell deck for the first time. I'm playing Lyrilusk against Time Thieves, and we're just going to figure it out and see what's going on. So much fun.
All right, so we're going to do a quick walkthrough with Jackie. Speaking of public events, you can actually see the whole dueling field out there.
Hey everyone, I'm Jackie Jing, your YCS host, and the convention center is packed. Tons of people here. Let's show you what YCS has to offer. Come on.
Really picky when it comes to microphones, by the way.
There are tons of public events,
like
the Ultimate Time Wizard Tournament, where you can win this gigantic card. There's so many awesome events and awesome prizes.
Noise canceling. This one's a 4.5.
Rivalry of Warlords, Attack of the Giant card, and Dragon Duel for our younger duelists. You can see people are registering behind us right now for these amazing public events. And if you want to take part, come on by. Join in on the fun. This is the
Two times free
main
delivery
stage where
by
we
April
crown our
10th. Prime
YCS
members can
champion,
get it.
and you see all of those
And look
intense
up.
duels go down. Do not miss out on the action. Make sure you're watching the
Regular
stream
price,
all weekend
$52.
long. See you later.
Got to see exactly what we were talking about. Man, Jackie is so
Oh,
tall.
dude.
That giant card, it's a giant card, I promise you. Jackie is just also a giant host.
Yeah, that's just that's a normal size D-Mock in her hands, I promise.
Oh, goodness. But it does show you that there's a lot of things to do here other than just participate in the main event. And there's all those great Time Wizard tournaments. If you're one of those people who are just like, man, back in my day, I could show them. Your day is now. This Time Wizard is not a joke. You could show up with all of your favorite cards from 2010, whether you like that sort of mid-course synchro format. Maybe you love just activating Scapegoat. 2005 is really popular. The 2014 stuff, like the Reborn Tengu stuff, is starting to get popular too.
Oh yeah, sound off in the comments and in the chat what your favorite alternate format of Yu-Gi-Oh is besides modern or advanced.
Oh yeah, there's so many different ways to play. And I really had a good time. The other thing too that nobody remembers is there's actually Duel Links tournaments at Master Duel tournaments, and the pricing for that is insane. There's a gold
Now I
prime
have
mat that they got
one
for Master
nice
Duel. There's
camera.
really cool Duel
I have
Links
two
mat as well.
cameras.
But speaking of prizes you could win here, why don't we take a look at the wonderful
I have more
win
stuff
mats
in
that we've got here, because there's just so many cool
Honestly,
stuff.
when I
Right?
start working
Take a
at
look
the
at
job,
that.
I am gonna
Millennium
upgrade the
Fire
PC.
King
Hold
win
on.
mat, game mat. Oh,
Like-
so neat.
Yeah, ever since round 3, a lot of these
We're
have been
gonna
firing all day here today, and even more fire
fully
tomorrow. And I
invest
bet
in
you
the
people are
YouTube
super
stuff.
excited to have decks from the
But
past year and a
I
half
think I need to
just
do for a
showcased
while.
in a really beautiful way.
I've
Yeah,
used the
every
same
time
stuff
I get
for
to
a
see that little
long time.
animation chronicle trailer, right? You get
Yeah.
all of the water and
I
the fire
used a
charging, a
wireless
rivalry that has
keyboard
gone
that's
on for
literally
so
$20.
long. It's just so neat to
Which,
see it. And now
Look at
you
this.
can
I do have
immortalize
a
that battle by winning that game.
$1,500
Oh, it's
PC.
gorgeous. And I've actually become a bigger
laptop.
fan of the Murmur Elenia
Uh,
deck as this format has gone on, and it's one that I'm looking to start playing as soon as
I've been
this
using
tournament's over.
I feel like
basically
this is like the
cheapest
time of fire
like
and
the
water, because
accessories
water's
and
been so
cameras.
strong
You can tell
historically
it's
and
a cheap
fire's
camera.
strong. Finally, they are both strong at the same time.
Literally, it's like
Also, we do have an
$20
update for all you
camera.
guys waiting at home here
Nice.
that unfortunately Abasai did get a game loss because of all the PE minors he experienced. It was
Nice
upgraded to a
save.
PE major, which gives him a game loss, and because he lost game 1, that means he loses the match, unfortunately.
So Destiny
Adjust
has
the
been changed.
microphone
If you
right
got your
now.
Millennium Necklace, you may not have seen Blue Eyes win in that fashion, but that's exactly what happened here. We are going to go ahead and cut over to a bonus feature match, though, now, just so you guys can see even more gameplay action. So why don't we go and switch over to that.
Plenty of dueling action for you guys to enjoy.
I feel like Carbon Black. That would give me all the room I need. But I'd have to put it somewhere else. I can't put it in this room. Yeah, everything's good job. It's only $15 a month to do Amazon Prime. If I start ordering things off Amazon, that's why I'll do it. Want to add this? Backup link. That is. Cost me about 45. Congratulations. Fastest Monday. I do have to work Monday. Still snag. Awesome. Thanks. I have to have another microphone. I can't keep doing this. went off. Oh, we blew up. So Paul feels on stream. Gonna scam and see how he does. Ties it up 1-1. Kind of close to the end of the duel here. Yeah, Justin loses. Val's missed you. Disco Mouse. Yeah, it's kind of hard to beat. Right, let's get on to the real
Back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That's right, we have Paul taking on Saul.
Let's go,
It's going to be Mermail Atlantean up against Bestial Malice, 2 decks that a lot of players expected to see this weekend, but we haven't got to see them on the main feature match stage just yet. But now we are going to have that exciting matchup. That's cool to see Saul versus Paul. There's something
I
familiar about that, but that's really awesome to see. Are you excited for this match, Saul?
Yeah, I think this is the dark horse of the entire format in Mermail Atlantean. One of the powerhouses, and I think at this point, a definite tier 1 strategy. It's one of the top 3 now best decks, just slightly less popular than the Ryzios and the Malice of the format. But if you're looking at the combo decks, you can say it's even more potent than the Malice strategy. But they both have their strengths. I think it's just, if you had to go second against a strategy, I think you'd rather go second against Malice than you would against Mermail.
Yeah, the way that the Mermail Atlantean deck also plays into the Malice, like board interactions that they're going to have, it works out pretty well for the Mermail Atlantean player a lot of times, as long as they can navigate around something like Dimension Shifter. It can play through those interruptions. A lot of the Malice stuff interacts with cards on the field, banishing something from the field, getting something off the field, but they have ways to just keep on extending from the hand beyond that too. So this could be favored here for the Mermail Atlantean. You know, it feels like just the other day, you know, I was teaching Abystius how to swim. You know, the Mermails were my like little pet deck, and everyone was telling me how, oh no, it's not that good, not that great. It's all about the Fire Fist. Now look at us, 25 years later, Mermail's still part of the meta. Where's the bear at? Who knows? Not here. That's the Fire Fist bear.
The format you're referring to, there are duelists playing here today that were not even born yet.
So it dates me, that is for sure. Yeah, I think the Dragon duelists are about in that right age range for when the Mermail cards first came out. Back in what, like 2013, I want to say?
2012. 2012.
That's even longer ago. But now they got new support here in Rage of the Abyss. They got some more new cards in Supreme Darkness as well that really pushed them over the edge.
Yeah, Poseidra, I think, was the defining factor that really pushed the deck over the edge. And I think it's really taking advantage of all those old cards. I mean, we were talking about cards from 2012. A lot of them don't say once per turn on them, the Atlantean Dragoons namely, and it's able to just really push through the main strategies that a lot of these decks are doing right now. The only way to really stop it is to like have one of those blanket effects that cut off the entire turn, something like Abyss Dweller, something like Dimension Shifter. If you can avoid those, then the deck can just steam through everything else that you do.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite parts about the new Mermail deck is the super ancient Deep Sea King Sealing Cants being such a vital part of the strategy, being able to summon just an army of Mermail Abyss Spikes from your deck. Potentially, there's other things that we could see. We're going to have to see how it's going to play out here in Game 1 of YCS Houston. Round number 5. It's Paul versus Saul. It's time to duel. But yeah, so
here we go.
Kind of hinting at with the Sealing Cant, there's a lot of ways you can go about it. You can just summon 3 Abyss Spikes, or you can play some more of like the more unique fish cards and involve like a synchro strategy and things like that.
Yeah, I think there's essentially 2 major versions of the deck, the one that tries to activate Moaning Glacier and the one that tries to end on the barrier statue. That's usually the main difference we see a lot of players go to, and the Coelacanth just make sure that you can see a lot of those plays. And it looks like the Mouse strategy is going to be able to go first. Normal summon Dormouse is what we like to see.
That's where you want to be as a Malice player, starting things off with Dormouse.
Now, the Mermail strategy, because its engine is so large, it has so many cards in its deck that need to be there, you're not really having as many spots available for these points of interaction as these other decks in the format. But you typically, that means that you go for the more potent ones, such as the Molcharmies in Fuelos and Perulia, especially since Perulia is a water, so it contributes to the strategy.
Almost
the Dormouse banishing White Rabbit.
possible.
White Rabbit, you're going to be able to pay 300, special summon it back to the field, and then it'll be able to set a trap. He's going to set TB11 from the deck.
Now,
the cool thing about the Malice cards is you can activate the traps to turn their set by banishing a Malice monster from your side of the field.
Definitely one of the parts, I mean, because those cards are so good alone to be able to use them sort of like an enemy controller, you still only want to use only one copy each because they are so searchable with something along the lines of White Rabbit and White Binder.
Definitely.
But there's an argument to play more. There always has been, but I think, oddly enough, the deck has always chosen to be as compact as possible to try to fit in that non-engine.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because there are some advantages to drawing the traps in your opening hand. I mean, if you draw it alongside a Malice monster, you have protection from things that may target it down, like Effect Veil or Infinite Permanence.
Yeah, typically drawing TV11 with any of the normal summons lets you play through almost anything, and but it's just drawing TB11 by itself does nothing. So you just don't want to.
Tough. Or the worst is like GWC06. Because at least if you have TB11, you can activate it on your opponent's turn to get something going. But sometimes if you have no Malice monsters and just GWC06. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah, well, arguably the best one should be the worst one to draw alone.
It's funny. That's what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! But it looks like Judge is taking a second to read Haggard Blizzard Dose. I'm not sure what we're pausing. Everything's fine here so far.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be targeting itself.
He's triggered both of them.
Yeah, on summon, Lizardos is going to banish as cost the Dormouse to change
its
attack.
Yeah, this is about as basic as it gets for a Malice play.
If this wasn't allowed, then we've been doing it all wrong for a while.
Yeah.
Let me consult my handy-dandy notebook and see if there's anything in here that's going to let me know.
Yeah, because Dormouse is 900 attack and...
Oh, it's not gameplay related.
Okay.
Yeah, not gameplay related.
No. Sure,
I think
Paul's
maybe
not
something's
questioning it.
yeah, a fry on the back end, but we'll be patient with it. But
something's amiss, yeah.
Something is amiss. But Malice versus Mermail. So I have played Malice and play tested against the Mermail landing strategy before, and it's rough for me to say the least. Because
I had to
interruptions
guess
don't line
might
as
have a
well.
nib to him.
His list is actually similar to mine, where there's a decent amount of this is Bestial Malice, a decent amount of
you might be
Bestials, which are
waiting
great, like
on
advancing your own
Red
strategy.
Ransom.
But where they really shine is like when you're up against like Fiendsmith cards, and you can actually use them to cut off what your opponent's trying to do. That's not going to happen against the Mermail deck, as they're all water.
Yeah, they're not getting the maximum value out of the Bestials here. But also, I think what the Malice deck does, it creates infinite follow-up and a good amount of removal, right? You have solid interruptions on your opponent's turn, which is usually enough to make it to your next turn, and that usually ends the game. The thing is, your interrupts aren't strong enough against something like Mermailantian, where every time they put a monster on the field, it probably generated another card just in the act of doing so. So the biggest thing you have is that you are able to remove the Neptibus before it's able to activate its effect, because its effect also is cost, but that just means that you're hoping that that Neptibus is the only thing that they have.
Right. I mean, it used to be, like, Neptibus, as long as you could cover the Neptibus, you were good, which is kind of why Mermail fell out of the graces of a lot of players for so long. But now with the cards from Rhoda, the cards from Suda, mainly the ones from Rhoda, the Shrine and the Atlantean squad, they both get you access to a card from your deck to your hand that you can be able to special summon. The squad just summons a monster from your deck, which is crazy.
Shrine can do either. She can add to hand or summon it from deck.
Oh, yeah, that's
Either
true.
way, Coelacanth is hitting the field.
Yeah, exactly. Usually you want to summon it to the field, but there are certain scenarios where you can't add it to hand. That is true. But I'm excited to see the Mermail deck in action. Like I said, it's a deck that I used to play. I remember like when it first came out, people didn't think Abystius was even good, and I was like, I'm running 3 of it because I think
I've never seen a judge call on this.
And how useful that
never
was.
seen
But it looks like we're good to go, so we're jumping right back into the gameplay like we never stopped. And the Haggard Lizardos is going to banish the Dormouse from the graveyard.
That is huge, by the way. Impulse on the Dormouse. That is one of the
knew he
things
had something.
only so many decks can even have, and it cuts them off entirely if they don't have a way to follow it up.
That's pretty big here, because the whole point of the Haggard Lizardos is you're climbing up your Link's
Impulse,
rating.
Nib, or late
The 2
Impulse.
monsters to go into a Link 2, bring back one monster to go into the all-important Link 3 from Malice, and it does cut him off. That Dominus Impulse was huge.
Now
we
have to see
WCO6, bring
if
back.
Paul has a play here. Sometimes Mermail is not the most consistent deck ever, but that is one of the best summons here. And it's
We
going to
talked
Neptibus.
about it, the Prince.
Yikes.
We have a response here. I think I saw a quick play spell card that can be functional, given it's not the best in this situation, but it actually... Oh no, it doesn't work. Wizardos is already on the field. There is no target.
There's no target for...
Metaltronus can negate.
Oh, I guess, yeah. Oh, that would be the target in his extra deck, because it's a water. I see what you're saying, okay.
It's a 800 attack water.
Well, you can do main deck, but I just don't think we got one.
But no, it's going to resolve. It's going to send squad as cost. Well, okay, not necessarily resolve.
Fucking hell,
actually a decent time to activate infinite impermanence. Yeah, we're going to be getting it there. This cuts you off of getting access to dragoons if you didn't already have it in your hand because we're sending squad.
Yep, the squad will still be able to special summon from the deck.
This is going to grab Pike here, almost certainly. And we'll see if there is access to dragoons in Paul's hand. It feels really bad having to activate a card like Infinite Impermanence on an effect that sends a card of value for cost.
But still special summoning a monster from your deck, but you have to.
Yeah, like adding a card from deck to hand is still really good too. And there is... Oh, no, we're just going to summon Dragoons straight from the deck here.
Makes a lot of sense.
Summon Dragoons on that?
If we have a way to pair it with something now. We have 4 cards in hand.
That means...
Luckily not too many useful cards if we didn't go for Pike here.
That he's got one bitch. Right.
Let's see how Paul navigates. The Mermill strategy, because it has so many options, there's so many fluid ways to play the deck, it can be very difficult to get see the lines, but now we have Shrine to send the Neptibus.
I did not
that was the fastest Shrine I've ever seen.
From the hand.
He scooped that Neptibus up and sent it to the graveyard as quick as possible.
Sends a water from my hand or field to the grave.
It is cost, so...
It is a cost, it makes sense.
Level 7 fish aqua or sea either add it to my hand or special summon.
Thoroughly explained to his opponent.
Wise bro.
But yeah, he's ready, so it's special summon to the deck. I'm assuming he's going to use that
That gets met with Ash Blossom. That is the perfect card to Ash. That's the one you want to Ash every time. Now. And that was so expensive. Neptibus will not be able... Oh, Neptibus can summon...
Yeah, it sent to the graveyard as a cost, right? So he can summon back?
It can summon back the squad, which...
That's good, because the squad can turn your monsters into level 7s. As
to summon Shadow Squad out of the graveyard.
All right. This is what I'm talking about. Like if they have the right cards, remember they can just keep putting monsters on the field. It won our YCS in Argentina just last weekend. That had over 700 players.
Good fucking
it
card.
won the Team YCS. Not sure where it was, what the location was, but was it Ecuador? I want to say.
I
believe it was, but it won 2 of the players in the team were playing it, so that meant that every round one of them had to win.
I think that was, it might have been, I honestly don't remember. I think Ecuador was won by Landon with Fire King.
Oh, so maybe it was El Salvador.
Yeah, okay.
And now, so he's going to Pot of Prosperity for 3. I didn't see what he grabbed. Pot of Prosperity and Mermail's interesting. So at least Sal will be taking half damage this turn.
Yeah, like we got to the point that there was enough interruption that the game wasn't immediately over, but you're still going to be generating enough advantage that you should be able to lock the game down now. And we're going to use Shadow Squad effect, discard the Neptibus that was added, I believe.
So now they all become level 7.
I believe Neptibus, because it's one of the newer ones, 2016 as a frame, is once per turn for its effect.
I'll target White Rabbit.
Okay, we're chaining Baldrake to go after the White Rabbit.
So he's trying to get a Malice monster on the field.
No, he's trying to get Baldrake live. I'm
not sure what good it can do. None of the traps. A second impulse.
Oh, he's just trying to get the Baldrake on the field to have an interruption to be able to banish a monster and summon. Because he had the Baldrake plus a Lighter Dark, which is not your greatest interruption, but something. And at this point, Sal's just looking for anything that he can use to put up a defense before he drowns in this tidal wave of water effects.
And he is unfortunately drowning a lot right now. There's another impulse in the graveyard. The Baldrake will be destroyed by the effective impulse as well.
And then because I have the other Dominus Impulse.
Looking crazy.
So I have a trap in the grave. I have the other Dominus Impulse that I used on the Dormouse the last turn. So because I have this trap in the grave, it destroys the... Okay. So the Baldrake gets destroyed, yep.
See a Baldrake?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he might have a chain. Okay, yeah.
I wonder what he would chain here that would help in this situation.
Nothing.
Nope, yeah.
All right, now open game state again. Let's see if Paul's going to overlay his 2 monsters for a rank 7.
And we're talking about extremely powerful cards
that's what I was
that
saying.
Atlantic deck has access to. We're going to go see the power of the rank 7s in
I
this deck.
100%
Because you can climb up
agree.
into either Gyos or Abyssrite.
I can summon the shrine.
It looks like he is going with Abyssrite.
Abyssrite is going to, I believe,
Definitely
either
agree
summon
with
or, does it summon or attach? I don't even remember.
I think it summons.
Okay, and then you can overlay your rank 7.
Into the Poseidra.
Yep, the Poseidra Abyss.
Anything on the summon of
And this is
Poseidon Abyss.
one of
The
the most
Dragon Lord.
ridiculous cards ever printed.
Hey, he definitely calls the Atlanteans. His second effect is straight up call the Atlanteans. Special summon back to 3, level 3 or lower.
That's how you
Fishy,
make trap
Serpent,
cards
or
good.
Aqua.
You put them on a monster.
God damn.
There you go.
Summon effect,
Spell
but it has
card.
a spell summon
Quick play.
effect that lets me use X2 for cost and dump a water. And if it resolves, I can non-target bounce 3 cards on the field.
It's pretty good. And it will be triggering the Dragoons as well.
So he's going to activate TB11. That's the memo. Ash Blossom.
Just Ash, okay.
Just has something at every move that Saul makes.
I mean, we were talking about how the Mermaid deck it doesn't have as much space for non-engine or for more powerful ones, but like I mean, we just, those
really
are 3
don't
really
know
good
why
ones.
High
he
impact,
made
yeah.
Lizard Dose.
All right, now he is, since he
If I
detached
started
the
Dormouse,
the cost to
I
activate
would
water monster
immediately
effect,
Does Poseidon evolve?
and he's going to send the other Dragoons
attempted
to return.
to Glean climb into
Attacking
Decoder
for the turn, right? Is it back down
because
to-
I have fucking ball
He
drift.
is at 800.
Or if you're trying to play around like
Yeah,
the
yeah, 'cause you
Impulse,
targeted with
I would have
Dormouse.
definitely went Dormouse
New
effect,
triggers, 2 mandatory Dragoons.
got
So he's
to
gonna be able
White
to search for
Rabbit,
both
and
of
then
those
attempted
Atlantean
ball drift.
Dragoons here. The deck just keeps on going.
Like it's not even close
There's
to being
multiple
done.
different angles
You wonder
you
if
could
he
win.
can find enough damage
But
throughout.
all of them
With
kind of run
prosperity,
into the problem
he
of Impulse.
might be able to put 16,000 damage out there.
I mean, he made sure to leave up the Lizard
Lizard
Dose
Dose
for the
was
effect of Poseidon so
not
that you can
the
also
most
send a
correct
cost
in
to
none of these
have its effect to
situations.
bounce.
Yeah,
I don't
Poseidon
like
is
the card. I don't even play it in my
incredible
mouth.
doing second.
Essentially, is another copy of Neptibus.
Yeah, being able to send a water monster from your deck for cost, return a
Because
card on your opponent's
one,
field
it's
and
not
deal it with
Cybers.
their
I don't
hand.
play non-Cybers
Incredible.
cards in my mouse there.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
Just don't make
Yeah,
any sense
so
to me.
the effect of Shadow Squad on field.
But
Just got a lot of
stream
questions for this
kind
one.
of freezes up and it goes
I mean,
out.
they were just confused too.
Click out, click back into the stream.
Hey, Shadow Squad,
You
when
can
you
watch
discard
like
a
normal.
water, you can turn all effects on, or turn all your monsters on the field into level
Yeah,
7.
I'll
I feel like
definitely do
that
this
effect
Big
happened
time.
quite some time ago,
Yes,
too, to
it
be
is.
talking about right now.
I remember Paul's. I know Paul personally.
Maybe they took a quick siesta, just a quick
Mm.
a quick nap
I've
before
played
all this is
him
going on. I
multiple
don't know.
times.
We've been
My
following
buddy
it
actually
just
beat
fine.
him in Cincinnati.
They just might have never
Yeah,
played this combo
I
before.
mean, that's another advantage to the Atlantean Mermail deck is that a lot of players haven't faced it, haven't practiced against it. It's hard to use at a high level. There's a lot of intricacies, a lot of things you have to pay attention to. As you
Okay.
mentioned, a lot of the effects aren't once per turn. A lot of the effects that send water monsters as cost, like other cards and other strategies wouldn't ever do that, so it's kind of unusual.
You're at 74. Is there a calculator, or do I just need to do math on paper? Okay.
Asking to borrow a calculator, that's a new one.
Feels bad if you're the opponent facing it
Yeah.
down.
Okay, perfect.
Saul's just sitting there like, man.
Okay, yeah, okay.
You can use your own calculator. You don't
I was
have to
hoping I
always use
did.
paper, but it's definitely good to use paper. But I don't. You don't have the option to like request a calculator.
My main thing is.
I mean, I just haven't heard it before, but I guess like it should be accessible.
I've never heard it. Yeah.
And there is the Poseidra sending the
and if I was
squad
at
to
this
summon
event, I
itself
would
and then
probably win
on
the whole
summon
fucking thing.
using its effect as
Honest
to
to
send
God.
from deck S cost to bounce a card on the field. It's going to go
Really good mouse.
put the Lizardos back in the extra deck.
Like I played
Half damage from the prosperity.
I'm sure the judges will realize that.
They don't
First off,
like.
I'm sure they'll realize it's half damage.
Lizard
Use
Dose.
Pot of Prosperity.
I don't even play Lizard
There's
Dose.
3 cards banished. Where do those
There's
come from?
one card that
Where
I
do
would
those come
add
from? It's
to
Pot of
it,
Prosperity.
and I would obviously cut one.
I think they're realizing it.
Like,
Let's just
I
take
play
a
Firewall
long look at
Singularity,
your graveyard, please.
Get those and the Firewall Dragon. Then I play 3 mouse links.
Right.
37 points of damage.
Access code,
3,700.
If you could do
Last
another
stage.
74, then you'll get there.
Cerberus, SP, IP,
No.
Why would you do this? Okay.
It's
Cyber
okay.
Stick, Disform for the
I guess
cards.
Pot of Prosperity is one of those intricate
I'm
cards.
gonna play all these cards
sometimes
because
that
I don't play Biscuits.
Yeah.
Oh, and now it's too late.
No,
If you don't play Biscuits, you can
it's
play
okay.
it like
To
this.
be honest, though,
It was a
Going
game he was winning
forward,
for sure.
we're
basically
all
how you wanna
actually
play it,
better off
because
for
once
it than
Yeah.
the game ends
Alliance
faster
Insight
because the
comes
game
out.
was over.
Yes.
Like Saul
yes.
had no cards.
The deck's fucking
We
cracked,
didn't
dude.
even get to see
I'm
what
telling
would
you.
have happened
This deck
had
is,
this
like,
game progressed. Like if he winks
insane.
away that Poseidon,
Singularity
a bunch of more monsters come back.
was
His board
originally
is
against
much
this
bigger
fucking
than it
card.
was there. This game is locked down.
I feel like he was
You know
already
what I'm
accounting
talking
for,
about?
like, prior in the
pull that
turn,
up.
before things, before, I
Or
guess, going
Link
through his
6.
combo a little bit, he was accounting for his
Fucking
opponent not
Gucci
having,
symbol.
or potentially not
Like, the
losing
real
the game
fucking
outright
goo.
because of Pot of Prosperity, because he ashed the TB11 anyway. He wanted to make sure his
You
opponent didn't have
literally
any follow.
go
He was going to go
terahertz
back to his hand
into
after Poseidon resolved. He had no reason to do that if he thought he was
swing going
winning the game
second.
that turn.
Singularity
But
effect, you
he
bring
played
back
in
to
a way
terahertz.
where there was essentially no
You
follow-up
freaking
for the
dump
Malice
the
deck.
save form on your opponent's turn,
was
you
essentially
terahertz,
over. It's
then
better for
fucking
everyone that we're just moving on.
code of
from
soul
it
if you don't
for
already have
sure.
it in there, which I
Even
play through
though
code
he
soul.
did extend to most of his field, he did have plays.
I'll
Such as when you link away the
show
Poseidon, you can also summon back 3 monsters.
So fast,
You're
I'll
going to be
show
able
you,
to link
like,
climb
what you
into
play if
your
you
Mermail
don't play
link
Bastiles.
2. And then you always have
if
the
you don't
Shrine
play
in the Grave as well to
Bastiles.
discard from your hand. To
You
trigger
can play
effects
higher
again.
handicap
So you usually
ratio,
set that up
you
with
can
an infantry,
also
and you'll
just
have a
play
way to
these.
destroy a card on your opponent's turn, which is really strong against Malice, but then their normal summon play can
Yeah,
just
that
get
card.
cut off immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So the game would have ended
And you
that
play
way
cross
anyway.
I forgot to mention that.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, we had the same issue like during like the dinosaur days, but dinosaurs would actually put up 16k points of damage. That was like the whole reason I played Exodus deck, I remember.
I mean, Tenpai, just like not so long ago.
No,
18 play
so they
skipper.
have no issue, you know, having enough
You're going
damage.
for
Your life
through
points are
Pot of
formality.
Prosperity.
You can also
Yeah.
play cross because
But it
you
might
need a
be
lot of
time
these cards to
maybe
resolve. I currently
refresh
don't
the-
have
the
impulse.
judges that are sitting
I have
in
not
the
tried to
station
avoid impulse yet.
potentially. It's been a long day so far. We've had.
I was waiting on
You know,
this
just asking the wrong questions,
bonanza to
Yeah,
hit
like,
before I
oh,
start
3
ordering
minutes ago, did
any
the
cards.
Sea Squadron uses effect to make
Like,
these level 7 now
like-
that you have 2 rank 7s on top of your field. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But as I said, we
I have-
are
I
exactly
have
where
a pretty
we
good
no
mouse
matter what.
list.
Anyway,
This thing's
Paul was
undefeated too.
winning
This
that
thing has
game.
not lost a single game.
99.9%, you know.
Yeah, I'm not
Really
sure
solid.
what card you can
I've
draw
dropped-
to
well, I can't say
really
game.
counteract
I've
an
dropped
already established
games,
field.
but I've never
Because I think once
lost
you
a
link
match
away,
with those.
let me refresh myself on all the ridiculous effects of Poseidra. But I'm pretty sure it has
should
an
have been a
effect to
lot
just
better
summon
there.
3 monsters
I don't
back.
know why it was.
Yeah, it does, exactly.
So
yeah.
you're just going to have a Toad there, almost for sure.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. The game was locked up. So
there were going to be plenty of interruptions going into the very limited hand that Saul had with 0 resources available.
Definitely.
Wormail is a hard
But
one
now
to
going
beat.
into the side
Yeah.
decks, I mean, there's definitely a card that Saul
Especially
did
if you
not
make the
draw
play
in
like
game that
Saul
would
did
be
there.
really helpful here against Paul's deck, and that's going to be Dimension Shifter.
Definitely will not win.
It's key.
That one is key. But, I mean, there is also the problem with Malice. Sometimes you can draw all of these powerful non-engine cards, but 0 Malice cards. There's only so many available.
All right, but Saul's going to get the opportunity to go
The only
first
thing I don't
again.
like about this
Let's
format,
see if the
and
Lanciers
really,
came in
I'm
for
about
Paul,
to play cash
and
again
how
and
Saul's
fix
going
it.
to adjust for
Going second
that.
cash, like just
I mean, that's another
obliterate
issue
it.
with Malice post-side,
the-
right? Everything gets so much more difficult.
the
when no
lack
effect
of
lands is
hand
also in the
traps.
equation.
And people relying on board breakers. 'Cause literally, if you play your deck a certain way,
Players
your opponent
just
really
waiting
can't
for
do
the
shit to
second
stop you
game to
at all.
start. You got to feel pretty good if you're Paul. I mean, going second, able to win. I mean, that's one of the advantages
That's
to
me
the
being
Uranium
as
Mermaid.
realistic
Like,
as
really, that
possible.
Poseidra was huge.
cash is really good right now. You'll see cash.
When they became an addition to the deck from
On
Supreme
stream
Darkness,
eventually.
it makes going second
You'll
so
see the new list of
much
people opted
easier.
for.
It's able to like
I have
break
not
through
evolved.
boards, summon out to the field,
I've been
get
on
you the
Malice
thing
and
you need
Branded.
without using your normal summon, which is huge.
Yeah, that's why I said I think the most restrictive thing to Mermillantian going second
But-
is those powerful effects that just wipe out the entire turn, like Dimension Shifter or Abyss Dweller. If they're allowed to activate and resolve any of their effects, I think they are just so far ahead and just so much more powerful than any of the other decks currently available.
Yeah, definitely. All right.
I mean,
let's jump into it.
realistically,
It's
we have to
game
look at this
2
from like an outside.
of our
Yeah, the
5th
point
round
of
feature
view
match here at YCS Houston.
is-
It's Mermail Atlanteans taking
for
on
me,
Bestial
I
Malice.
look at this format.
Will Paul be
and I
able
say,
to
this format's
hinder
fucked
the
up.
Malice strategy
Yeah, I'm not
again?
gonna lie.
Or will
Because
Malice
if
be able to do his full
Paul
combo?
goes first.
All right, looks like both
Both
players are going to pick up a PE minor.
All cannot
both
break
players
it.
are supposed to maintain the
I'll be
game
honest.
state there.
I love
It
malice.
is the responsibility of both players to
One
recognize
version's
that
malice.
prosperity was
Not a
in
single
effect.
version of malice that can break two-toed. There's not. There's
And
not
oh
one
man,
version.
I've mentioned it so many times. I might have just jinxed
Did
it
he hard
for
draw the
Saul
lan-
here, but
he
not
hard
opening
drew
a
the
single
Lancia.
mouse card. He's going to set one and pass back to Paul. This could be a quick one.
If Paul has a fucking...
Oh, minstrel pitching Dragoons.
Oh, you are...
We're going to take a look at Saul's hand here. Banish a card until the end phase. But we're going to be chaining his own artifact, Lancia.
Whoa! Wait, that's
See if I get it even easier.
It's because of crossout. He signed in for crossout and happened to draw it.
I mean, like, sometimes you need something for the strategy too, but you are able to resolve Dragoons at least because you did
What are
discard it
you
for a water
doing?
effect. You do not get the hand knowledge now. And Saul has copies of Ash Blossom's hand, opted not to use it on the Dragoons, holding it for likely the Shrine here.
Oh,
And we'll see how Paul decides to play it out.
oh,
There is the
he's
Shrine
just gonna
pitching the
go
Shadow Squad.
fucking...
Shadow Squad will be able to summon from deck, but you have
He
to dash this.
has-
You have to dash this.
Yep.
And then, again, so how many effects are you going to be able to activate? The deck is just so free when it's
Just
able to resolve.
keeps on going.
I think easily Mermaid Lantern is the most powerful deck currently available in the format. It just has more readily available answers in something like Abyss Dweller, which is everywhere.
Yeah, Bristler is one of the mainstay cards.
There's
of Rice
no
Seal
fucking
strategy.
way he
Very
plays
easy
this
to
shit.
summon any sort of rank 4 in that deck, but now we're seeing Neptibus. That's
I
gonna
can't
access
see what he said.
Dragoons.
And, I mean, even without all the new cards, Mermaid Lantern in 2016 was famously, if you resolve Neptibus, the game is over. Doing damage is this deck's main game. The Neptibus is going to send another copy of Dragoons to add Poseidra to the hand. And now in a new chain, it looks like we're going to be resolving Dragoons to add another copy of, I think, Shadow Squad? Yep.
Nice, nice. Everything's coming up positive here for Paul. Just more cards after
If he
more
plays
cards.
Moonland Glacier, it's over.
I think that was the part I really loved about playing this deck all the way
Which,
back then. In all iterations,
knowing
right? The
Paul,
2011
he
version,
should.
2012, or sorry, no, 2012, 2014, 2016. I always had 7 cards in hand, just resolving my effects. It felt so good.
Definitely one of the nice feelings about playing the Mermaid Atlantean cards. Let's see where he goes next. It's going to be the Poseidra. He's going to send
Poseidra Sin.
Field, okay.
Should trigger its effect. It's a special one back of the grave. You special summon back to Squadron.
So the Neptibus is going to summon back the Shadow Squad. The Poseidra sends as a cost from the deck to return a card
Sending
on top
Dragoons.
to the hand.
Having 2 cards that just send from your deck as cost, so ridiculously powerful.
It is. Told you,
Yeah,
Poseidra is
man.
so good at going second.
For the whole fucking deck.
Judge making sure.
It's an option.
The judge doesn't believe these cards either. Like,
He's like, these cards
who made
cannot
these?
do what these do. I just cannot fathom or wrap my head around this. Let me read your cards every time you summon one. Oh my. But yeah, Poseidra is very good.
okay.
So it's a secret rare.
Yeah. What's the Dragoon counter, by the way? How many Dragoons have we resolved this turn?
This turn, I think this would be.
That's the
2,
third Dragoon.
3.
I
Could be
think
3.
It's at least
It's
3.
3. Yeah, it's at least 3. Oh, if it goes beyond 3, then we're in trouble. Yeah.
Oh, it usually does.
Oh.
They
I
come
think
back.
to fix
Oh,
Mermaid,
that's
you
right.
might
They need
just
to attach something like
limit
a bomb or truck or
Dragoons.
something. Oh man. All right, adds Atlantean
think,
heavy
like-
infantry.
Because
No
Dragoons is how
prosperity
you
this
do
time.
all
Can
this.
you find the amount of damage you need?
Right. Is that what we're saying here?
To be fair, he also doesn't really have to. He knows his opponent didn't open any ways to
That-
play. If he just has
I've
any way
been
to
trying
interrupt
to
him on the
find
following
a
turn, that
fair
probably
way to
be
hit
enough.
Mermaid.
But I think he's looking to end the game as soon as he can.
And I typically don't
That
like
was at least the
consistency.
case in game number 1.
I still want to see it do the things that it does.
But yeah, no pot of prosperity this time.
But I
in
think
this game,
I
but
think Toad
we
definitely
just
needs to
haven't
ban.
seen- Okay, no, game's not going to end. He's just going to control this time.
I think he was having a large lack of water monsters from his hand, as we saw from him sending Neptibus from the field
Player
here.
X up.
Yeah, the Ash
Like,
Blossom
you
still
might
hurts,
die.
even though you still get effects from it.
Yeah, I mean, like, Ash Blossom hit the card that it was supposed to hit in the shrine. When that card resolves, the game truly does end.
he's got
There's
enough
no
cards
support,
to
and that
say
card does
no.
way too much.
Yeah, I mean, even it's an interaction to your opponent. So we saw him add that Atlantean heavy infantry to his hand. That's because
Yeah.
during
Look,
his
I'm
opponent's
doing
turn,
my guys.
he can summon back the
Fuck
shrine,
off.
discard the infantry, draw a card, and destroy a card, thanks to sending the infantry to the graveyard.
And now he has the Biscayos on the
Well,
field as
pass
another
and center
interrupt.
column, that's
Not
most
a
correct.
great one
to
against
do.
Malice, but a decent one.
It could be powerful against the Link 3s, potentially.
True, true.
I don't
But
think
I don't see
you
a
ever
lot
learned
of
to
starting
Cross
cards.
out. You have every single card except for a
Let's
way
see
to
if Saul
fucking do
finds a way out. It
something.
looks like another set here, which not necessarily out the gate for for Malice, because you know that's how you lead your plays before you normal summon. But does he have one of those normal summons?
Seeing how he had the set card last game, I don't think so. But
Yeah.
it looks like he might go to end phase. He's going to activate the Shrine to banish it to draw a card.
All right, looks like he's not even take the chance. Going to get rid of whatever the set is before a normal summon
don't
can
ash
happen.
this. Don't oh, I guess, yeah, you want to ash the squad
Banishes and discards
to draw.
If it resolves, I draw one from my deck.
Yeah, and
Yes.
he's trying to Ash Blossom
Shadow
the squad.
to special a level 4 lower from deck.
All right, so now he's going to summon Pike.
A
Attempt to
second
summon
copy
Pike.
of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. He's trying to hold his opponent off, but he's going to need a lot more than that.
Oh, well, it's just a pass after discarding another
He ain't
card.
gonna stop him. Like, that's it.
All right, Paul, how much damage do you
This
have
is
to do?
it.
You already have the Bisgyros on the field.
He's got a graveyard. Oh.
And there's Poseidra again.
I'll use
Oh,
Poseidon.
yeah,
Poseidon's
baby.
awesome.
Rip that
Mermail.
fucking hand.
Sending
Oh, man, you just can't give this deck more turns. Look, how much of your deck you've went through just turn one, but you still have more resources
try
to...
and bounce just the single card.
At least we're out of Dragoons. We're not generating as much advantage, but the Poseidra being able to hit the
And then
field...
I'll use the effects of Shadow Squad.
Yeah, he
because
keeps
I
setting this card, but I don't think he
gonna
realizes like,
happen.
having cards your opponent can return to your hand is not good against Mermail. You don't want them to be able to send cards as cost.
There's
But
the third
copy
Ash!
of Ash Blossom. No, 3 Ash Blossoms are effectless. He's like, please look at this. This is what I'm dealing with here. No Malice monsters in sight. They're still banished from the previous game. Not coming
I'm
to his
letting on.
hand. Just not actually banished. They're not anywhere to be found.
And now we lost access to the Coelacanth. It's in the graveyard now. I don't think there's any way to actually get that back. Or actually, no.
So he may not play
We can
Midland.
summon it back with the Anemone, right?
Yep, that card's insane too. The Marincess, that link that just lets you summon back from the graveyard, extremely
question is,
useful.
Let me
in the
make sure it
Mermail
doesn't say level 4 or lower.
Some don't. Some just play through
I
natural.
don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's any water
Might be what he
monster.
does.
It
It
might be
summons,
level 4 or lower.
it summons link monsters back in. No? Like
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's any water monster. But
It's been
we'll
a
go
while.
pull up a text just to make
1500
sure.
less attack.
Ah, it does
1500
have a
there was
restriction.
I knew there was something wrong. Okay, okay.
1500 less attack. Okay.
Yeah, he don't have to
Well,
do much.
Magnum, as I
He's
mentioned,
got
not
it,
as
though.
wait. What is he trying to banish? Lancia,
Lancia,
right?
Hold
Yeah,
on,
that's why I'm looking at the Ash
okay.
Blossoms,
Don't
but no,
matter.
the Lancia's a light. The Beast Seal's nowhere near as good against Mermail as other strategies are.
Magnemite's able to hit the field here, banishing the Lancia, and then activating to add another Bestial during the end phase. But nope, that's going to be negated with Infinite Impermanence. And then we're going to attack it with the Poseidra here.
Just Poseidra control. All right, so there is still a small window of opportunity here for Saul.
Yeah, a lot of the gas has been now used. Once the Poseidra leaves the field, it will provide a lot more.
I'm safe.
What did he draw? Is that a mouse
Can't see.
underground?
Now or never.
Kind of looks like he's got an underground.
It is
It is
mouse
mouse
and
He
underground.
does.
I'll chain artifact.
He'll be
Oh,
able-
okay. And that'll
Wait,
do
does
it.
he has the cross out, but does he play? Did he side in more than one Lancia?
Play 2 Lancia? Decide 2 Lancia like you're supposed to?
He doesn't, and he's just gonna set the cross out
You
for
don't.
a third time. Third time's the charm, I guess. His life points are
He could just activate the Poseidra again, but I guess it doesn't really matter because... Oh, Teus Pitch Infantry? I mean, that just puts enough damage on the field, right?
Chain link 1, chain link 2, and then
Good target.
Gonna go after the
I
mouse
targeted the
down,
back
taking
row. The
no-
back row is
leaving
more
no
important
prisoners
than
here, just destroying
ground here. The
everything,
ground's not
stopping
doing
every
anything.
card that Saul can have.
I mean, I think
You
those
don't have
are
any
just
mouse
mandatory.
cards.
You had to
Obviously,
if
my
it's
fucking
activatable.
do,
because
isn't it? It
like
might
it's
be.
game.
I mean, it's opponents, so yeah. It doesn't have, never has to
You
go
might
for
as
your own
well.
cards.
If you-
Yeah.
you're-
Saul's
if you have
trying
an
to blow
option
up
to
like,
destroy
oh,
something, you know, you might as well destroy it.
Look,
Yeah.
trap card. That ain't a fucking Malice trap card in the whole deck that's going to stop this.
We got another
Vitriol pop the underground.
got another copy of Bishrine here. Now if we're able to summon anything else, just make up the difference. Normal summoning it will do. I'm pretty sure it has like 1500 attack.
Goes to battle, attack.
They're gonna do.
Bishrine gets in there. Teus for 17. And that is
We have
enough.
not seen a good
Bam,
match on
bam.
stream yet.
Paul is going to walk away
Really
with
good
the
job
victory
by
here in
Paul.
round number 5 with his Atlantean Mermail strategy.
But they have
moving
been
on 5-0.
all 2-0s.
That's gotta
There's
feel
not
good. I
been
mean, you get those
a
first
game
half of the
three
tournament
out of
wins
any
out of
leagues.
the way, undefeated. Means you can still take a loss later on. Your tiebreakers are a little bit better. And yeah, I mean, I 100% expect to see Atlania Mermail in the top cut somewhere, whether it's Paul or some other diving duelist.
Diving. There should be at least one. That's definitely correct. One of the most powerful decks in the format rose from the deep here in the format when there were a defined 2 best decks, and now I think it has placed itself very confidently in the top 3 best decks.
Top 3, yeah, I mean, I think it's right there fighting with Blue Eyes and
It
definitely has better results already than both of those other
Number one.
It has better results than Malice, honestly. Malice hasn't come in first at any of our YCSs recently.
No.
Ever, I think, unfortunately. And Atlania Mermail's taken a couple now, which is, I think, to a lot of people, surprised. But, I mean, it's always been, like, a lot of players' pet decks. They've just been waiting to get that right support, the right kind of cards that really push it over the edge. And I think they finally found that with Raging the Abyss and Supreme Darkness, really bringing Mermail Atlantean back to the forefront.
Yeah, fan favorite for sure. Its playstyle has definitely changed over the years, but it still has access to a lot of the same cards that made it so powerful all the way back then.
Yeah, that's my favorite part about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that you can make new cards that call back to your familiar nostalgic ones, and then they all work together. Like, it's beautiful.
We shouldn't be banning floodgates
card.
and
but,
going
you know,
first.
We can't count Saul out just yet. That was a bad round for draws.
That was
for
just
him.
the most atrocious hand possible. Drawing the 1 Lancia with your cross out, and then 3 copies of Ash Blossom, that's unheard of.
That's,
you can
yeah,
say,
that's
well,
brutal. You
Paul
can't
went
really
second
do anything with
both
that,
times.
unfortunately.
You'd
But,
be
you know,
right. But he's
he
also
could have stayed
playing
there. He didn't
Mermail.
just give up
And
right
Paul
away. He
doesn't
didn't,
know how to
you can
hand
like
trap.
see it on people's faces. Like, he stayed stoic, stayed focused, and tried to hang with it. But unfortunately, the draws just weren't there for him. I mean, that's something you have to accept when you're going into any card game tournament.
Play
It's
one
like, you
Lancia.
have to
That's the
draw
thing. Like,
decent
every mouse player knows
you're
you
into
side 2
online,
Lancia.
and
Side 2
but that's what
Lancia,
playtesting is for,
especially
to figure out how many
against
times it
Mermail,
happens,
because it'll keep 'em
how
off
you
some
can
of the
construct your
shit,
ratios in a way to where that'll
but not
happen
everything.
the
Like,
least amount of
you don't
times
want them to have to
possible.
resolve
But
it.
it's expected. But that's why we play
Obviously,
Swiss rounds out of
2
YCS.
against that matchup.
You can lose a round. He's 4-1. He can win the last 4 rounds today and still make it to tomorrow. He can even lose another one and still make it back for tomorrow and have a chance at that top 32 cutoff. So even when you get a little unlucky one round, you can push through and find a way to keep on going.
Yeah, there's always going to be variance, especially in card games, but you just have to be able to win as much as you can and make sure you do not let the 1 loss get you.
Yeah, definitely. You can't. You
I
don't
think
want
the most
one
underrated
loss
deck
to injure
going
tournament,
into
especially
today
when you
is
have the
probably
opportunity to
Brandon
bounce back.
SPS.
Yeah.
Mentality. I mean, we talked about your first shown jump. Houston, or it was
Like
YCS Houston, right?
I was sitting here
started
watching.
0-2 and then won the rest, ran the gauntlet, and still made the top 10.
I lost to the eventual winner in top 32, but you know, that's just how
I
the
need
game
to-
Was
goes.
that
I
Andres,
added
or was
cards
it
for it.
Jose?
Oh, actually, no, sorry, I lost to
Not
Lagunas,
doing
yeah.
Oh, you lost to
I had
Jose,
to
but
buy-
Jose lost in top 4.
Top 4,
I think.
yeah.
the Andres, right? That was the one Andres won, yeah.
Yes.
No monkey board?
No monkey board.
No monkey board. No needs perform pound monkey board. Not Andres Torres. That was a long time ago. Good memories for sure.
That was the same year Neptubus came out.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy to think about. And now, like, he was a
I
prince,
think if you're gonna
and now he
play,
is a king,
you
and
need,
he
like,
is
rogue deck.
5-0 in
I
the
think you
deck
should be
here
playing
this
rogue
weekend. But
100%.
I'm glad we got to see
And
Atlantean Mermail.
I'm not a
I mean,
big fan
what a
of the 50
timeline
card
where
variants, but like 60 card
Fire
variants.
King and Mermail still 2 decks that are
we
viable
don't
in the meta.
really
at the
need
same
to listen to
time.
fucking Billy Bragg
They all
here.
received, support
He's
over the
kinda
past couple of years, the past year, really. But
Talk
it's
about
awesome to
sucking
see
people
them
off
going
for,
into this weekend. Like, a
20
lot of
years.
talk is Ryzeal, Malice, but there's so many other strategies that people are playing. Tombkeeper, Mermail, Fire King, Memento.
Look, oh, it's so
Memento is a
fun,
big
this
one that's
boy,
flying under
that's
the
so
radar. I told you,
diverse.
like,
No, the
some
fuck it
well-known
isn't.
players are playing the Tombkeeper
No,
stuff.
the fuck it
There's
isn't.
definitely
There
some
are
well-known players out there
4
playing
decks
Fiendsmith
in this
Memento.
contention.
There's a
That is
lot
it.
of, I saw there were some crazy
Every other
matches
deck
actually
is a
happening
joke.
amongst those players, even in this round.
Fire
Unfortunately, we couldn't get
King,
them in
as
time.
much as
But
I
it's one
want
of those
Fire
that we're
King
gonna
to
have to
be
look forward to
good,
seeing hopefully later in the
it
tournament,
is
so you
not.
definitely can't look away.
Yeah, it's going to be a great YCS. It's already
If
been
Snake
so
Eye
great so
was
far.
in this format,
Yeah,
it would be a
most
different
formats
question.
leading up to like
Okay,
very
because
recently,
there's
I've
a
been
lot
able
of
to
really
predict
good
like, probably
decks.
this deck, and top cut, nothing
Branded
else.
is
But
the
this format in
sleeper,
particular,
but
the past few
Branded is not
months
in this,
for all
the
the
top
Suda,
4.
it's been
I like
wild. There's
Brandon,
been
but
so many
Brandon's
strategies
not
that
in
popped
top
up that you
4.
didn't expect.
It's hard to
Blue
believe
Eyes
this
and
is the
stuff.
end, like toward the end of the format,
There's
right?
still so much more to be explored, so we're going to have to see. But I think Jackie is standing by with our winner for an interview, so I'm going to go ahead and toss it to her. And we can hear from Paul. Take it away, Jackie.
Thanks, Billy and Asala. And that's right, I'm with Paul. 5 wins now, winning your first feature match. Okay, you got to be feeling pretty good, right?
I feel really good right now. Like I said, it's my first feature match, and it's a lot of pressure having people coming up and kind of watching you play. But it was a really cool experience, and it's been something that I've wanted to do for a while. So
I'm glad I finally got picked, and
Paul's the fucking
I didn't think
GG.
I'd be able to do it with this deck, honestly. Like, it's a pleasant surprise.
Okay, so talk to me about the Mermail deck. Are you a longtime fan, or were you like, I'm trying this out?
Actually, I've been trying it out recently. I actually took a break from Yu-Gi-Oh! When Mermail was like released into the TCG, so I don't really have any big nostalgia for it as of like back in the day. But when I was thinking about what deck to play for the YCS, I was considering how Pac played the Infernoble strategy for the, it was either the Indy or the Richmond YCS, and the theory was it's just the most ignorant going first deck. It does the most going first when you win the die roll, so I just wanted a deck that would just put a lot of pressure on my opponent with just its existence alone.
Okay, so are you feeling confident for the rest of the tournament, or where's your mindset right now?
I feel a lot better. Thursday night, I was testing with Logan Shepard, and I was struggling to even win a game, let alone a match. So to come out here and start 5-0 at the YCS feels insane.
Aw, so happy to hear that. And also, is there anything you want to say to everyone at home watching?
Yeah, just shout out to everyone back home in Cincinnati. Shout out to everyone who's watching right now. Shout out to the people who couldn't come, you know, Josh, Sean, Larry, and even like Joe, John. Like, this event is not like the same without you guys, but I'm happy for the people that did make it, and it's just good to see everybody.
Are you happy you made the trek out?
Absolutely. I was never not coming. I was never not coming.
I don't think you're gonna win. Maybe
I
not
was
win the whole
never
thing,
not
but like, I think he's got a really
Paul,
good chance.
thank you so much for the fantastic interview, and good luck. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
All right, thank you so much. Good to hear from Paul there. Man, he doesn't know about his kings and the Mermails that preceded him? Devastating, but it's cool to see what he's doing with them now here.
Yeah, lifetime fan. I saw the excitement. He earned it.
Definitely. Well, I hope to see him in Top Cut later on. I mean, yeah, sometimes that happens too when you play test the night before. Things aren't going
the other day. Like,
but
I
you
feel
just
like
still
my
stick with
lines were a
strategy
little...
Get the losses out of the way.
Yeah, get the losses out of the way so you're going to win the rest of the time. Sometimes you make slight adjustments. You never want to just switch your deck completely unless like someone has a really good deck or something like that. It's very rare to switch the night before. I've done it before.
I know it.
Oh yeah, but it's not I don't recommend it. You want to stick with what you know because it's better to be in a position where you're familiar as opposed to seeing something. That was always my big thing I always told myself. I don't want the first time a scenario comes up in a game to be in a YCS. I want to have seen it at a local. I want to have seen it in playtesting to where I'm just already in the right mindset. I know what to do here when this happens and just run through scenario after scenario after scenario. Best advice I can give. But beyond my advice, we have a lot of cool things that are coming up and things that are going on right now. So I want to talk about the Speed Duel Remote Duel Main Event Series game mat. That's
Can we get an announcement
Don
of the fan list?
Salute, one of the most iconic cards of all time. But the Speed Duel Battle City Finals, the TCG Speed Duel product line, it's been pausing for a rest. But Speed Duel cards will always be legal for TCG play, and there's going to be continued support for Speed Duel with events like this, as well as other public events at a YCS. So these duels can continue to play this format and win awesome prizes like this sweet Don Zalug game mat.
What an icon.
Definitely one of my favorite cards. I mean, he's even from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. He is a character in the show, or no, the original series. Sorry, not GX.
It was in GX. He summons himself and he just walks onto the field.
I love it. I love it. Don Luke is one of my favorite cards. For sure. I think that's the first time I said that this weekend. Gotcha. But
there's a lot of favorite cards out there. Dragoons is not my favorite card. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of favorite cards out there for me, but a lot more favorite cards are going to be on the screen coming up. This was round 5. We have more Yu-Gi-Oh! Action coming for YCS Houston. Don't go anywhere. It's time to duel. The day is nowhere near over yet. Stay tuned.
Like Mary J's a worm on me. Got Kobe versus somebody I don't fucking know. Like Labyrinth. 1-0 with it too. I'd like to see your Labyrinth deck, really.
No response.
Servant.
Link summon Neo Kaiser's yours? Yeah. Chain link 1.
I guess then. I don't have it. We'll do Gura.
Backwards. We will dump that card.
Maximus.
We will.
Until I get more of the other cards, we're just gonna play the deer line. The deer line's pretty damn good too. Go
Activate the mausoleum right
grip to draw.
Mausoleum of White target me. Or the spirit.
That's good.
Great.
Anything on
That's
resolution?
what I didn't think would happen.
We will activate spirit.
Does it cost the tribute? Yes.
Yes.
Can shuffle it back.
Sure.
Just summon Maximus defense mode, Maximus effect.
Thinking if I want to do anything else.
Sending Titanic Clad and the Albion. Yeah.
Yep.
So chain link 1.
Yes.
The card, see the end phase.
No response.
And let the fireworks begin, huh? The Albion. Albion is going to set lovely card I play, which is the brightest blazing Grand King. The Titanic Cloud is going to summon.
Activate True Light.
You have to declare what you're going to do.
Just that.
One Guiding Quim I have.
That's fine.
Guiding Quim effect on the field. Guys. Gonna send Cortesia, but
Say pot of desires.
no, actually I don't want to do that.
5.
Don't want to do
4. 1.
Yes.
Activate wishes.
No response.
Red. Immediately make
Adding Sage. Adding Majesty.
Sanctifier.
Okay. Additional normal summon. Sage effect.
Sure.
Grab the all-powerful effect failure.
No.
I know.
Thank you here.
Seems like it's doing pretty good.
Goes Chandra, clear, discard, backtrack.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure.
I had Thrust, I have Super Poly, Eclipse, and I have Brightest, Reign of King. Typically, those are pretty good, but when you have no cards that came from Super Poly, I was going to shuffle back the Garura, but I couldn't get the extra card in hand.
Okay.
See that again in that scenario, instead of sending Rebellion, which I couldn't summon in any way, shape, or form, I would have sent the Cortesia, I had something for Super Poly.
Yes, sir.
And I'd also had a discard for the Rebellion, which would have got me into
Sorry. Oops.
Juxtapelia, which would have took back the Garura, but it still wouldn't have got the extra card in hand. It may have got the extra card in hand because
We have
I could have sent things off of Cortesia.
Sorry, 4 and
Yeah.
3. Three cards.
I'm still learning. Really good lines on the 60 card variant. And knowing these card lines get you your success in this deck.
Lightstorm Dragon.
These are things you
Effect
can't
on
teach.
summon.
You have to learn
Targeting
them on.
face down.
That's good.
Okay.
You're playing 60 cards, there's a lot of different lines.
Damn.
I will pass my turn back to you, sir.
End phase, back to
Yep.
excavate.
Yep. Butler. Okay.
That's me.
It is you.
Lady to summon.
Sure.
Draw for turn.
Yes. May I read the lady? It's 4, and you'll have to tell me. What does the lady do fully?
What?
I know what does she do fully? I know she summons from hand and you activate a trap, right? Or the turn you've activated a trap.
Any labyrinth card effect.
Any card. Okay. When she activates.
I mean, I played Brandon
Targeted
for
while I control
wow.
some cards.
I don't
And
care.
if a trap card is activated, I set a trap in the deck.
It's got a lot of layers to it.
Okay.
Yeah. 3K defense?
Mm-hmm. She is a big girl.
She is big, yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna main phase.
Mm-hmm.
Set 1.
Molly, Oliver, Darkness, and Red, Sarek. Oh. Second this deck.
I'll attempt to
All
pass.
phase. Like a
End phase,
Serenir.
activate the effect of True Light. Do special summon.
Okay. Bro.
Change on this.
Effect. No.
Chain Solemn Judgment.
Sure.
Chain Resolves. New chain. Maiden effect.
Yeah.
Ready.
Okay.
Do not know the
Bring on
brand
the
names.
resolution. Cool.
They're different. Typically,
I
you
can
want to
actually
send Branded
response.
Fusion
Chain
and back.
Chain to set a trap.
Yeah. How many do you have?
I only have.
One, right? Oh, wait. So
I'm
one.
only revealing one.
It's not revealing yet, sorry.
Yeah.
But in the grave, there's none.
There are none in the graveyard.
Okay, thank you. I'll set Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Setting Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Or Darkness.
That's fine. On.
No.
So then you pop on Resolution.
I do.
Banish
And then you
Claw.
reveal and then pop.
Yeah, so we're revealing the one Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Just one.
Yep. And then this cannot be targeted, right?
Can't be targeted,
And
can't be
then
destroyed while I
overall
control that card.
Ah, I understand.
And then this is Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Yep.
And
And I
then
don't
grab
know.
This is unknown.
Unknown, yeah.
This one?
I'll take this shit
No
again.
resolution here.
Turn Aspect. Wild Bells.
So resolution,
I'll be on. Then done.
Big Welcome Labyrinth, targeting your Lightstorm Dragon to bounce.
Mm-hmm.
Chainlink 1 to summon out, Chainlink 2 to set.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, can you do a special?
That's fine.
Brave.
Still in res, I'll go Stovey
Or
target. just to set a
immediately
trap
go
attack.
easier using it. And make a rule. Doing all?
Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Doing all 1, Gorilla 2.
You're good.
Drop turn. Standby phase.
Thinking.
Yep.
Oh,
Draw phase, I'll go.
Oh, draw phase.
Yeah.
Sure.
Summon from deck.
Effect to summon from deck.
Chain to set a trap.
I'm gonna kind of let you out the watch. Typically, I'm interested in Labyrinth, but like,
Setting trap.
unless it be tops, I'm not really interested in it, I'm not gonna lie. Because there's a lot of Labyrinth players that think they know what they're doing right now, and I have not seen any. But 4-0, that's pretty damn good, and it looks like he's about to be 5-0. He, she, whatever, just, I'm assuming it's a dude. I don't think here.
Chainlink 1 to draw. Or sorry, 1 to search, 2 to pop, 3 to summon out to the field.
I will chain Bestial Magnemite.
Targeting.
And quiet.
The one that's trying to summon back.
Okay, and then I'll chain Arias to summon out from the graveyard.
That's fine.
Red and red.
And then pop
These
your
two.
True Light.
Into the red line that I never go into anymore.
How is that popping?
Huh?
How is it popping?
So the new chain link was chain link.
One to search. One to search.
One search.
So don't ever
One
do
to
this
search,
anymore.
2 to pop, 3 to summon out from the graveyard. You chain chain link
Yep.
4
Right.
Magma targeting. I chain Arias to summon from the graveyard.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I see.
This pops on resolution, it does not target. And this is the draw phase.
Oh,
I see what you're saying. Okay. Thinking on resolution of like.
So-
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't do anything anyway,
Yeah.
so it's fine. Yeah.
So, we have to resolve everything.
Yeah.
5 to summon.
Yeah, so this
4
dies.
to banish and summon.
Yep.
Trying to think of the line without red fusion.
That's right.
You
So
get
pop
back.
that,
Yep.
and I'm going to search.
Yep.
Then you have a mandatory effect.
Yep.
It will be 1.
1, 2.
Do you have any?
There's
I
one.
have no triggers.
So
Okay.
1, 2.
1, 2, and then
Yeah,
everyone
it's
dies.
good.
Cool.
Anything else in draw phase?
I have nothing left in draw phase.
Okay. Well, standby main.
Yeah.
Discard main. Activating effects.
That's good.
Hit.
I'll do it with red.
You're good.
Normal summon effect failure.
A lot of pushes. That's good.
I think
Yep.
Activate effects.
this is how we learn also.
And back to Blue Eyes White Dragon. Activate the active main.
Yep. I think on resolution. I'll go quick lock. Let him use attack this turn.
Sure.
You're good.
I'll activate wishes.
Sure.
Targeting the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yep.
Tributing those to make West Tower Dragon.
Yep.
Did a good job, guys.
Attempt to enter. Thinking. Activate Mausoleum in white, targeting Maiden of White.
Sure.
Okay.
To Mausoleum.
To search.
To summon.
There's multiple lines you could do. I've already went the Grubenall line. I could go to the Albion. Albion banish some things. Make the Mirror Jade. It doesn't really go anywhere. I guess I could. No, I end up losing because I don't have the resource. Good resource. Well, I guess I do. I win this. I'll go for Albion. Banish. I gorilla. I think so. Really honest? Right. Someone's energy. There you go. Let's put it right to me. What I would do different. Probably the Serenair should have dumped the Rebellion. So instead of doing the fusion, we're gonna dump Rebellion. There's just a few corrections in these lines that I have to make. There were a few games where I almost completely fucking tossed them because I didn't completely understand my 60-card variant. Then you can review Rebellion, Pistol Rebellion, Lost.
I'll chain Lady effect to set a trap. They will be destroyed, yeah.
Yeah, purge to destroy. Cannot be activated this turn, correct?
Should not be, yeah.
That's the problem I did. I probably would have gave the fuck up, dude. You got hit with the rumor cannon and everything.
Effect targeting lovely to summon outside.
That's Blazing King.
Discarding a card, right? Or no?
It does it on resolution.
We'll go in.
I'm sorry, what is summoning it?
We'll resolve
this from the
Albion.
Oh, I see. So it summons and discards.
It
discards on
sets.
Yeah, I got you. Good.
Chain link 1 effect.
Any retribution? And we will choose to resolve Titanic Cloud?
Yeah.
Effect. Elbows.
We'll go into battle. Attack.
And it specifically sets up my inboard for exactly Retribution, Blazing King, Mirror Jade, Branded Loss, Pistol Rebellion, Fingernail, Albion, and Quim.
End phase, which to summon.
Looks odd, but we have a bunch of fusion monsters that were in the graveyard prior, so the Retribution is just free. It's basically Impulse.
Yep.
With an Omni.
No responses afterwards.
No.
Bad.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Draw turn.
Yeah.
Not gonna revolve. Add the easy back to hand, so one.
Yeah.
Main phase.
Yeah.
End phase.
Does she do anything in particular outside of popping my stuff?
Can't respond to my
We're gonna play a little bit.
Okay.
We'll go.
That makes sense.
Jade. And Wimbrom. Get the Banish. And true. Quim.
Synchro summon.
Special back to Producer. With then Producer to
Lights from
fuse.
Dragon. Activating the effects.
Rebellion.
These two.
No. Little effect.
Chain to set the field.
Yeah.
So Serenair effect. Opening, so we have the fusion protection. And then lost. Over.
Chain to set the field.
Courier.
Yep.
Enter battle phase.
Sure.
I can get the Wind Brown. So the Alves. It's the Merc. So, Spring. Plus some distribution. Put back the Lebion and the Titanic Class.
Yep. Destroys everything. Yep. Lightstorm Dragon fights. Can I read? Yes.
Destroy. Yeah. Then I can.
Sorry.
Randomize.
You're fine.
And that's pretty much.
I have no response.
For all intents and purposes,
It does.
could have done this different ways, but again, we're still learning and exploring the new lines. Brandon plays a lot differently now. There are some people that have different variants. This is a newer variant of decks, a lot like the newer one. If you've never tried to make your own branded variant, it's very fucking difficult because you have to realize how you're getting to your inboard lines. Every branded deck is different. I will say that. I've never played two that are the same.
Is this end phase?
This is his end phase.
Hello, I'm planning on that. Labyrinth definitely takes this win, huh?
Draw for turn. Yes, sir.
Stand by main phase.
Yep.
Ben Quinn was the most absurd card I think Brandon has.
Good battle.
This card's just fucking crazy. Why I always play through it. I'll eventually do a variant that has 3 Quim, because Quim's just crack. I believe Quim is probably the best branded card.
Got it.
Battle.
Yep.
Ever.
15.
Because what's funny, I'm not sure if you realize this, High Spirits does not lock you into Fusion.
When is this?
And if branded Fusion decides to stay at 1 or whatever, I may start playing some Heroes in this deck.
Not quite declaring everything, so I'm not sure.
I'll choose to summon it out.
Okay.
Shouldn't have this. I will pass my turn.
Like, you could potentially, you could play the Bestial Albert like 1. You could go Fun Effect, you could dump it. Actually have Bestial Albert.
Here we go. Chain link.
The Bestial Albert, I'm pretty sure he mentioned Fallen Albas.
And that's it.
Yep.
I'll hop your hand. Oh, sheesh. Okay. Yeah. GG's.
Yep. Just in the future.
What a long game.
If I do, I would literally just play as many Bestials as possible.
All right, and welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Can you believe how many rounds we've gotten through? 5 blistering rounds of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. And some really cool stuff. I don't know if you caught that on the bonus feature match, but the areas the Labyrinth Butler cosplayer actually using that deck is insane.
A man after your own heart.
It's so cool just to see. We've seen things like, the sous chef chef who's here, and now we've got a Labyrinth person. It's nice when people just really love their deck to that level.
I'm literally commentating with Yami Bakura right now.
Don't tell them the secrets. But joking aside, again, we are going into round 6, and it's just so cool, again, to be here because the vibe's good. Still have plenty of duelists still in the event. Again, we started with 1,430 different duelists. However, we've only got 44 undefeated duelists left.
Ooh, and with only 3 rounds to go, all those duelists are vying for that awesome day 2 spot. Let's go ahead and see what duelists we have here for round 6 by throwing over to Jackie and listening to these players introduce themselves.
Okay.
Starting in the blue chair, we have Brian Angeli from Naples, Florida. He loves card games and video games, and his favorite video game, Master Duel. Now to the red chair. Hailing from Tampa, Florida, we have Javier Soto. He has 2 kiddos, 1 boy, 1 girl. These 2 have played before, but who will win the rematch? Let's duel, casters.
Well, definitely a hometown hero sporting the local team there. But speaking of heroes, we have got some great decks. Of course, Ryzel, no stranger to the format. And one of your favorites, Bestial Malice.
Yes, I'm going to do my very best to be as impartial as possible, but Javier is also wearing a really awesome Jinzo hoodie right now, and Jinzo is my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card of all time. I'm literally repping him today on my suit jacket. So good luck to both players, but Javier, great jacket.
Certainly nothing wrong with being a Joey Wheeler fan. I'll try to keep my Ryzel fandom in my jacket too, right? Because it is just a strong deck, and we've seen these decks go toe-to-toe against one another, but now we're in Swiss round 6, you know. 5-0 feels great, but it's not enough points yet to get into day 2, so they're going to keep having to duel on.
Yeah, like you said, Steven, both these decks have been sort of the hallmark decks that every duelist that's been playing for the last 5 months has been trying their best to play around or play with. Hopefully we can see just how strong these archetypes are as they face head-to-head. I will mention, I don't think we've seen it quite yet, but Javier is running an interesting version of Malice that I can't wait to shed more light on as we see the fun cards within it, because Malice is not just a Cyber Summon Link Monsters deck. You can do all kinds of really fun stuff with it. Sort of
Cyber's pile, as they call it. No, this is certainly a creative brand too, but again, you know, a lot of folks have been mentioning that Malice hasn't won a YCS yet.
Yeah.
Maybe this could be the event, right? We were also talking about how Blue Eyes hasn't had to stay in the sun yet either, but there's been some crazy stuff going on. Of course, we're just coming off of the YCS Buenos Aires over in Argentina that got a Mermail win on the board, so anything can happen.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players in the community sort of signified that the Malice deck is unquestionably as powerful, if not more powerful, than something like Ryzeal, but Ryzeals are so consistent and so resilient. Like, there's almost nothing players can do to fully stop them if they draw the right kinds of extenders, whereas Malice does have a pretty big silver bullet in the format by the name of Artifact Lancia, and even cards like Chaos Hunter, which can be just really hard for duelists to play into, as there's really no way to really, you know, dodge that. But maybe there is, and Javier might show us.
Ooh, I guess we shall see. Now, we did see a little bit of Artifact Lancia gameplay earlier in the tournament, right? And Crossout Designator can deal with it, but you still have to draw the Crossout Designator, an unsearchable quick play spell card.
Or you could just play an engine that doesn't lose to Lancia.
That's true,
That's always an idea, too. I mean, I don't want to spoil what Javier's doing, but, you know, that could be a thing.
That is going to be exciting. Duelists seem like they're pretty comfortable on stage, sharing some smiles. Both of these competitors well known in their own right, but again, only one of these duelists can leave with a win, or maybe the unfortunate draw there, but just good to see these duelists in their element. Again, both regional champions, or recent regional champions, sporting that beautiful orange deck box. But now we're going to game 1 of round 6 of YCS Houston.
Will the Ryzeals dominate and detonate, or will the Malice infect these robots with some malware and take it home? We have a 4 coming from Javier, and Brian is going to be rolling on 11. That's a little bit more than 4, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit. So I assume he's going to go first and set up a powerful Ryzel board.
Super excited to see what he's also supplementing his Ryzel deck with. As you can see, the thing I was mentioning, yes, Javier is playing Bestial Malice with some Fiendsmith cards thrown in. If you want to play cards that are good against Lancia, cards like Fiendsmiths are super awesome.
Well, the Bestials will certainly help too, right? You know, there are plenty of light pyro monsters in this deck, so see what he starts off with. Looks like it's going to be Bonfire.
And again, I mentioned earlier last time Ryzel was on screen, sometimes this shows a little bit of weakness from their hand, but it can also just represent a lot of strength too if they already have a bunch of cards in hand. But here we see Javier looking at it as a sign of weakness and going to choose to Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring that Bonfire and stop it from being used.
Doesn't seem like Brian's going to do anything about that. I did catch what appeared to be a 7 Tachyon, but now we're going into the Surfacing Big Jaws. It's water time.
Yes, that's a really awesome card from Rage of the Abyss that, if you've activated a spell card this turn, can special summon itself and search for a shark monster. Let's see what shark card Brian's going to go after here.
So that's interesting too. Now you have to think about if they open up with Bonfire, maybe they're just trying to get that spell card out of the way, and it doesn't even matter if the effect gets negated. So be careful with your Ash Blossoms, friends. It's dangerous out there.
And there we see Drake Shark, basically a pop lore for the shark archetype. Whenever it's added to your hand, no matter where it's added from, graveyard, deck, doesn't matter, you can automatically summon it. Then go into Ryzeal Duo Drive using those 2 level monsters and doing what this card does, activating its effect. Maybe Javier's now regretting using his Ash Blossom, but he has Ghost over it, Snow Rabbit. That will also deal with the Duo Drive because it needs to remove on resolution.
Oh, goodness. A lot of resources lost there. There was really a lot of different things you could do. You could have gone for a Bahamut Shark there and maybe gotten totally awesome, but it wouldn't have felt like a full Ryzel combo. And so now he's locked with just a few cards. Looks like maybe a Metal Tronus. Oh, big passing turn.
So Javier was correct. That Bonfire, like you said, even though it did enable the servicing big jaws, maybe was a sign of weakness in the hand. And now Javier gets to begin his turn. And when you give Malice a free turn going first, it's really nice.
Is that true?
Now let's see. Malice fans are about to get what they wished for, a cool Malice combo. But we'll see which monster comes out first.
I did see the Dormouse in hand, so we definitely have some way to play here. But does Brian have any non-engine in his hand that could interact with that?
Well, it looks like he's holding on to a Molcharmi Fuwalos. He doesn't want to telegraph that just yet, hoping to discard it after the monsters hit the field.
And I was talking about Bonfire being a sign of weakness from Ryzeo players. Setting a card face down before you commit into any other plays is a super huge sign of strength for a Malice player. Because if they have any Malice normal summon, that face down represents an MTP, GPCO6, or maybe even a TB11 that can just make your combos super resilient to any non-engine.
Speaking of combos, here is the combo starter. It is Malice Dormouse. So I think we're going to make our first move on the field.
Yeah, this will let you banish any Malice
it's fair
from your
use.
deck.
I mean,
and
there's
then
nothing
if it's a Malice name
really
that can summon itself from the
They
banish,
can
that can be
politely ask me to take it down. I don't have to do shit.
Right, so
Javier asking to make sure you can keep track of his own life points. Always good to make sure there's going to be all kinds of things flying here. Huge shout out to our production staff. They're going to be doing a lot of changes in life points, I think, this round.
Oh, I can hear that beep, 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 beep from here.
I know the vibes.
Yep, so there we see the White Rabbit being banished. We're going to immediately use its effect, paying 300 life points to try and summon it from the banish pile.
And really, there's not a lot that can punish Malice. And I know that sounds very silly when there's Artifact Lancia in the format, but other than Artifact Lancia, you know, maybe you're looking for a Molcharmi Meowls and hasn't seen as much popularity in the main deck, even though it can get a lot of resources there. But speaking of resources, here comes Fuwalos for some extra draws.
Yeah, like you said, there's no real punish, like in the sense of stopping Malice from doing stuff, but there are cards like Molcharmi Fuwalos, Molcharmi Meows that can incentivize them to not do as much as they could. But with this setup, Javier might be going for something like, with this... Oh, I guess he's deciding if he wants to chain to that. No, he's going to use the White Rabbit's effect to set a trap card from his deck. It's going to be interesting to see what he chooses to go for here. He could very well combo off and just try to go for a game and just like not care about the Fuwalos at all. Because besides drawing Nibiru, I can't really think of any cards that Brian would have to stop him from going for a game this turn. At this point, given that he has so much protection via his trap cards, that if he just gets to a Cryptor, he can very easily get enough damage to win the game.
They're certainly not uncommon in Ryzel, but not as popular because you don't typically want to tribute some of your most powerful monsters out there. So it's kind of a 50-50 mix-up. Javier's got to consider whether or not to go in here, and doesn't seem like he's going to do it. He just attacks with the Malice Dormouse and Malice White Rabbit.
I really respect this from Javier. Both of his Malice monsters are being boosted by his Dormouse, giving them plus 600 attacks. We're going to be doing, I believe, a total of 3,300 damage here. Because it's 15 plus 18.
He knows the lines under Fua very well.
Yep, 33. Sure the calculations are right there. A lot of math.
And then what Javier might look to do here is just like go for a much more minuscule combo, maybe just end like on a IP or an SP and just go, here's one draw. You didn't have much in your hand this turn. Now you don't have any more. Go ahead.
Information-wise, you certainly know that Brian is on the ropes because he did nothing after losing that first Xyz monster. And so, yes, an IP Masquerena is going to
need at least one
draw. But I guess from Javier's perspective, he just doesn't see it as that much of a threat. Just one extra card should be okay.
Yeah, if Javier is playing the Bestial Malice version that I'm aware of that plays the feats with the cards, he plays it more like a control deck rather than like a combo go-for-game deck.
Ah, I see, because you could use one of your Bestials to banish one of your Malice monsters. You could use IP Masquerena to do a Link summon during your opponent's turn. Really great way to basically wait out the Molcharmi Fuwalos.
I don't want to like do too much predicting here and then have Javier not do what I'm saying, but something you could do with IP Masquerena is summon Heart's Cryptor during your opponent's turn and get the non-target banish that way.
Oh, yeah.
And we know he has MTPO7 set, and thus he gets the 2 non-target banishes while only giving away 1 draw to the opponent under Fua. That's really awesome.
Well, speaking of awesome, looks like we're going to get X-Trizel here, and we're going to send Mereologic Aggregator to the graveyard. Going to go ahead and negate the IP Masquerena before it can really do anything meaningful.
So what we could do here is we could chain to that, summoning from the yard, and then have IPB Chainlink 1. So that way, oh, I guess, yeah. So we would do IP, and then we would chain to that the effect to summon the monster from grave.
But I don't think you could because there were no monsters on the field at the time. So it looks like we're just going to let it get negated for now and search out with X-Trizel.
You're completely right.
I'm pretty sure there's 1,400
and then we see the power of X-Ryzel in the Ryzel deck, just being the ultimate breaker of boards.
And getting a quick peek there. Definitely seeing some 7th Tachyons in Brian's deck as he shuffles through it. It's a really cool card. We haven't gotten to see it resolved that much. But in this deck particularly, getting to be able to grab those water cards too could be very very helpful. But looks like he's just going to go for a little bit further in. Thinking about maybe an Xyz summon as he cycles through the graveyard, maybe attaching a material.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to figure out what those sets might be and how he can play through them. Like, he knows he has one of the Malice, I believe it's GWCO 6 that Javier set last turn.
Yeah, that's a known. So time for our first Xyz summon here. Maybe he goes for the duo drive and tries again. If he's running 2, that is.
If it is the pure version of Ryzo, I'd assume that they would be playing 2.
Could also just try to go for the detonator to push, and that's what he's doing, likely to grab the Meteorologic Aggregator out of the graveyard.
Having that potential to negate another card seems really worth it.
Definitely helps. The timing of it could be very tricky, but it's still a great way to be able to get stuff. We haven't seen a lot of Eclipse Twin pushes so far. I guess the Bahamut Shark has kind of taken that slot up for that early Xyz summon.
Yep, so there we see the Ice Ryzel coming down, going to be summoning another one from the deck. We could probably get our access to another sword, maybe? Just to have one, or just getting another X? May as well get those names in rotation.
Anything on the resolution?
It's nice to have the rank 4 toolbox kind of back in action, so many different rank 4 monsters from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. And see what we get next. I would imagine now sky's kind of the limit, but we are going for another duo drive.
Yep.
Duo to...
Thinking here if he wants to attach on summon, he is going to choose to do that.
Any response here? Javier considering his cards. Decides not to use either of them.
Yep, he's going to go ahead and let that resolve and then attach. And then are we going to declare the duo drive here to try to get access to 2 more Ryziel cards?
Imagine you have to push.
Yeah, he's thinking on resolution of the effect to attach before Brian has an opportunity to use the effect of duo drive. Because we know that that set card is MTPO7 and he currently does not have access to a Malice Link monster, we'll be able to get one because IP has been turned off this turn. I'm not sure how much... All right, so he's going to choose to GWCO 6. Unfortunately, something he could, in theory, do is like bring back the White Rabbit, get TB11, but he might not play that in his deck, and it probably won't be that worth it for him this turn anyway to banish his own cards.
Banishing your own card is kind of the name of the game with Malice, but he is just going to slap down the Nibiru, the Primal Being, instead.
So he's going to chain target the other set card. Chain the MTPO7, because it's been set already, you can just add a Malice name to hand.
Really great sequencing here, because if the chain resolves as is, Javier gets to take advantage of all his cards without adding to the attack of the token from Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Brian, I think, is debating using Crossout Designator on this Nibiru.
Wow.
That would be super huge.
Yeah, and he calls Nibiru the Primal Being, and so late stage, feeling out all the cards his opponent had. And now he's not even going to lose any of his monsters while basically forcing his opponent to use everything, sizing Brian up for maybe not winning in this turn, but knowing exactly what's going on from here on out.
Yep, so there we go. Chainlink 5 going to be banishing that Nibiru, thus turning its effect off. And then he just concedes.
Yeah.
Javier says it's over because he knows that Brian's going to get access to a node plus cross, and that can get more than enough damage to go for game this turn, and Javier can't stop that.
So yeah, Brian managing to just clinch that out with a great crossout designator. I still love that card so much. It's got a really interesting dynamic to it. Certainly has an impact on deck construction because sometimes you have to run some very offbeat cards, but the same way that you use Metal Tronus to out a Ryzel Detonator, Brian has used it to out his Nibiru the Primal Being, so good work.
Yeah, there was definitely maybe an argument to Javier on his turn 2, trying to go for some
kind of
they
don't have,
damage.
Why are they doing 11?
Definitely had access to probably,
They don't make any sense.
that he said to go search for Chessy Cat, the name that he hasn't had
Why
yet.
take me so long to
Being able to go into a Link 3
What the
from there,
hell?
get access to his trap card GWCO 6 again, and then just
How
got
the
enough
fuck is
damage
that
from
at?
like Heart Scripter plus Decode Talker enabling. But he chose to go for the more conservative line and maybe got punished because Brian drew into enough engine to try to break Javier's board. And the power of Extra Iziel turning out that IP Masquerade and pretty much turning all of the bonuses that Javier gets out of his Malice trap cards off.
X-Ryzel certainly is a great starter, but it also can really be a great finisher, right? The Meteorologic Aggregator
That don't make any
having that
sense.
all the
When
time
we
is so
went
good.
to
And we
YCS
saw exactly
Indiana,
that, right? The IP
there were
Masquerade couldn't do anything, and it basically disrupted
I'll pull up
any of
for
the
it.
game plans that
I'll give you the
Javier
exact
had. So
amount.
not necessarily something you have to plan ahead for, right? That's just a known feature of the Ryzel deck, but Javier's going to have to figure out not only how to go first, but how to go first successfully.
Yeah, the hardest thing with balance sometimes is going to be the timing of your effects. Like, there's actually a really big argument that you should have activated, Javier could have activated GW6 in Brian's draw phase, because A, that turns off any potential of Triple Tentac's talent, because you get back White Rabbit, set another trap card if you have one in your deck. And then you can use IP at the beginning of your opponent's main phase, go into a Link 3 like White Binder, banish some cards out of their graveyard, and then you have access to your MTPO7 as a non-target banish, which can turn Brian off of getting any rank 4 access. But obviously, there's also no point in just using cards until your opponent reveals what their hand is, because Brian had a not good hand at his last turn, and he only got 2 extra draws off the drop return and
they're
the
just
Hulu,
doing
so
9 rounds day 1, and then they're doing 3 more tomorrow.
That he had specifically extra Iziel.
Yeah, maybe a little too patient on this one, but you just never know until you know. There's a lot of these sort of 50-50 mix-ups that happen in a trading card game where you get everything right.
Unless they're
so
counting
many possibilities for that next draw. You can't really predict what's going to happen. You just kind of have to wait and stand by. Unfortunately, you're right. That didn't really happen to his benefit here.
Yeah, like all the plays Javier made in a different kind of game would have been perfect. You know, like there's everything he did was completely valid. It just didn't work out because of specifically what Brian drew and how he played with those cards that he had in hand.
Hindsight's always 20/20. A lot of duelists beat themselves up. They're like, man, you're doing fine. It just happens sometimes. Like 1,430 duelists enter this building, but at the end of this YCS, it doesn't mean the other duelists aren't good. It just means it wasn't their day. That's all that happened.
100%. And here we have both players done siding, done shuffling up. They have their opening hands. They are ready for this game too. Javier is ready to begin his run back here as the Malice Bestial Fiendsmith player. Hopefully we can see the Fiendsmith cards come into question, because it can really help make the deck that much stronger in games 2 and 3 if players like Brian are citing in cards that specifically target Malice, like the Chaos Hunters, like the Lancias.
Certainly have seen a lot of success from the deck, but kind of hit and miss in the sense that there were a couple of great tops for it, and then it sort of goes under the radar. I think that Fiendsmith Bestial Malice does really have like a high skill ceiling, but it also has so much potential if you just happen to hit those cards in the right order. Oh, so good.
Oh, yeah.
But looks like smiles here as we go into Game 2 of our Round 6 of YCS Houston. So let's find out if Javier took the chance to go first and what his opening hand is.
I hate these fucking ads, I swear to God.
All right, I definitely see a Dormouse at the very least, so we're going to see some fun Malice action. But there we see the draw phase.
Wow.
Meowls coming from Brian, an amazing inclusion from Supreme Darkness. That's another card that I guess we should have mentioned that also targets specifically the Malice deck, being able to draw cards every time they summon from graveyard and banish it. But there we see the Ash countering that Meowls, thus negating its effects.
Certainly a little fist pump if you're a Malice fan there, right? Because, again, Meowls is a powerful card and is going to get many, many draws. However, it's get no draws if there is an Ash Blossom Majora's Spring at the ready. So we're going to go and activate Terraforming here and grab Malice and Underground.
This version, specifically that Javier is playing to, loves these cards like Malice and Underground, Gold Sarcophagus, basically any of the classic Malice extenders, because they essentially are the ultimate cap-off or the ultimate beginning of your Bestial/Fiendsmith combos. There we see the Underground coming down here, choosing not to have the Dormouse come out, trying to conserve that normal summon or project a lot of strength by going for something like Chessie Cat here, because that's just one of the most powerful things you can do as a Malice player is get Chessie, banish the Dormouse that you have in hand, draw 2 cards, still use the Dormouse effect in the same turn. Oh, it's so strong.
It definitely asks your opponent a question. Yeah, there's the Chessie Cat. Like, hey, you gonna let this go through? You really gonna let me take these cards? You really gonna let me banish another Malice? And Brian has to make that decision, although I'm not seeing a lot of interactions in his hand right now.
Yeah, but it's kind of a lose-lose situation if you stop that Chessie Cat, because you would only make this play if you have another name in hand, and I can just normal summon the name that I have in hand and still combo off anyway.
I love that we're getting into this guessing game format where you really just don't know what your opponent might have, and it makes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game that much more fun. But yeah, no negation here. We're going to banish the Malice White Rabbit, draw 2.
Then we're going to pay 300 more life points, go down to 7,400, and bring out the White Rabbit again. We at home know that he has Dormouse, but Brian does not. So this normal summon Dormouse is going to go pretty hard, I think, for our boy Javier.
I will be watching Brian's expression closely when the Dormouse gets dropped down, because if you really pay attention to these long YCS streams, take a look at the player cam every now and again. You'll see people like, oh, that is a card that does that, or oh, man, and the roller coaster of emotions that this is such a treat.
Realistically, you're not wrong.
Ooh, is that branded regained in Javier's hand? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. It works for your own Malice to recycle some resources and draw cards if you happen to have already used those banish effects.
It's better when we don't
you
have
can
Billy
use it to
Break
get
on
your
the fucking
opponent's
screen.
Malice cards too to draw cards and prevent them from
He's
special
really
summoning, as
annoying.
long as the order comes out right.
There's not
So there we
many
have the normal
people
summon
in
of Dormouse. We're going to go ahead and
that will
automatically
say
link
that.
1, it looks like here. Probably going to go for that classic honorary Malice Monster, Link Decoder.
The best Malice monster.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate enabler for a lot of your sort of protection plays, being able to chain block. And there we see Branded regained it. Oh my gosh. If he banishes the Link Decoder after summoning it back, he can put it back into his deck using the Branded
what?
regain and get a free draw. That's really cool.
And what a consistent play, because you're always going to see Link Decoder. So anytime you draw Branded Regain, you know that this is in the cards for you. So really good deck construction, Javier, and now he's executing.
Yep, and there we see Mouse Q Whitebinder going to be using that effect as Chain Link 1, targeting some cards, and then of course, oh no, is he not using the effect? No, he is. He's targeting his Dormouse, and then Chain Link 2 is Decoder to summon. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And the only Mouse effect he hasn't used yet this turn is Dormouse. That's going to summon back out to the field now because it was banished, going down to 7,100 life points.
So it'll be interesting to see what direction he goes here. Plenty of materials on the field. Could be going for something like an Abao Ku, Nightmare Griffin lock, depending on how he wants to slow his opponent down. Maybe just plays it safe and just gets a good Malice sort of field set up. But Javier just taking a look at the graveyard there before he goes on.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of board texture where if you and I tried to guess what he was going to do, we would probably be wrong 99% of the time because the options are limitless. Here, we're going to see him go for the GWCO6, banishing the Whitebinder to get another body back, and then the Whitebinder's effect will activate. You pay 900 more life points, draw a card, and summon it back.
477 player difference.
And specifically, he hasn't used the effect of Whitebinder to set from deck or grave yet, so we can just get that GWCO6 back for his follow-up on the next turn. Really powerful.
So it has to be no more.
I think, honestly, we might see him try to go for his Fiendsmith engine here because he's only locked into Link Summoning. Therefore, he can use 2 of his monsters and go for Moon of the Closed Heaven if he has it in his extra deck.
But we got the Infinite Permanents coming down there to keep that trap in the graveyard. So one trap for another. But you're right that right now we could just be Moon of the Closed Heaven and proceed into Fiendsmith Town from there.
100%.
I'm
So
willing
we're
to
going to
stream
activate
all.
Dormouse's effect. Fun fact, it hasn't used its effect to banish from deck. Even if he banishes a Malice monster, they won't be able to summon itself, but it will be in the banish zone, and that could be important for any Heart Cryptor plays he might have later in the turns.
That's probably why he set up another Dormouse just to be able to get access to it later.
And he already has more than enough bodies to keep playing. Losing out on the 1 is no big deal.
Well, Brian at least got the first game, but I'll tell you, Javier is just piling on the Malice field from there, and now we're going to get to see that interested Branded Regained interaction here. See the Link summon first, though? It's Moon of the Closed Heaven.
There is that Moon of the Closed Heaven. That's going to be an amazing way for him to sort of cap off this turn. He's probably going to be able to go for something like,
I guess we
you
just have somebody
know,
jump off
I mean, we'll
the
see,
bridge.
but like, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends with Abao Aku, like you mentioned.
It just feels like it's going the right direction for that
If you were
play
gonna
of
do it
materials on the
as
field,
like,
including
oh, I
Fiends.
want to do it
Speaking of Fiends, let's go ahead and send
and
off
survive,
one Light Fiend
this
to
is
make
not
Fiends
time
with
of year
Requiem.
that you should have done
And this
that,
is where the
because
real
water
synergies
is
of this deck
extremely
comes
high
in.
and
You know, the fact that you did
extremely
all your
dangerous
Malice stuff, and now you can do all the Fiendsmith stuff is just so
Again, I don't know the
amazing.
person
You either
who
get
done it, I
to
don't know the
use
family.
Lacrima, put Engraver in the graveyard, get more follow-up, get extra bodies,
just
get
saying,
automatic Fiend monsters to go into
Not a
Abao
good
Aku,
thing.
which before was like a more tricky thing for this deck to kind of accomplish. Now it's super easy to do. I also want to point out, too, that Javier has drawn
Apparently, I
4
just
cards
got
already
word
this
that I got
turn
sponsored, and
from the
apparently
Chessy
I'm
Cat,
getting
the
a jersey
Regained,
by
and his
Monday, Tuesday.
Whitebinder, and he has all this advantage still that he
Shows
has
the
yet to use.
jersey.
Shows
You
you
get
how
it?
powerful this deck can be. I know
He's got
that
any
some of the
sponsor,
matches that we've had on stream
from
haven't necessarily shown the full
Raven.gg,
potential
apparently.
analysis. And that's not the duel's fault, right? Sometimes duels just don't go your way.
Pretty
But this
interesting.
is a master class in some of the interesting things you can do with this deck, especially if you
I
combine
don't know.
these 3
We'll see.
engines.
And this is after being Meowled,
I
Stopped,
do have
and
a bunch
Imperm.
of- I did have a bunch of professional teams.
At least
who
just
talked
that
to me.
good.
So there we see the Link 3 here. This is
One
probably going to go
to travel to
for
Yu-Gi-Oh, but,
Cryptor, if I
it's going out
had
of
to
town
imagine.
travel.
Yep, there is the queen
And
of
anybody
all
that
Malice
knows
monsters.
knows that I've been recently taking.
Going to be shuffling back that Moon of the Closed Heaven to get back out the Fiendsmith Engraver, and we can use this
that's
plus
currently,
Cryptor to go into Abao,
people
and then we can use
I mess
Abao's effect
with.
to bring back the Cryptor that we just used to
Most-
summon it.
Which is insane. But we are
There's
able to
also
do
people
that.
that's
So
this
Brian just
YCS
verifying the
right now
contents of the
that I
graveyard
mess
there,
with.
maybe trying to think of what
Like,
it is that he
White
can do. With
Representative,
25 minutes left on the clock, there's no reason to
mine.
surrender just yet. Plenty of time to play
Louisiana.
more games.
So here we see the potential
Group.
Link 2, the potential Link
I
4
wouldn't say necessarily
coming
team,
from
because
Javier.
we're all.
Again, this isn't about
They
I'd
have
be
their own
surprised
little
if there was
team.
anything else.
I have multiple. My team.
Well, let's find out if there's a surprise in store.
Ooh, he's going to go for the SP Little Knight. So he hasn't used the effect of Card Scriptor to banish itself and summon back. He's going to pay 900. It'll come back and double its attack points. Honestly, this might actually be
Why
better
are we
than just
acting
about,
like this is the
now he
fucking
has the
goo?
potential
We've
SP
done this
banish
before.
plus the non-target banish of the Heart Scriptor. I actually really like this. Oh, and we have Lubellion to go into our Bestial cards. Oh, yes.
That's crazy.
100%.
This Lubellion still doing a lot of work.
So what this is going to let him do is, A, get Magnemite, which is an amazing way to sort of cap off his turn here and get so much more advantage because he can put Magnemite in the graveyard with Branded Regain, summon it back on his opponent's turn, get even more
I really
dragons.
don't know why we're really
he'll
like
also be able to trigger
and
his
stoked about
Malice
this,
Whitebinder during his opponent's turn,
Not
and
that
then
great
get
of a
all
play,
the awesome summons
honestly.
of things like White Rabbit, MTPO7, 2 non-target banishes, basically the main ideal of the Malice archetype.
So
I
it
gotta
does end
understand
right
if you're
there,
SP
exactly as you said,
banish,
just relying on the Heart
regain.
Scriptor, the SP Little Knight.
Yes.
So Brian's got his work cut out for him. You certainly can play a lot of cards in Rizel,
With
but it's going to be
these
difficult
on
to
there.
break through some of the weird interactions here. We are going to go ahead and see the X Rizel, though, and it's going to send Myriologic Aggregator. There's not really a good option here if you're trying to get Beastals out of your graveyard, and there's already plenty of lights and darks, so you might as well go for it.
Ooh, and here we see Brian using the effective aggregated target cryptor. You're more than allowed to do that, but fun fact, guys, if this card is pointing to a monster, its effects cannot be negated.
That is correct. So it's you can use the effect, but nothing happens. Think
really
spell
don't
cards
know
versus
why
Black
they-
Flame Dragon, or excuse me, Horus the Black Flame Dragon.
That has to be a
100%, yes.
Konami
You're more than
thing.
welcome to try to negate Heart
Like,
Cryptor's
well, you
effect,
should
but it will not
explain
work.
every
Yeah, the correct response is,
fucking card effect.
But now we are going to go ahead and see the Sword Rizel adding an
I
Ice Rizel to the hand.
understand
We haven't
there's
seen
not a
the
lot
normal
of people
summon
that
yet.
know the Heart Scriptor.
I'm not sure if Brian wants to make an
don't have
Exceed
to mention
monster
it
here to sort of
every
push the
fucking
conversation forward
They literally do it
before
every
bringing
fucking
out
stream.
the Ice Rizel. It
Did you
does
know
seem
Heart
like a good
Scriptor
idea. You got to
was
get at
still
least
monster
some of this off the
cannot be
field.
negated.
And here we see Lachman's
Means if
effect
you
going
summon
back
it
to
off
the deck and
turn,
bringing
it's-
out
it
that
can
Fiend
resolve its
Requiem
effect.
on Resolution
Yes,
or in an open game
everyone
state. We're now
fucking
going to use
knows
Requiem,
this.
summon back out the Lacra, and then we're going
They
to dump a
don't.
card
Then
from our deck to
they
the graveyard.
fucking need to do some research.
Probably going to be that Paradise, so that way if he does go for an XC summon, he can just automatically send it to the graveyard.
Well, I mean,
Great way to get that out for sure.
Yeah, table
basically
500,
jumping
whatever
back
the
and
fuck you
forth
wanna do.
again.
Yeah,
It
I was
doesn't really
mentioning all
matter
the
to
fun
me.
like Magnemite stuff that Javier could have done in his first turn, but I'm a greedy goblin. Javier
had
is much more
one YCS
resigned
where
to
I
just be
was
like, I have
literally
more than enough here.
at
No need to
table 500,
overextend. I respect
I'm not
that.
having
Yeah,
one since.
playing very consistently, very cautiously. Speaking of consistent plays, let's see Rizel Detonator, likely to attach a Myriologic Aggregator here. Does kind of help the situation, but at the
And it
same
wasn't my
time,
first one,
SP
it was my
Little Knight
second.
could
It was during
try
Casper.
to bounce, and then you would detach to destroy.
I was trying to fight, but
Javier decides not to
But
do
there's a whole
anything
backstory
about
to
that,
that,
so
we're
we
not
do see the
gonna do that
Myriologic
shit.
Aggregator hit Detonator.
I think Javier's just trying to be like, I have so many
Basically,
effects that
the
can
ni- the
interrupt
nicest
this
way I
detonator
put
that I
it
want to
was,
wait until I can chain it to the
I was
point where
with
he
an
won't be able to destroy
unreliable
any
friend,
more of my
whatever.
cards.
Ah,
Could be
so
what he's
card
doing.
effects for
Wasn't
real
a friend, I
emergencies,
went with
right?
somebody
Yeah, exactly. Like
fucking
until
random.
you're
We're
actually
gonna get
threatening
into
me, there's
it.
no point in getting
Don't
rid of
worry, I
stuff.
can just clear the fucking air about this shit, because
So commits
a lot
to
of
the
shit on my
normal
channel
summon here,
has
the
been
Ice
like
Rizel.
this,
No
and I kept
response.
my
We're
mouth
going to go
shut,
ahead
and
and
like,
special
oh, no,
summon another
let's be nice
body
to
here.
people.
I think Node Rizel is the
no, I
only
won't
thing
do
we
that
haven't
anymore.
seen.
Fuck people.
But we're going to grab
So,
X Rizel.
basically, I went with somebody that was a
Like I said, I think Javier's fine to let him
that
go all the way to
rich
Duo
off
Drive
of his
because he
daddy's
has
money
stuff
'cause
like
his daddy fucking
Paradise, he
died.
has stuff like SP,
So,
he has stuff
let's
like
start
Cryptor
there.
that can all stop Duo Drive from
So
going
we
off.
have that going on. The guy's a piece of shit.
But what's Brian thinking? Like,
I
what's
decided to
Brian's
go with
line
him
here?
because
Probably
I'm
something
like,
Exoton Knight maybe
you know,
could be useful, but
I
I'm
can
not
drive
sure. What do
down
we have?
there.
We have 4, 5, 6,
I
7,
can go to
8.
my second YCS. I can have a really good time. Okay?
Yes, for yeah, they
Well,
were
that's
just
why this
clarifying
whole
how
thing's
strong the
going on,
Cryptor
because
is.
I don't
It's
think
always
this
going to
is
be
very
5 character
interesting
summons
gameplay.
from the
I think
banish.
that the
So wild to
fucking
have a
Cryptor
permanent
is
attack
31.
boost there. At least have permanent attack down.
Run over the detonator.
Yeah, so when
basically
yeah.
gonna be it.
I guess they're just double checking. To my
Because
knowledge, it is a
if he
permanent
tries
buff.
to
Because like it summons back with that
then
number,
pop
and that
it,
becomes like a
doesn't
permanent
fucking
stat
do
buff. It's
anything,
kind of like
won't matter.
Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind, you know, like once you have it, it's always had. Even if it's
Realistically, he
something
doesn't even have to alpha
like,
detonator.
Acts of Darkness that you get rid of. It's still going to be whatever the
anyway.
half number was.
Yeah,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
guy's
Math
piece of
can
shit.
do some strange things
We
sometimes.
go down. This YCS.
Speaking of math, looks like he's
And
trying to
basically,
solve the
he
equation
almost kills
here.
us 6
But how
times
do
on the
he
way
get
down.
in?
Yeah, we're going
in
to
the
go battle
car.
phase. I think Javier's fine with this.
Because he can't
He'll
fucking
take
drive.
1400 to still have a Cryptor in play. No big deal.
Drives worse than any female I've ever seen.
Oh, so yeah,
I
this
said
is
I'm
the
not a bitch,
clarification
straight
here.
up, dude.
Because
I fucking
Malice
hate
and Underground
people.
is in play, the only target Brian has for attacks is Malice Link
And
monsters. monsters. And that is a very big Malice
Basically,
monster.
when we get down
Its
there,
effect was
he
not
tries
negated,
to get
it
to a
couldn't
fucking
be.
screaming match with another guy we have on the team. So then me and the other guy
So
decided
Ryan is
we're
in his
gonna
battle
go
phase and has no
and,
good attacks.
look for a way home. couldn't find one.
Not a fun position
Then
to be
then
in
I
if
argue
you are trying
and
to edge out a win here.
get it far
Brian
enough
having the lead,
where I tell
having
him
that first
like
game, may
I'm
not be able to
driving
clinch this one out, but still has a
and
game
we're
3 to go
getting the
to.
fuck
20
home,
minutes about
and
left
then
on
we're
the clock.
fucking done. And just
Oh, are they still?
specifically, it's what I did. I had to
Brian
drop
stay
round
still in
7.
main? Oh, they might let him
I
take
was
it back, I guess.
3-3 with 9. I believe it was 9 rounds of Swiss. I went 6-3.
Taking
I
a quick
could
look
have
at the
topped.
graveyard here.
That is a
I
very
was
full
currently
graveyard,
Yeah,
as the,
plenty
as the
of
kids
rest.
say.
happened, I had to drop.
And
That's
a
why
known
I was
Magnum
at
in
table
hand.
5.
Oof.
I was playing full power cash.
Rough
with
position to be in.
double the Ebolas, double Shang.
Did Ryan just
triple,
concede? Oh my goodness.
It sounds like it.
and the rest was like Baron and a bunch of
Strategically, you know, just conserving your time for the last game. This one kind of went
Yeah, I
on
was-
for a while, so very
like I
smart.
said,
Just go ahead
I
and
was
concede.
going
So
to
Javier, the
try
winner
to
of
win.
game 2. There wasn't really a lot of path to victory. Even my Rizal brain was sort of
that
ticking
day,
through there and thinking, how do you get out of this? There's so many card
kind of
effects.
glad that
The
it
answer
happened that
might
way
be just
because
concede, go first, and get it done.
I mean, think of it this way: like if you
the
summon Dual
last
Drive,
one I
you just
had
goes
was
Paradise,
against
send
Dragon
it.
Link.
Cool. I
If
don't
you
get
know
to use
how
the
that works,
effect.
that's
If
true,
you
it's not very
chain
fucking hard.
detonator anything, you can just go, okay, cool, non-target banish with Heart Scripter. I
But
don't even know
most
if Brian
Swift
realized that Heart Scripter
I
can
didn't
still
really-
activate its effects.
I wasn't really
Yeah, it's
cracked
a
enough
really
to
hard
win
It
that.
didn't matter yet.
YCS,
I think the two
or even
things of
top
this
that
format I
YCS,
want
even if-
every
even
duelist
if I
to remember
got lucky enough to
is
top
that
it,
when your
because
true
I was
light
doing
goes
the
back to the
Shenlong
hand,
and
it's
shit
not
with
Eternal Soul. It's not going to clear all the blue
everybody
eyes
else
out.
they moved
And Heart Scripter, when it
playing
points to something,
all
cannot
the
be negated
resource
even
cards
though you
with Rise
activated
Heart, they
and
were
resolved an effect trying to
very
negate it. I think it's like the
much
two
into
most
it,
common
into the
things
Rise
we've
Heart.
seen throughout the tournament.
I
I'm not trying to
lost,
throw
I
shade
believe
at
it was
anyone,
round
but that's just some
2
Yu-Gi-Oh
to-
news you could
Those are easy
Vanadium.
mistakes that will definitely cost you games.
They're
if you
playing
make
against
them.
Vanadium.
For sure.
Especially if you've been
He
here
threw up
the
the Chaos
entire
Angel,
day,
and I was
right?
like,
We are in round
okay,
6.
I really can't get
Of course,
through
we
this.
have 3 more
Not a
rounds to
single
go.
card can.
So again, we always say it's a
I
marathon,
basically
not a
got
sprint. You burn all your
Yeah.
energy, you
That
chug those
was
energy
a
drinks, you feel
YCS
great for
that
round 1, 2, and 3.
if I could do it again,
You might
I
be
could definitely win all
slowing
those
down
matchups.
through round 6.
Definitely
So
known better.
look alive,
Round 1 I
duelists. There's
faced
still plenty
Cash.
of duels left.
And there
You
we
don't
see that
think
sort of
I'd win that
meticulous,
one because
conservative
that guy
nature that
had the
Javier
fucking
had in
nuts.
game 1 really pay off for himself in game 2.
Really the only guy
Because there's
through
totally a
my
world where he blows through all of his interactions.
Because-
Brian uses detonator, blows up all of his stuff too in response. And then Brian gets to go, cool, empty board. I still have 2 level 4s.
Hopefully
Let's
she
go.
gets done with food soon.
Trying to think of the strongest field you could start with
Because,
if
we'll
you're
watch
Brian's
this
position.
to
Of course, that's going to
probably
depend on what
round
cards you
7.
draw, but this almost feels like maybe he could use the sharp
I
monsters.
will
We didn't
leave this
actually see
live
any
stream up,
water
so whoever wants to
exceeds
watch
yet,
it
though. He got
can.
2 waters out, so we don't know if he's got Bahamut Shard. Totally awesome.
But just
But
know
he
that
might
the
try to
camera
play a
might still
board
be
that just
live,
has
but I won't be here.
strong cards so that when
I'm
he
gonna
ends
go
his turn,
family,
his
and
ending
I'm going to
field
be watching
has
the
at
stream
least
from my
something to
phone.
put up some resistance.
It's still crazy to me that we can have so many Rizal matches
You guys
and
want to
Eclipse
talk to
Twins
me, you can
never
talk to me through
comes up. Does
chat.
that make sense? Like, that's such a powerful card for the deck.
Right now,
but you don't
you
even
just
need
talk
it
to me.
sometimes to win these games and still be in really favorable positions. That once we see that card actually resolve its effect and why it's in the deck, you're like, oh yeah, Rizal was always
I have a
winning
few
that
rogue
matchup.
decks
You definitely have to
building.
have the Eclipse Twins there. It's a very popular choice, but it's a
kinda want
popular
them on the
choice that
channel.
never gets used.
I have one
Never,
that
it
is built
never
that
needs to
works
be used. Like, you're like, I
very
could go
well.
into Eclipse Twins, but I'm like, I can just do my
I
normal
just
Rizal
need
stuff,
the
and that's enough. Kind of like how
cards
Javier
IRL.
was like, yeah, I could make a bow,
Modify
yeah, I could
lines.
do all this stuff, but SP plus Heart
Kinda
Scripter, that's
deciding
more
if I
than
want to
enough.
do that.
We've also seen how
What if I want to
fragile
like
the
Branded?
Nightmare Griffin and a Balaku, pair
because,
up can
like Branded,
be.
I
Sometimes
have like
just a
90%
single card to
cards
clear
already.
the field is enough, or
I've
something
seen
like a
that.
negation effect
Very-
too.
some of
So
the
maybe
rarities
just
and
choosing to put a lot of different
more
points in
of the cards.
interaction was enough to sort of push through. And yeah, Brian conceded, and so we're going to game 3.
Mhm.
I have all of Branded. I have a
This
60
will be
card
interesting
fucking
to see.
Branded
Some
one.
of the cards that I do know most pure Rizal
some
decks
people
play
are tired
are
of
things
Branded.
like Star
Branded's
Age,
gonna get
Volcano
better.
Last Dragon to like
I'm just
protect
gonna say
your
this right
cards
now.
are being interacted with
Dragon
by
Tail
things
comes
like
out, it's fucking over.
Infirm,
Like,
Effect Veiler,
Branded
or
is-
some of the popular
it's so
breakers
much
like
better.
Ultimate Slayer and stuff.
because Dragon Tail is like fucking.
That could be a thing we see, but
retarded.
Javier's more than happy just to play through all of
and
Brian's
really
fields and
Branded
just
Fusion
engine.
should go back
And
to
normally that's a
3,
big
and it
weakness of the
does.
mouse cards. Like
This
if it's
deck gets
all
a
your mouse
lot
cards
better
versus one Rizal detonator,
because it
that's
has
not
multiple
usually enough to win the
Branded
game. But when you have bestial cards, as well as feats with
with
cards that by
the
themselves represent a
Dragon Tail
lot of
cards
pressure to the
that
opponent
do that.
and can eat up some of
Also,
those
they set
Ryzeal
spells to
detonator
trap.
interactions.
That's
All of a sudden,
cool.
your mouse cards are more than enough to win the game.
Certainly can be. We haven't seen the sort of slug match that this deck can get into if both players run out of resources, and all of a sudden it's just 1,700 attack Ice Ryzeal looking pretty good.
Yeah, both players seem very content with just being like, I'm gonna control the board, manage your resources by using mine, and just go for game eventually. But I would really like to see maybe a more aggressive approach from Javier this game because he is going second, and the mouse deck has so much explosiveness. But he's maybe just content to be like, I don't need to do that unless that's my only option for winning the game.
Well, we haven't seen it, but it is interesting.
Now, here's the thing I'm worried about.
At least all the featured matches.
This is where misplays are
happening. Happening. It was a very popular card.
We're going to go ahead and lock in on
Team
this
YCS Las Vegas, but it kind of feels like it's disappeared from the format. It's a great option for a lot of different decks.
Rise Up versus Malice is not interesting.
It seems
I'm
like
going to tell you this
Duelist
right now. It
just
does
kind of
not
play
interest
through
me. I
whatever
know
it
the
is they see.
matchup
And speaking of
very
playing,
well.
it's time for game 3.
Yep, here we're going
I
to
don't
assume that
see
Brian's going first. Both
very
players
much
have their opening hand of 5
aggressive
cards.
gameplay from these two
Best of luck to
decks.
both of you. Let's see you go.
I have
Brian
Malice,
is choosing to go
big
first.
Malice fan.
And his opening hand
Really
consists
don't
of
like
a lot of really
Spider-Man
cool cards. I definitely saw
I will tell you
Tachyon in
this.
there.
The Bestial Fiendsmith Malice version is very
also
aggressive.
seeing
He opened
like
pool.
a couple
That's
of points
it.
of interaction. Definitely said Ash Blossom enjoys spring, but now we're going to start
Oh,
off
yeah,
with an
for
interaction
really?
to really stop Rizal or slow it down.
But there we
Go
see
Ash.
Brian's
Ash
Ash Blossom. Game 2, we saw Molcharmy versus
Yeah,
Ash Blossom.
another
Game 3, we're
one?
seeing Ash Blossom versus Molcharmy as well.
Prulia is just
Not.
such an unfortunate card to play against with Rizal,
Seven
but
attack,
if you have
yeah.
Ash Blossom, you don't have to.
Ooh, so here we see the reveal of Ragna Zero. See, I believe it's what, 103 Magna Zero. Going to be searching for a water level 4. I believe it's going to be that surfacing Big Jaws.
Absolutely, and not a like completely useless card either. It's not just a water target there. You also can destroy those cards that have different attack, and we just saw one with the Heart Scripter. So cutting the deck here, grabbing that surfacing Big Jaws. Now you've already activated the spell, so you can go ahead and plop that one out.
Yeah, not only can 7 Tachyon search the Big Jaws, but can also enable the Big Jaws to special summon itself because it is a spell card.
No shit.
This is very similar to Game 1 here. We're going to be grabbing that Drake truck that we saw in Game 1, going to special summon it back out using its Poplar-like effect. And here we're going to go for the Duo Drive, or we're going to finally go into our water rank 4s like you've been talking about.
It would be interesting to see a Bahamut Shark because, again, just being able to put up a little more resistance, right? Because what Rizal does so well, destroying cards, doesn't necessarily stop every deck. You know, you do have to actually stop them instead of just stunt them, right? And now we're seeing
So
our
now
first
you lose
Exceed
the
summon
nib.
here. And
What the
technically
fuck are we
fifth
doing?
summon of the turn at Abir the Primal Being would really hurt. We
Yeah,
do have
no
Bahamut
shit.
Shark.
But I will say, if Javier does not Nibiru here, he has no good chance to, because once that
I'm
Toad comes
telling you,
down,
is that
it basically
fucking
doesn't
nib?
do anything.
You
So there's the Primal
dumbass.
Being.
What the
Oh,
fuck
the
are you all
crossout
doing?
designator.
Designator.
Oh, nice.
Brian's like, you never had a shot, Javier. My board was being made the whole time.
And definitely knows at least one of those
Jesus
cards is not helping his
fucking
opponent during
Christ.
next turn.
Yep, and now we're going to get totally awesome out of the deck, most likely. Going to be summoning to the board here, and now we have a really powerful Omni Negate that could represent basically whatever you need to stop to keep playing.
Some great frog friends, but backed up by a Sword Rizal, so the hits keep
He
on
may act
coming
like that
here.
was
We're
a smart
probably going
play.
to see
That was
4
not.
Xyz
That was
monsters
a
on the field at the end of
wasted
this turn.
cross-out
Which,
designator.
the more I think about it, is insane. Being able to summon 4 really powerful different Xyz monsters while ending on something like Rizal Cross, plus who knows how much follow-up, is really nice to see. Here we're going to see the power of the pure Rizal deck at its finest.
Definitely love these sort of boss monster decks. The last one I can think of that did something as crazy as this was Monadium when it brought out Synchro after Synchro after Synchro. This feels almost like the modern day
I'm
equivalent
telling you
of
that.
like C's.
No.
Oh, and there's the Starleech Photon
They're not
Blast
doing
Dragon, the card you wanted to see, Bahamut Shark,
I
and the
don't
card
care
I
what
wanted
you
to see,
want.
Photon Blast
You
Dragon.
don't want
Everybody
your
wins
opponent
if you're a Rizal
even
fan, but
think.
not to be outcooked.
Yeah,
Javier is still going to have to jump in this duel.
Ooh, there we see the Ash Blossom attempt here, but we could Toad that to stop.
You're gonna
If
fucking
we get
toad
stopped
that?
here, we don't get access to do it to Detonator, so it's really important that we do.
Going to tribute it. Does he choose to set? I don't think he would choose to set.
Wouldn't recommend that. Ooh, and here we see a really heads-up play from Brian here, detaching 2 from the Starleech Photon Blast Dragon because Duo Drive can detach from anywhere, and that actually preserves Duo Drive's ability to increase the attack points of all Xyz monsters, thus making sure the Starleech Photon Blast Dragon is still 2,000 attack. So it has that protection.
Excellent play from both duelists.
That-
This has
that's
been a
amazing
real
display, by the way.
masterclass of what
I'll
you
do
can
that.
do with these 2
That's
decks. I
one.
know some people are like, oh,
That's
I
fucking
want to see
four.
some of the crazy stuff. This is pretty
Could
crazy
never
for
do
these
that.
2 decks.
Anyway.
Also, Toad being able to add back that surfacing Big
Toad's
Jaws to your
definitely
hand
getting
because it's
banned
sent to the graveyard
because
is
of
so
this scenario
awesome.
right here.
It basically is a protection of all your
very
cards and
easily,
follow-up in the exact same card.
Definitely a great and powerful
Audible,
card there. We've
very
also got Rizal
easily
Cross at the ready,
accessible.
so we might be
Then
recycling
it
to
also
get
just
even more
makes
resources here.
Starleech
Brian does
where you're
not
basically
want to
just
go
immune to
away from
fucking
this duel without a
everything.
win. And who can blame him, right? You do
So
need
that
19
definitely
points to get to day 2, so every duel
requires
counts.
a
I
reason
think
for
here's
a
just
card to be
debating if he
banned.
crosses first or if he goes for
Plus.
Node Rizal first. getting that draw seems really useful, but you want to make sure you maximize how many names you have.
So,
Javier could
don't ever do
have
this. This
Bestials,
is
so if
horrible.
you don't preserve
Anyway.
enough non-light names, it could be pretty rough.
Let him play.
Definitely have to get in the habit of sometimes only sending your fire Rizels to the graveyard so that when you do go for the Rizel cross,
Brian,
you're
I
not
do
getting
understand.
snatched by a Bestial.
It's a mind
Here's
game.
the node
but
coming down. I think
gave
he's
away
debating what he's going to send
the
away to
information
get
that you had
summoned
across the lesson.
off of node. Oh,
You
or are we
didn't
overlaying
have
into
cross
Eclipse
out
Twins
that
here?
so.
You would have got fucked up.
I really like
That
this
was a
because
really
what this might
poor
let him
line.
do is he can use
You knew it,
Node
too.
to send his own Eclipse Twins, bring back something like the Duo Drive while still going for Ryzeal Detonator and having a twin in rotation.
When we talk about not being able to see twins on the field, this is a definitely inspiring application of twins here. It is in defense mode, so maybe he's just going to leave it on the field.
Literally every monster you and I wanted to see, we're now seeing.
yeah, it's just a grab bag. I guess we'll just commentate into the future. But speaking of which, we're going to go and send with Node Rizel. Goodbye Eclipse Twins, and Eclipse Twins will go ahead and activate its effect shortly.
And he is choosing to summon that Sword Ryzeal, thus playing around any potential Bestials. But we have the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit on the Node Ryzeal. That will not stop its effect from summoning, but that will get rid of the only other level 4 Brian has. He'll still be able to Eclipse Twin, but I don't know how he gets the Detonator.
That is pretty rough because, again, we got to see all these different Xyz monsters, and they're all gone at this point.
Oh, are they asking how Eclipse Twins work? Maybe they're just making sure that everything was properly summoned. To my knowledge, everything was.
Everything was properly summoned, that is correct. Including the Eclipse Twins, which is actually kind of a rare thing for Eclipse Twins.
That is true. So
Not
we are
rare, it's a normal line.
Activate the twin.
Normal line and back to the Ryzeal.
Twins
It's
and the
normal
sword.
line and it's
And
really
Toad,
Ryzeal.
yes.
And
No, not Toad.
Could do Toad.
Yeah, because the Duo Drive is summoned, you can summon the Duo Drive back while attaching the Toad, and that can give you some more value on your next turn by giving back your Surfacing Big Jaws.
But I think this is still the resolving of the effect of Eclipse Twins because it doesn't care about the levels of that.
Yes,
But the
yeah.
Ryzel we're going to be attaching has to be attaching a Ryzel monster.
Yeah, exactly.
Since it's Duo Drive.
Yeah, exactly. Only Eclipse Twins can attack Toad. Yeah.
because
But interesting, he wanted to go for the Ryzel there, so... Gonna cross, I guess you're just hoping to find something.
But very importantly,
a lot of
like,
things.
if Brian was not able to establish Detonator, if Javier has a Malice name, he could very easily go for game this turn.
Certainly could. Again, this has been a wild turn, but
man.
to what avail?
But the thing is, you still have cross.
All the non-engine that Javier had, it felt like it was going to be perfectly stopped by
Unless
Brian,
if you
having the
can
Cross
deal
Detonator,
with
having the Starlight Photon Blast Dragon, but Ghost Ogre, Snow
the
Rabbit, Ash Blossom, and Perulia
Duo
was enough
Drive.
to stop Brian's whole turn.
He
Well,
still
I
has
wouldn't say
cross,
stop it, but
so
definitely keep
that
that Detonator, the
doesn't
most
matter.
powerful part of his turn.
Javier has definitely done a great job of protecting that, but remember, there's only 2 cards left in his hand, and we know one of them is Nibiru the Primal Being, so unless he just raw draws that Dormouse, the Dormouse may not be enough either, because remember, Ryzel Cross is on the field, so there's at least 1 point of interaction right there.
100%.
Let's find
Lead
out.
to Javier's standby phase and main phase. Let's see what he summons.
I think he drew a Mulcharmy for turn, and I know he has
That was
Engraver in
Mulcharmy.
hand. So just Engraver is not enough because of the cross, but if you're Brian, do you take the risk of crossing the first monster you see?
Let's find out. What does Brian do?
This is
He
going to be
furrows his
yeah.
brow, by the way,
Yes,
talking about the
cross
player
it.
camera. He's really thinking
Has
about
to.
that.
If he doesn't cross,
Brian
he
gets
loses
so
to
much
the
advantage
Dormouse.
by using this cross here because he can send the Toad, Toad get back Drake Shark summon.
What an awesome combo.
This is a tough spot for Brian because any Malice card is more than enough.
Oh yeah.
50-50.
Except Jessica.
He don't need
not
to out
Jessica.
the fucking Duo Drive instantly.
Oh, he's going for it.
Yep, he has to.
He does choose to
he's
cross negate on
just-
resolution.
He's getting rid of the X Ryzel. I like that because if the Ryzel Duo Drive hits the graveyard, well, then the Toad will hit the graveyard anyway, so we can use that play, but interesting. Now he's just down to the one last card that isn't Nibiru the Primal Being.
And like you said, Brian does know about the Nibiru, so his only thought from this point forward is how can I go for a game without summoning 5 times?
Well, with only so many slots left open, it may not be that difficult. So looking at the Fualos, not going to get any help there, but he's
He might have
summoning.
Typhon. He might have Typhon.
That sounds like a Typhon to me. Normal summon Mulcharmy Fualos. Grab extra deck. Yeah, that sings of Superstar Slayer Sky Crisis Typhon. Or I think Typhon Sky Crisis. My bad, chat.
Currently, it's 2,800 attack, and the Duo Drive is 26.
who? No. All can be destroyed by battle.
Yeah, Starlight Troll Blast Dragon can only protect from being targeted, and there's no detonator in play to protect his XD's monsters.
Sure. I'm going to go Toad.
Yeah.
So he took, I believe, 200 damage there.
Drake Shark to summon itself.
Oh, and he gets the Drake Shark, and there's your second level 4 monster.
He's losing 100. I'm gaining 100, so 26, 28, so I take 200.
Yep, math is mathing. I mean, Brian has more than enough XZ monsters, but, I mean, Javier has a Nibiru.
Any from Grave or Deck? Grave
Well,
or
he
Deck,
also has Typhon, which is going to be difficult to use Detonator against because, as you know, it won't be able to use
matter, you can't use fucking Nib if you have fucking Typhon, dumbass.
Now we're going to go and bounce. And looks like we're going to go just put the Shark Drake back. Maybe make him burn the normal summon.
How funny would it be if Shark Drake wasn't
just
once per
fucking
turn, you just add it
special
back,
it.
it summons back anyway.
What are you doing? It's out of the hand.
Hey, it's a good card, but it's not that good. But it looks like play pass back over to Brian.
Oh, well, he added it at the hand with the fucking...
Oh, wait,
the Nibiru.
Does Typhon stop Nibiru from being activated in your hand? I actually don't know.
Let's take a quick look through Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron here.
It might. I think it just says monsters with 3,000 or more attack cannot activate their
Yeah.
effects. I don't think it
Don't
cares where they are.
Don't be retarded.
So then at that point, it's going to be pretty difficult. I guess he's just hoping to hedge his
What is
bets.
this gross?
So X and
Fucking
Eclipse Twins
Synagogue.
here get Duo Drive
Never
back
mind.
with an Eclipse Twins attached to it.
Dude, you
Duo
got
Drive
fucking
on someone,
gross.
we're going to
Plus
attach
the
again.
most unfair card.
Yeah, I
Plus you
think
got
Brian
the-
knows that Nibiru isn't activated because this line feels
yeah,
greedy
yeah.
otherwise.
There he is all-
Absolutely deciding to press on with some great Yu-Gi-Oh! Knowledge there.
He literally could just... I know he plays too. He could just hard make the...
And yeah, it is just going to be neither
Hard
player
made
can
like a
activate
Detonator.
the effects of
Don't matter.
monsters with 3,000 or more
Yeah, he
attack,
has enough
period.
against
Not
him.
on the field, not in the hand, not anywhere, just anywhere.
Wow, so Javier gave Brian the freedom. Oh my gosh, there's Ragnar Zero, and currently the Typhon does have his attack chain.
Because of the Ryzel Duo Drive. Oh, that is so cool.
Oh, that's beautiful, Ragnar Zero. You thought it was just a Tachyon search target? No, you can make this card, and it's really good. How many summons do we have here, though? Just want to make sure.
It don't matter. He's got cross.
3, 4 with this ice.
Got to be careful unless you have another cross-out designator in your hand.
Did he really draw another
He
cross?
has cross.
Not sure, but it looks like he's turning to attack and maybe stopping here.
Oh, we have Ryzel Cross. I'm a silly
That's
guy.
right, that's right. We always have cross-out designator. We have Ryzel cross-out designator. Brian getting some cheers from the crowd there. You may not have been able to hear that on the microphone, just people screaming for that.
Dude.
Yeah, Ragnar Zero per game is super impressive. That last match was really intense.
It really was. I mean, both duelists showed that these decks are
Nothing
just
against Javier.
so
Javier, like, obviously, you
customizable, right? You
activate
figure
that
out what
there.
it is that feels good about your version of it, and they felt very comfortable there. But yep, Brian, the winner of our game there, kind of a relief on his face, just a relieved look. Yeah, there's the smile as people continue to cheer and shout his name.
That choice to Ryzel Cross the Engraver is what separates the great duelists from the even greater duelists. Like, being able to make that call and being like, I don't think you have a Malice name. You've drawn so much non-engine, and even if you do have it, I think I have enough bodies to make sure I don't lose the game this turn.
Every round
I'm
has
stopping
been
that
too
Engraver
rough.
because that Engraver, just by itself, means there's going to be so much of a grind game that Javier
On
has
one
access
side
to
of the
that,
whole
given the
time.
resources Brian was working with, might be too much for him to stop.
No, certainly doing great. I think both of these duelists are likely to go well into this tournament just
All
based on the
6
skill
matches we
sets that
watched
they
today have been
demonstrated
too
here.
rough.
But the
I just wanna throw that out
creativity
there.
and the Ryzel strategy, again, certainly, you know,
One of the
seems like
last
some
ones to get
basic
a ban
Xyz
list, by the
plays
way.
get 2-4, stack them on top of each other, do stuff,
But
but
that's
just the
statistic
order of
out there.
operations
2-0
there. And
every round.
really good use of Ragnar Zero.
That round was
Great
2-0
use of
too.
Ragnar Zero.
Oh, like you said, that choice that Brian had to go into the Bahamut Shark when he knew he had Cross-Out Designator to make sure that, oh, this is the only time you can Nibiru, I have to stop for that, and then I get Toad, plus I get Cross, so I can stop everything else you do, but then, oops, Ghost Ogre. Didn't play around specifically Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, and that almost stopped everything from happening. If Javier had that Malice name, who knows how that last game could have gone.
Oh, just incredible.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love
my
that
God.
we've seen in a couple of duels now, people sort of ask the question like, hey, are you going to stop this or not? Oh, turns out it didn't matter. And it's so
Little bit of
incredible the
that
way that
curve.
he was able to navigate that duel. Just some really inspiring stuff and a reminder why they reprinted Ragnar Zero back in Crossover Breakers back then, because it's just such a cool card.
Yeah, it really feels like this format is defined by its flexibility and its resilience. Being able to play through non-engine is way more important than having as much non-engine as possible, if that makes sense to everyone at home. Basically, it doesn't matter that you can't stop stuff. What matters is that you can play through whenever you get stopped.
Yeah, it shows you there's still some surprises in this format, too. I know that we're kind of winding down towards the end of it as we've got Alliance Insight on the horizon there, but there's still a lot to explore here, right? Maybe in the year 2050, we'll be playing Time Wizard 2025.
Imagine if this will be the format that people talk about for ages to come. That'd be pretty nice.
We're dueling grandpas for sure, but we're not just going to sit here and wind all day. Let's go ahead and send it to the stage for a round 6 interview for our winner here.
Thank you, Stevens. And I am with our winner, Brian. 6 straight wins, your first feature match. How are you feeling?
Honestly, great. I didn't play amazing game 2, but I'm glad I could finish out the win with the 3rd game.
Yeah, y'all definitely went the distance. What was going through your head, especially with all the lights and being on the stage?
It's really nerve-wracking, but I mean, once you get to the game, you get your nerves down. So
how did you maintain momentum, or what kind of mindset did you put yourself in?
I think because I knew him, we're local friends from Florida, so it made it a lot easier, less nerve-wracking for sure. So.
Aw, nice. You won the rematch, though. Okay, I do want to ask you, what are you thinking moving ahead? You have to be feeling pretty confident now.
No, I'm feeling great. I just hope I can keep this momentum up and hopefully make it to Top Cut tomorrow.
Okay, great. And for those watching at home, what do you think about the atmosphere here? Anything you want to say to them?
Oh, it's fantastic. I always tell people if you play the game, you should always attend YCSs. It's an amazing feeling. All my friends are here cheering me on. It's nothing like it.
You have like dozens of people here. Hi, everybody. Oh my goodness. What a crew. Well, fantastic job and congratulations again. Gonna send it back to our casters.
Oh, it's really nice to see. Great job of both of you guys. Hopefully we can see more great stuff from Brian, as he is only 1 win away from guaranteeing day 2.
Really doesn't take too much more than that, right? You just need 19 points or to be in that larger cut of duelists. Just some good stuff. But speaking of almost making it, right, let's take a look at something that is a little bitter to us, bittersweet. The rivalry of Warlords playmat. The reason why it is both of us at the last YCS, we both made it to the finals. We almost got this mat, and we didn't. But don't be us. You could win this gorgeous, gorgeous mat.
Yep, I almost won it with Lyralisk, and you almost won it with Exorcisters, but both of us will just have to look at that beautiful S-Force Orifice and Time Thief Redoer mat, and hopefully y'all at home have an opportunity to play it too when you come here for YCS public events.
Oh yeah, the Rivalry of Warlords format, if you don't know what it's about, again, it's just sort of a loner deck. They just give you something at random, and you have to play against people who also may not have ever played that deck before. And it's cool because you get to experience, it's almost like a blind date with a deck. You're like, oh, yeah, I think I like Exo Sisters. I could play this all day.
It's so calming being able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Even though I showed up with nothing. Does that make sense? Like, there's no limitations on me. I can just show up and start playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With anybody, anywhere, anytime, and it's so much fun.
It's a very popular tournament for sure. So again, hopefully you're not like us. You actually could go ahead and get that coveted map for sure. But really, really good stuff that we got to see. And remember, we're not going anywhere. There's still 3 rounds of this YCS.
Yep, after this, we're going into round 7 when it's make or break time for a lot of duelists out there to make it to day 2. Let's go ahead and throw to a break, and we'll be right back with that round.
With a break. Fuck the lands, playing face Memento. Well, hell yeah. That fucking Labyrinth in this bitch doing really well. I used to give Labyrinth coaching back in the day. That was early Labyrinth. That was before Big Welcome. That's when I first started giving out cappuccinos. Hey. Damn. Normally don't eat. We're gonna live stream, so I don't give a shit. I've been doing it for 4.5 hours. Yeah. Last time I checked, Memento can't play Impulse, right? I wouldn't think so because they play light and darks, so yeah, say not. Let's see. Do we have another round? We do. Let's see who wins between him and Clifton.
Freak, man.
Clifton's a boy.
What were we supposed to do? I was trying to see if you could get to barrier still. And that's what I was worried about. Call fusion.
You know, my hand was pretty mad, yeah. Yeah, damn, that was the hand. I messed it up. Oh, no. Messed it up, no.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Houston. 6 rounds down, and now we're in round number 7. It's been a great weekend, lots of different decks. Ryzeal and Malice are still the decks to beat, but Maze and the Master and the release of Structure Deck, Blue Eyes White definitely entered some new contenders into the fray. Am I right, Asala?
Yeah, definitely a bunch of surprises here. We've seen how these other strategies have been able to really dominate over some of the more tried and true strategies, but there's still a lot more to see.
Yeah, I definitely can't wait to see what is going to come on top.
I should be up
are going to
at
fill out
least
that top 32.
8 or 9.
Hello. Can you hear me? Is this thing on?
Wait a minute.
Look, listen closely. I need you to pay very close attention to this. I don't have much time. They're watching me. I need to tell you that.
They're going to do a ban list announcement today.
What was that? The heck was that Jerome?
I think that was Jerome.
Is he okay? He seems like he was in distress, or
he seemed trapped.
I'm gonna have to message him and find out what is going on. I'm not certain what that was, but I guess we're going to find out who's going to be in our feature match for the round number 7. I don't know. I'm gonna message Jerome and see if everything's okay back home in California. But I think for now we should just keep the tournament going. Yeah, that was. I'm not quite sure what that was.
I think Jackie has our players. I think at this point.
I think so. I don't know what. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I'm gonna have to message him in between rounds and see if he's okay. Give him a phone call. Be like, hey, boss, let me know if I don't need to come in on Monday.
Yeah.
You know, something's gone wrong. You know, I'm down to take a day off. Hopefully, he's doing all right out there. But you gotta focus. Gotta shake that off. Like, we have a YCS to cover.
Yeah, we still have games to play.
In top 32 before we were interrupted there by whatever that was. Yeah, but I'm going to focus up. I think Jackie is ready with our players to introduce for round number 7 feature match. So, Jackie, if you're there and you're okay, you can take it away.
In the blue chair from Houston, Texas. We have Julian Cebrian. Fun fact, he participated in the SJC in 2009 with the Gladiator Beast deck. Now to the red corner from Baker, Louisiana.